quality snacks right to your door. Snack smarter in the new year with healthy and delicious treats like sourdough cheddar pretzels and baked sweet potato fries. Support this podcast and get 50% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk.
This episode is brought to you by Hulu Plus. With Hulu Plus, you get total control to watch thousands of shows, wherever you want, whenever you want. Binge on full seasons and watch your favorite shows.
My dog is
Lost,
really happy
Star
to
Trek:
see
The
me.
Next Generation, The X-Files, and one of my favorites, The Twilight Zone. Right now, StarTalk listeners can get an extended free trial of Hulu Plus by going to huluplus.com/StarTalk. That's huluplus.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, leaving us with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
Oh, what are you saying?
All you Trekkies and TV addicts, mean to this, don't mean to bring static. All you Klingons in your grandma's house, grab your backstreet friend to get loud.
If that's what the condition, I'm a man that's on the mission.
Check it out. What you know about?
We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn.
This is StarTalk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist and the director of New York City's Hayden Planetarium right here in New York City. Today, I've got co-host Chuck Nice.
Hey, Neil.
Is Chuck Nice nice?
No. Short answer. No.
Short answer, all right. But you tweet at Chuck Nice Comic.
That's cool.
Too. Thanks for doing this.
It's always my pleasure.
Love having you on. We're at part 2 of the StarTalk Mythbusters interview.
Yeah.
The Mythbusters, you gotta love you some Mythbusters.
Yeah, man. What a great show.
Been on Discovery Channel for 10 years, and the Mythbusters are Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman. If you don't know who is who, Jamie Heineman, he's bald with the hat.
Okay.
You got that?
He's the one that looks like a walrus.
I did not tell him that to his Do you thinking of Chumley or something?
Chumley,
From the
that's
original?
remember?
Okay,
Yeah.
I remember Chumley.
Come along, Chumley.
If you're 50 or older, you'll know who Chumley is.
Yes.
It's been one of the most popular shows on all of the Discovery Channel stable of programming. And as you may know, they use elements of the scientific method to test the validity of like myths and rumors and urban legends and stuff they show in movies and all these crazy internet YouTube videos of people doing weird stunts. Did they fake it or is it real?
Super cool show.
Yeah, and so they visited me in my office in New York City, and I whipped out the microphone, and we just chilled for an hour.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so one thing I couldn't help but talk about was, did Archimedes really set fire to the invading ships using mirrors? Let's find out.
Mirrors can start fires. You can focus enough of the sun's rays on a point to burn and melt all sorts of very, very high melting point things. The question is, can you use it as a military weapon against an actual boat?
Yeah, from quite a distance, and using a number of different mirrors that are handheld. And the devil's in the details in this particular case, because it's dramatically different to be right next to something with a perfectly focused small mirror and potentially hundreds of feet away with these things moving around. You need that pinpoint to be able to come into focus.
You can't just light up the broadside of the ship.
And light up the broadside, and we found even with as few as 10 people, getting all 10 of them to aim a mirror to 10 feet away to the same spot is actually just that is really difficult.
And the farther away it is, the tiniest movement of your hand
Seems amazing.
And what's your aiming reticle? How do you know
Me
where
doing
your
that
mirror
didn't
beam is
alert any of them
when it's
because they
on?
weren't within range to hear his screams.
Not to mention the movement of the boat, which it would be moving.
The rocking of the boat and water sloshing up it. You got to evaporate the water before you evaporate.
Systematically found all the people
attacking the shore, and so it's going to be underway.
and located
so
the leader.
Be able to track it, and the sun's moving as well. There's just no practical reason
Just to claim this area.
Be able to get a pinpoint thing.
If I remember the guys at MIT, they like painted the side of the boat.
And destroy the turret, they'll see the explosion.
On stationary stands. This is Dr. David Wallace at MIT, and he was a big fan of Mythbusters. He used it as...
Until then.
No. So we had done it once and busted it, and then he brought his students out at our invitation, and we set up 500 mirrors, just like his experiment, but this time we were aiming it at a boat, and we couldn't get it to go. And the only thing we hadn't done in that story was get 500 actual soldiers, quote unquote, on the shore with mirrors trying to actively point. And that's when the Obama administration called and asked if we could somehow work with them on a myth that would help promote the STEM initiative, and we suggested this one as a perfect one because our soldiers could be high school students. And Jamie's wife is a science teacher.
Wait, so you now have legions of high school students trying to ignite things with reflected mirrors?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Large ones that we supply.
Yes.
Large focusing mirrors.
And their interest level was high. It was excellent. They were a terrific army.
So this all started because there was a legend that Archimedes, we know, love me some Archimedes, right? Give me some more Archimedes, right? That he destroyed enemy ships with fire caused by these reflective mirrors, and they were called burning glasses. Burning glasses. Second century, AD second century author Lucian wrote that during the siege of Syracuse, 214 to 212 BC, Archimedes destroyed the enemy ships this way. Okay. And the cool thing about it is, if you're at war, it's good to have smart people on your side.
That's so true.
You know, he knew you could focus light, the light would make something hotter.
Right.
And so this has been sort of a legend, and people never really knew if they could pull this off.
Okay.
And the Mythbusters, you know, went ahead and tried it. It turns out you can do it if the side of the ship is painted matte black,
right.
And it's parked there, all right?
Okay.
And everybody's there aiming and
at the exact same spot.
But if you're a ship that's swaying in the ocean and it's wet,
No,
right, you can't ignite something that's wet.
Right.
That's why you can boil water in a paper cup. Have you ever tried?
The paper cup is wet.
Yes, it's wet because it has water in it.
See how that works? See how I got right in on that one?
The cup cannot get hotter than 212 degrees.
Right.
It has to be hotter than 212 degrees to burn. So this kept going. We also wanted, can you prove a negative? Right? Like, how about, Loch Ness? Well, that's a lock, but Nessie. Is it there? Can you show that it's not? Let's find out. Most urban legends are about the existence of something or a claim of something that is true. How about claims of something that are not true?
Like,
Then you have to prove a negative.
Chupacabra, Loch Ness Monster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jackalope.
Yes.
I saw a cartoon with a jackalope in it, so I'm pretty sure it's real.
A moderate politician.
So how do you deal with having to prove negatives? Other than the logical impossibility of it, there's a practical element that one ought to be able to demonstrate the unlikelihood of something.
Well, if you're doing something like looking for a ghost or whatever where you can't use a control to compare against, all you're going to be able to do is prove that you weren't able to find that.
As evidenced by all the ghost hunting shows that never find a ghost, and all the Bigfoot shows that never find Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's not proof that they don't exist, it's just proof that you couldn't find it. And that's one of the things where, science in its methodology has a way of dealing with actually being able to test things, and that's providing controls and things that you can compare against. And so we just stay away from those things. We can't physically test it and come up with any kind of conclusion other than
it didn't happen on your watch.
It didn't happen on our watch, which is not proper science.
Right. There's a famous philosopher, Bertrand Russell.
Yeah.
He hypothesized there's a teapot experiment. He would say there's a teapot orbiting the sun.
Okay.
I know there is.
How?
Well, so now you have to prove that there is.
You got to prove that there's not a teapot.
Right, and then I just go back to the Bahamas while you're up there trying to prove it. Right. So he's trying to distinguish people making claims that the burden of proof should not be on the person who doubts you. It should be on the person who's making the claim. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so it'd be really cool if astronauts went up and actually found the teapot.
Nothing would make me happier.
Well, when we come back, more of Star Talk's interview with the Mythbusters.
Curbing your appetite doesn't get any easier just because you went on a diet. When 3 p.m. hunger pangs hit, you can tough it out and get cranky and lightheaded, or you can hit the vending machine and pack on the pounds. But now there's a third option. Snack smarter in 2014 with NatureBox. Sign up to NatureBox for great tasting, healthy snacks sent right to your door. And I'm not talking about rabbit food. Think French toast granola, salted caramel pretzel pops, dark cocoa almonds, and more, designed to leave you full and healthy. Check it out now at naturebox.com. You'll find 0 trans fats, 0 high fructose corn syrup, and nothing artificial. And that includes your genuinely pleased reaction. And NatureBox ships for free, just like nature does. Right now, try your first order of NatureBox at 50% off by going to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. Stop the vending machine madness. Snack smarter.
My remote control's vibrating a little bit with the environment.
And your hunger, go to naturebox.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Star Talk. Tyson here. Chuck Nice there.
That was very Starship Captain.
It was.
That was.
It was a Warp Factor 5 already. We got the Mythbusters. They came to visit me in New York, and they come to visit me. They were in New York, and I snared their schedule.
Nice.
To have them come by my office. You know, there's some myths that Discovery Channel will not let them test.
Really?
Yeah.
Danger?
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
Well, the one that I've been wanting to do, it actually involves canceling velocities, and it was based on a video where some baseball pitcher hangs his arm out the window with a baseball, and he throws it backwards in the opposite direction that the train is traveling at exactly the same speed. And so to somebody on the side, the ball just drops out of midair and stops.
Yeah.
We did that. Kerry Grant Torrey did that on the show, and I was a little ticked off because I wanted to do that, but I wanted to take it a step further where I would get to be the baseball. And
You would get thrown off the train.
well,
Cancel velocity. So presumably he'd just be standing there.
yeah.
No, you have to be thrown off the moving train backwards at the speed of the train.
Right.
Yeah, I would rig a backwards facing slingshot, and
What could possibly go wrong?
Possibly.
it actually it goes on from there. Where if you rigged something like this on a bus, you know, the bus wouldn't even have to stop at the bus stop. You just get into this little pod, and then bang, you're right on the.
And you're standing
You're standing stock still.
The buses would never have to stop.
Yeah.
Trains would not have to stop.
Yeah.
Planes would never just have continuously running.
People into it.
Well, there's going to be a limit. You know, you're not going to get up to speed in an airplane that's traveling 500 miles.
Because you have to get on the airplane in the first place. But ignoring that complication, this is a brilliant idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, the G loads, if you accelerate from 0 to 500 miles an hour in, 50 feet?
Okay, you're a pile of goo, fine, but it's otherwise a brilliant idea.
Well, and so they had issues with safety, and I went immediately to one of the tricks that we often do when we're testing things is to get into it incrementally. Obviously, they wouldn't have any safety issues if I did it at 5 miles an hour, and I could do that running off of a low trailer that's being towed by a
Up
truck.
to your own body speed, yeah. You could do that.
And if they
5-10 miles an hour, for sure. Because you're easing them into this idea that you have a high speed.
You know, presumably at some point it might be 50 miles an hour, who knows, the G loads that you would have to subject yourself to over, say, a 50-foot long bus or trailer would be excessive. And
You have to accelerate from 0 to that speed very quickly.
yeah, but there would be a safe way if you do it incrementally to increase the speed and find out what you could do.
A theoretically safe way.
Yeah, this speaks towards a lot of what we do on the show, where some of these things are silly. We've polished turds and we've made balloons out of lead, you know, inherently ridiculous.
They're of no major import.
Yeah,
They're curiosities. Did you say polished turd?
Yeah, we actually got a reflectometer to make
see
sure
how
we
shiny
were
your turds
genuinely making it shiny. And Jamie did lion poo, I did ostrich poo.
Yeah, I got mine within a couple of percent similar to ball bearings shininess. It's pretty impressive.
This is hardened poo, obviously.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a
you know
technique.
the process of dorodongo, the Japanese process of making shiny mud balls?
No.
It's actually really cool. You can make a nearly perfect shiny sphere out of mud using this process and just using mud in your hands.
So you just put the poo in for the mud and you...
So we went to the zoo and we actually collected about a dozen different kinds of poo.
And the zookeeper let you take the poo?
Yes.
Well, they collected it for us.
We have shots of Jamie ferreting through a warthog enclosure.
Yeah, that's true.
But I digress. Sorry. I was distracted by shiny poo, but go on.
So these things are not in and of themselves that useful to know, but the process of getting there is interesting. And in the case of this canceling velocities thing, I started to think carefully, since I was especially meeting so much resistance from the insurance company that, I might be maimed or killed in the process of testing this, that I started to parse out what exactly it was that would be of concern. And it wasn't that the drop to the ground, because this affair could be arranged to be fairly low on a low trailer, so maybe you drop a foot or something like that, no big deal. The problem, therefore, is if you would happen to mismatch those velocities, you make a mistake and it doesn't work exactly as planned. And what happens there? Well, you interact with the ground, and that's something other than zero velocity. And what's the problem with that? Well, it's friction. And so if you have friction, if the velocity is significant enough, then you're going to start to interact with that ground and tumble. And tumbling means broken bones and things like that, and that's where you run into problems.
So your euphemism for breaking your neck is interacting with the ground?
Yes.
Under parameters that are unacceptable.
Yeah. And my solution to that would be to remove the friction, which could be either lubrication, which would be funny and make for good television, I think. You're on the bus and you step into this little slingshot affair and it sprays you with some kind of lubricant. Yeah, and then...
so you're on time, even if you're a little greasy.
Yeah.
Animal birthing
I
lubricant.
actually buy ours in a powder form.
Yeah, in large quantities.
Just add water.
And that's interesting, and it actually feeds right back to conventional things that we all know about, like what do motorcycle racers wear? They wear leather gear.
It's not an exoskeleton, it's an exoskin.
Yeah, it allows them to slide. It removes the friction.
Maybe they'd be better if they were coated in lubricant.
It's possible, as long as there aren't any obstacles on the course. In our testing, we can make sure, we go out on a runway so there's nothing that we would hit. But the process of getting there, where I come up with this premise, what if we did this, what would happen? It's a what-if situation. And I start to think very carefully about what is the actual problem. And you could, as far as I'm concerned, quite safely manage to jump out of a car and going at full speed if you were on something like a shallow ski kind of affair that would just slide. There's no impact that's going to be happening as long as you are doing this in a controlled situation, which we would.
Crazy people.
They are insane. However, I was impressed with the fact that you used the term exoskin.
Oh.
Because as a person who rides motorcycles...
I didn't know you were bike.
Well, no longer, because I got kids now. My wife won't allow me to do it.
But she doesn't want you to die.
Right, yeah. But, the moment she says, here's the bike, I know our marriage is over. But
yeah, the best organ donors are motorcyclists.
That's right. Yeah. However, there's a saying that we have in the biking community, better the cow's skin than my own. And that's for guys who wear leather when they bike. It's not a fashion statement. It's actually for your own safety.
So what do they have against cows? Sorry. So this experiment with falling off the truck, they actually did something similar to that, but not with Jamie. That's the point. Right?
Okay.
So they used a soccer ball, and they launched it off the back of a 60-mile-an-hour truck. And they launched it at 60 miles an hour, and the ball just fell straight down. Yeah.
Okay.
But Galileo could have known this. I mean, this was... So it's just fun watching them make this happen.
Right.
But it was going to happen that way. Galileo figured that
out a pretty long time ago.
A pretty long time ago. Also, there are issues with whether advertisers will get in the way between whether they have an idea that they should perform or not.
Now we're talking TV.
Now we're talking TV. Let's find out.
So early on we thought, well, what about teeth whiteners? How well do over-the-counter teeth whiteners work as opposed to the medical grade?
So now you're testing brands on that
Right,
level.
and we thought, oh, this is no end of stuff we can test here. And Discovery was, no. We have advertisers who sell toothpaste. And I don't begrudge them their business model. I understand that.
But really, it shouldn't be your job to tell people what product to buy. Really.
It shouldn't. I'm a little sad about it because I love the British version of Top Gear because I love it when they get behind the wheel of a car they don't like and they say, this is a piece of crap. That is something you will almost never hear on American television. And that's
all about the money. But the fact is, you wouldn't have a show unless some sponsor sponsored
Exactly.
it. So let's be grown up about it and understand that and find some other topic.
I guess one of the early times I talked about this was at a hacker conference, and they were expecting some sort of like, yeah, screw the man. And I said, look, that's their business model, and it's one that's allowed me to do all sorts of wonderful stuff that you've enjoyed watching. So let's not begrudge them their own model. But it does mean, that we won't test something that we've always wanted to test, which was the cleanliness of bottled water versus tap water.
I'm a New Yorker all the way, and I go to other cities. Like, what the hell are you guys drinking? Like, ew, what is that?
Well, in San Francisco, ours is almost as good as New York tap water.
Why don't we do, cities would let you contest cities.
Absolutely. Oh, you're totally right. We should totally do that.
And then the city pride.
New York City's tap water is so good because of how thriving the estuary of the Hudson River Valley is. And in San Francisco, we've got a pretty good one.
Okay.
You're a New Yorker by
I am.
heritage, and I'm not. But New York water, I tell you, even I know that.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's not as good as San Francisco, but San Francisco's water is fine.
I'll take you up. That'll be fun. And then
we'll do the Pepsi challenge.
Yeah, it's a Pepsi challenge. And then what you do is you serve the San Francisco people New York water, or vice versa.
Right.
Once you get Icelandic water, they talk a lot about their water.
Local pride.
Yeah, is it well water? Is it a reservoir water? Is it glacial runoff? Then that way you can stay out of the...
Absolutely. Okay, I think we've got a whole episode there.
Cool.
And we can imply something about bottled water.
So do you know there's an annual tap water test?
Did not.
Conducted by the American Water Works Association? And the best tasting tap water in 2013 was Oklahoma City.
Get out of here.
Now, I think I've been to Oklahoma City, and I went to a restaurant, and they're putting, like, lemon wedges in the water.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Was this test done with lemon wedges in the water? Could that be why Oklahoma City has the best tasting water? Because it's lemonade without sugar?
Just gotta take a break. When we come back, more of part 2 of the Mythbusters interview. Party begin. Now it's time to start your free trial of exclusive content in your living room and on your mobile devices on Hulu Plus. With Hulu Plus, you get total control to watch thousands of shows wherever you want, whenever you want. Use Hulu Plus on connected TVs, game consoles, Blu-ray players, Roku, Apple TV, PCs, or watch from anywhere on your smartphone or tablet, on demand, at any time of day or night. With Hulu Plus, you can binge on full seasons, watch your favorite current shows, and even full series runs of classic TV shows. It's endless. They've got Lost, Star Trek The Next Generation, The X-Files, Twilight Zone, Night Gallery, and thousands more. Hulu Plus is only $7.99 per month. But right now, they're offering an extended free trial of Hulu Plus that is available only to Star Talk listeners. Go to huluplus.com/StarTalk for your extended free trial and get an extra week free. Again, go to huluplus.com/StarTalk for your extended free trial.
This is Star Talk.
I'm Jamie Heineman.
And I'm Adam Savage.
We're the Mythbusters.
And you're listening to Star Talk Radio.
Star Talk, Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Chuck Nice with me.
Yes.
In studio.
Yes.
In New York.
Speaking of New York,
what?
You said Oklahoma City won the best tasting water for 2013.
Not that I didn't. It was the American Water Works Association, Oklahoma City. But I'm thinking, I thought New York had some water. Yeah. Then I looked at their list. Right. Okay. So the year before it was Fremont, Nebraska. Before that, Greenville, South Carolina. Stevens Point, Wisconsin, 2010. Macon, Georgia, 2009. Louisville, Kentucky, 2008. I'm saying, what's going on here? If you have good water, you ought to be winning every year.
Exactly.
So what's up with that?
Yeah, what is up with that? Every year a different place has the best water.
They say New York has the best pizza because we have the best water going into the dough.
That makes the dough better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think it's just our general awesomeness. I'm just going to say.
Awesomosity.
Awesomosity.
Yeah, so that's our part 2 of our Mythbusters interview with Adam Savage and Jamie Hyman. Jamie Hyman is the bald one with the hat, in case you get him confused. They're famous for their experiments of blowing stuff up. I had to ask him, what happens if you get injured? Let's find out.
Show me your scars. I think I've got about 100 scars on my hands. I've got one on my forehead.
Got about 50, 60 stitches in my hands. I broke my finger about 2 months ago.
Are these from explosions or power tools gone awry?
Actually, the most common injury on our set is from moving safety equipment.
Yeah. No, those glass panels that we carry around it, they weigh
OSHA would be proud.
right? They weigh close to a couple hundred pounds, and we have to use a bunch of them. So you get your fingers in between them.
So yeah, I got my finger between and broke my left metacarpal.
That's happened 3 times, and those are the most serious.
4 times. I was the 4th.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the most trips to the hospital from that type of injury.
So have other people been injured? Like
Other
producers?
crew members have broken fingers and gotten a couple of stitches here and there, but by and large, that's it. It's all relatively minor outpatient procedures.
Any members of your production crew that you want to make sure they get injured?
No, not anymore.
So no matter what you say at the beginning of a show, somebody's going to imitate what you're doing. Is there some liability to that as well?
We've been very lucky. Well, one thing is we always play out
Well,
what our
sure.
safety procedures are.
Discovery Channel viewers, they're a notch above others.
I think so.
Hey,
We've
yeah.
been blessed that no one seems to have tried anything super dangerous and gotten hurt doing stuff.
Yeah, and we're pretty prominent about don't try this at home and that kind of thing. And when you think about it, I mean, there's so much violent, just out of control, crazy stuff on the television, even in the news that you see all the time. We shouldn't be really held accountable for it.
Right. Of all the violence you're exposed to on TV, I'd like to turn to you guys.
You're gonna call us the scapegoats. We have had people try stuff we've done in order to save their lives.
And been successful.
And been successful at doing that. We did a couple of episodes on escaping from an underwater car. And one of the things we learned during our episode is that as a car is sinking and it still has air within the car, you actually won't be able to open the door because of the pressure differential.
Pressure difference, yeah.
Until it actually settles on the bottom. So even after the car's full of water, if it's moving through the water, there's still a pressure differential.
And even so, it has to fill with water once it's there. And that's kind of the cool part as far as the drama and us experimenting with this is that you have to wait until it's almost too late. You have to sit there and watch every last bit of the air disappear.
Well,
and then you open the car door, and you will be able
amazingly, we had this truck driver in San Diego who had a seizure and drove off the end of a pier. He came to in the cab of his truck in blackness and realized he was in the water. And he thought, right, okay, what did the Mythbusters say to do in this case? Oh, you've got to let the cab fill up with water. So he opened a vent. This is some big cojones on this guy. He opened a vent and let his cab fill up with water, held his breath and opened the door and swam to safety and emailed us to thank him.
Yeah, that happened about 6 times across the world.
Yeah, a couple of police officers in the Midwest in the winter also went in the drink and credited us with getting them out in time.
But so far, thankfully, no kids have, improvised explosives.
Ooh, I knew I found gold down there.
And like I said, we really big up all of the safety procedures. We're standing in full safety gear. You have eye protection, ear protection, helmets, glass panels. The FBI taught us a really great method is you don't know what's going to happen with an explosion. Put something big between you and it, like a building.
Yeah. Well, and I can tell you also that we've run across things that we could put out there and say, don't try this at home and all that kind of stuff, but there are episodes that we've canceled because we're not in the business of, this is dangerous. Now, here's how to do it.
So, it's not just don't try this at home, it's don't try this at any time, anywhere.
Absolutely. Yes.
And even about home.
And even about home. Please don't try at home, especially my home. That's what I'm saying.
So this thing about the door is an important fact. Do you ever notice airplane doors? They seal from the inside out. Right, the door's on the inside and presses against the outside fuselage. That's because when you're flying, the air pressure is higher inside the plane than it is outside, and that air pressure helps to keep the door shut.
Nice.
Yeah, so that way the locks and other things, you're not fighting what nature's trying to make happen anyway.
Right.
And we saw the Bourne trilogy, and the second one, when he drives off the bridge, he knew that Bourne is a smart dude. Yeah, that puts you in the game. So the car goes off, the Jeep goes off, he waits for it to fill up, then he goes out. Right, got that all figured out.
So, here's the thing. Just don't drive your car off into a body of water. How about you just practice some traffic safety?
I can tell you, as an astronomer, we got to be the safest job in the world. Because the black hole is really far away.
No chance of getting sucked in.
Yeah, we're good with that. Chuck, we got to take a break. When we come back, more of Star Trek Radio's interview with the Mythbusters. What's that to say? music that we play.
That's very cool.
For all the ins and outs of these segments.
I'll have to do whatever we're talking.
Yeah, whatever.
This is a very cool way to
I
tie it
don't even think we got top people working on this in our factory.
They tried to sneak up on me.
Also, Star Talk has a Twitter handle at Star Talk Radio. So you can find us there. Check out what's going on. So this is part 2 of the Mythbusters interview.
Yeah.
Occasionally, sometimes they find things in their work that surprises even me. Let's find out. What is the weirdest urban legend that turned out to be true?
Elephants afraid of light.
No, don't say that.
We were in South Africa filming with sharks, and bad weather kept us off
Wait,
the water.
everyone for Discovery Channel has to do sharks at
Yes.
some point.
Yeah, we've done Shark Week twice.
It's 3 times. This is rites of passage.
Oh, yeah. But bad weather kept us off the water, which was a disaster from the production standpoint. So we went inland and thought, well, let's just produce 5 minutes of filler. Let's do Elephants Are Afraid of Mice. So we found someone with some mice. We found a nature preserve with some sad elephants. And we set up a procedure.
We got a big ball of dung. Elephant turds are like basketballs, and we hollowed out a space in the bottom of the turd.
Big enough for a very unhappy mouse.
Yeah, one very unhappy mouse in there. Tied monofilament onto it and went and hid behind a bush. And the people at the game reserve opened the fence. They knew.
The elephants walk on paths that are predictable.
Yeah,
Whoa.
and we thought this was a fluff piece. The elephant's not going to be able to see what the little mouse or...
We thought our biggest problem was going to be, what do we do when the elephant steps on the mouse? Do we film it?
Yeah.
Show it?
Bambi meets Godzilla.
Yeah, so the elephant comes out on cue, and darned if it didn't come screeching to a stop once the mouse came out. Yeah, and it very carefully almost tiptoed around.
Totally.
Yeah. And it
Like
just...
Disney style,
Right.
towing around a mouse.
So then we're thinking, well, maybe the elephant's never seen its own dung roll by its own
Maybe it's
accord.
afraid of its dung.
So we removed the mouse. We had another elephant come through. We moved the dung. Elephant didn't do a darn thing.
Yeah, and then we repeated
This is
it.
the control that you're trying
Yeah,
to
so
put into the thing.
we posited that must be a control. Then we added another mouse and did it with a different elephant.
And the same thing happened.
Got the same
So it wasn't just a neurotic.
Not a neurotic elephant. We did have, and this is another thing that I love. We were doing an appearance at a college a few years ago, and this 8-year-old girl raised her hand. She was like, I wanted to know why you used a white mouse in the experiment. Elephants are afraid of mice because they're not very natural, and why didn't you use a more natural colored mouse? And I said, you're absolutely right. It's because we weren't thinking far enough ahead. We thought we were doing a fluff piece, and we were just wanted something that was bright on camera.
She was all over
She
that
was
story.
totally all over it. More power to her. A future scientist.
We failed.
Yeah, they're unbelievable. First of all, here's 2 things I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
All right? One, elephants have very large brains. Maybe they're not afraid of mice. Maybe they're extremely compassionate. They just didn't want to step on something so small and helpless.
Confusing fear for
protection. That's number 1. Number 2, the little girl had a point. Maybe elephants are racist. Okay, something to consider.
They don't like the white mouse.
Right, exactly.
Black mice.
Right, you know what I
Then I
mean?
could chill with them. That's like any of a half dozen Disney films where the black animal is like the crows.
The villain, the crows.
The crows, wasn't that in Dumbo?
Actually, the crows are
The crows were the black people.
they were. They're just like,
Now you know better than that. You don't know elephant can't fly. Boy, you better put that feather out your trunk. Okay, so the interesting, they didn't test all the controls.
didn't test all the controls.
They could have, but this goes way back. It's not just an urban legend, which is what we say these modern things are.
Right.
It goes way back. There's a book published in AD 78.
That's way back.
Pliny the Elder.
Okay, I'm not familiar.
I don't think they had first and last names back then. It was like, oh, you little Pliny?
Pliny the Elder, not Pliny the Baker.
Yeah, right. Get yourself some Pliny. I actually own this book. It's a book called Natural History.
Okay.
And I have the first English translation of it, which is from 1600.
Oh, cool.
And it is the repository of all knowledge of the day. All natural knowledge of the day.
So it's like the first encyclopedia.
It's essentially the first encyclopedia. And for those younger listeners, it's like Wikipedia, but in print, okay? So,
I didn't realize that. You do date yourself when you say encyclopedia.
yeah, you know what the hell
Nobody
you're
knows
talking
what the
about.
hell you're talking about.
Encyclopedia? What does encyclo mean?
Where's no wiki? Where's no wiki?
So here's the quote. It's a great quote. Of all other living creatures, elephants cannot abide a mouse or a rat.
Oh, so even back then he knew that. Oh, yeah, that's hot.
He knew it.
fascinating.
So it's not, we don't know why elephants would react that way. And some people have challenged their results other than the 8-year-old girl. Right. That this is a general result. But it's still fun to know that an elephant can, on some conditions, tiptoe around the mountain. When we come back, more of Star Talk Radio's interview with the Mythbusters.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. This is Star Talk.
Systematic knowledge of the physical world gained through observation and experimentation. Usually beginning with the hypothesis of what some may call an estimation. Record your results from the rest.
Last segment.
Yes, I'm a little crestfallen that this is the last.
Crestfallen? I thought you were from the hood. Every now and then, this whole SAT word comes out of Chuck's mouth.
Yes, this is true. This is why I got beat up a lot in the hood.
Because your Ivy League education. Just busting out. You can't hold it in. So, the Mythbusters interview with Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman. This is the last segment. And in this next clip, we hear how they wanted Mythbusters to be different from other science TV shows. And they hypothesize why they think it's become so popular. Check it out.
In the end, we really wanted to make sure we weren't just doing like a science demo show.
It's not that that would be bad.
No. But most science programming up until us, where it was practical stuff, is what we call demonstration programming. The stuff Bill Nye does. Here's the concept of this, and here's a model that shows it.
It's a liquid nitrogen. And,
yeah. But we have
bed of nails.
Jamie's got a degree in Russian language, and I've got a high school diploma. We have no idea what the results of any demonstration we're about to do will be. Our ignorance is the audience ignorance. We're a genuine experimentation show.
You said you have a high school diploma, means you don't have a college diploma.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
I'm
true.
just trying to get the euphemisms correct.
Well, and that approach points out a fundamental thing to Mythbusters is think about experimentation as opposed to demonstration, and the fact that we're not educated formally as scientists. It points out that, science isn't just for guys in lab coats. We kind of came into this by accident, and we were presented with these urban legends to debunk or whatever. We just want to do a good job. So we applied our minds to it, and we figured, well, like we do with anything in our normal work, which was special effects before this, we're methodical about it.
Yeah.
You have a beginning point, an end point, you have a body of work in the middle, you march through it carefully to make sure that you cover all the bases and you're doing a good job. Well, that just happens to be pretty darn close to science. So
That's to say, we never set out to actually illustrate the scientific method. It just turns out that when you're telling a narrative about trying to figure something out,
That's what it is.
that's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
And science is messy, and it's a deeply creative process, trying to come up with hypotheses and trying to figure out ways to remove variables and figure out your own bias.
One of the strongest points of your show, at least from my point of view, is you get to see how you think about the problem.
Yeah.
And how often do you get to see a scientist?
Shoot. No suspicions were raised when the new equipment was brought in the other day. Crew at Station 4 are still under the impression that we are setting up a new station beyond this area. Standings being hired are convincing enough. However, do worry about the project managers at the other stations, especially Bob at Station 1. We all know he takes his job very seriously. The bullet point update is bugging the hell out of me. My gut tells me figure out something's going on down here sooner rather than later. Goodbye.
That was scary.
Wouldn't want it going to waste now, would we? We going for a dunk?
Nah. I'm good. Shit. I don't have that perk. Alright. Well. Let's dive in. Looks like a dead end. Dive, dive, dive. That's my reward. Oh man. That was that's pretty intense.
Tim, good job on keeping things under wraps. We've taken your advice and have asked the other project managers to meet you at Station 4. Stall them if they arrive before we get there. They haven't been told anything. We are very close to accomplishing our goal. Please be patient. You will be rewarded in time.
But of course, the explorer in me has to say, one more dive. Am I over encumbered? Holy hell, I am. never satisfied. Shit. Oh. What was that? And I can't get out.
Hey, toss anything you can't haul my way. You playing hide and seek?
Huh.
Think about a problem. Never. You just see the result. It's in the journalist's public account of what you did, and so we're a participant with you as you do this.
Right. Well, and you use a word like a hypothesis, and a lot of times people's eyes glaze over.
You don't even have to call it science, just call it being curious about how to find out how things work.
It's posing a question and then methodically going about getting an answer. So that's what we do, and that's one of the reasons the show has had such appeal with people of all ages and all types of backgrounds.
See, I would have thought it was your beret. I thought that's why people watch
the beret's at least 50%.
Yeah, it's got to be at least.
The other 50% is explosives. So.
That's the recipe. Beret, blow stuff up.
It was a decade of TV.
So is the beret now surgically attached to your skull?
He's wearing a new one, which I'm one of the few people that can tell immediately. His previous one, we were doing a story about shooting grenades out of the air.
It's like a Michael Jackson story where his beret lit up on fire?
No, Jamie was throwing grenades for me to shoot at, and he said, I'll give you one chance to shoot my hat, and I hit it.
He tossed his hat?
He tossed his hat, and I hit it with a shotgun round. It has hundreds of holes in it.
Yeah. So that means you're pretty handy with a shotgun.
We both turned out to be pretty good at trap shooting.
Yeah. Well, of course, shotguns, it's a spray.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a spray.
You just have to sort of point it right at
We also tried doing it with just a pistol, and it's a whole different world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys are out of control.
They are out of control.
Plus, when he first said, "Oh, he shot my hat," I'm thinking it's who's the dude with the bow and arrow and the apple?
Exactly. William Tell.
William Tell, right? And then
What's on your head is the question.
You shot my hat. Was it still in your head? So I like to think of MythBusters as not something that simply debunks or explores urban legends, but it is a demonstration of how science works. Right. That's what it is, and I'm impressed that it has attracted that much interest. That tells me that there's an underbelly up there. There's a hidden geek in us all.
In everyone.
In everyone. It really is. And the show airs in every region that carries Discovery Channel. So it's Eastern and Central Europe, Denmark, I got a list here, Finland, South Africa, Norway, Sweden, Australia, Greece, Spain, Brazil. And so it has an appeal worldwide that is extraordinary. And so I'm wondering, if this is the beginning, then the saga will continue. But I wonder if it's some of the seeds planted that will render science as a mainstream activity.
You know, I think in one way it could, but here's what you get most people that's when you say science.
Yeah.
Science is hard. You know, it's hard. But it can be fun. It can be hard and fun. Right. Right? Yes.
John Kennedy said, that's easy. Oh, you had to imitate it.
No. But you know how we go to the moon? I just love that.
You know more what he said?
Let me see.
No, that was Obama.
No, that was Obama. I'm Obama Kennedy. We go to the moon because we can. Yes, we can.
Obama Kennedy, that's a really Irish-sounding name.
That's
Obama Kennedy.
If I have another kid, I'm going to name it Obama Kennedy.
So we choose to go to it not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
Because it's hard.
And in school, I used to wrestle. I wrestled not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
Right.
Sometimes you want to do something hard, because then at the end of the day, you are in a new place. A place that others aren't there because it was hard.
Nice. I'm inspired.
We're out of time. Chuck, thanks for being on Star Talk Radio.
Always a pleasure.
And that is the end of our Part 2 episode with the Mythbusters. You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, bidding you to keep looking up.
Science like Galileo dropped the orange.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox, where you can order great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Snack smarter in the new year with healthy and delicious treats like sourdough cheddar pretzels and baked sweet potato fries. Support this podcast and get 50% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use offer code StarTalk3.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, leaving us with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
Oh, what are you saying?
What you checking is a TV addict. This don't mean to bring static. Hold your Klingons in your grandma's house. Grab your backstreet friend, they get loud.
I'm a man that's on a mission. Like a scientist. When I'm a scientist.
Check it out. What's it all about?
Now, get busy.
To Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist with the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. We're going straight into time travel questions. Time travel questions. I need help. Because these questions come to us from the internet, from Facebook and Twitter and on the phone and Google Plus.
Hey,
and
you mind keeping an eye out for a second?
And I found Colin Jost wandering. Colin, welcome to Star Talk Radio.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
So you've been like a comedian your whole life. When you were a kid, did your parents say, "What are you, a comedian?" Were you one of those?
I totally was. It was in like grade school. I was impersonating David Letterman and doing David Letterman shows.
You were the class clown.
I was. Well, I wasn't like the goofy class clown. I was trying to, aspiring to be the smart class clown.
The smart class clown. Good. I wonder if anyone ever thought that it would amount to anything in your life.
I don't know. Probably.
Well, actually, has it?
Yeah, well, that's a great first question. Enough that I'm here, I guess. I mean, that's...
Well, welcome. You come quite pedigreed. You're a writer for Saturday Night Live. I did a little homework on you. Excellent.
Yeah.
And also, you do stand-up, and you can be found around town. So, and your tweet at Colin Jost.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, we'll follow you there.
Yeah.
So I brought you in to just kind of cull these questions. I haven't actually seen the questions yet, but you have, and so just fire them in.
Fire away.
I'm sitting and ready for you.
This is great. They look really good to me. So the first one is just a pretty great question to start off time travel, which is it's coming from Facebook, from a guy named Sean Karp on Facebook.
Sean Karp.
Sean Karp. And the question starts, what is time? Really nice intro. It continues, what is time?
Although essentially he's not satisfied with just...
He's not satisfied. This is not you'll see there's a paragraph here, so he's not satisfied with anything.
Okay, let's go.
So, what is time? And he says, in A Sound of Thunder by Ray Bradbury, he speaks of time as a linear thing which can be altered. However, in Star Trek, the 2009, he points out Star Trek, time is also linear, but can be diverted into parallel streams like a river or a highway. The Doctor refers to time like this. People assume...
Excuse me, Doctor as in Doctor Who? Doctor Who, yeah.
I'm assuming, unless it's just his own personal position, launching into
the metaphysics of time.
Let me tell you about time first, in the middle of a proctology exam. Let's talk about time for a second. The Doctor refers to time like this. People assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. And he says, are any of these explanations more true? Are none even close? Other thoughts?
Well, okay, excellent. And a beautiful reference there with 3 sources of science fiction, including the late Ray Bradbury.
That's right.
In fact. So time, all we can tell you of time is how we measure it and what consequences different phenomenon and behavior of the universe have upon it. So, here we are sort of progressing through time, second after second, and we're prisoners of the present, forever moving between the past and the future. That's how we think of it. However, if I set you into motion, the very clearly identified and well-tested laws of relativity tell you that I can slow down or speed up your time relative to other things around you. So, time in that sense is not linear. It can be stretched or shrunk relative to other things that are around it. And not only that, in the vicinity of supermassive black holes that distort the fabric of space and time, because the fabric of the universe is not just what it does structurally to the space, it's the fabric of what the time is doing as well. So imagine 2 black holes ready to collide. That's an awesome disturbance in the fabric of space-time.
And so a black hole is an area where the light, the energy in it is traveling faster than the speed of light.
Well, no. So once you fall into a black hole, you never come out, not even if you are a beam of light. So, so that's why it's black. And that's why we sensibly call it a hole.
So if you think of like a beam of light struggling to get out of a drain, it's not even getting out.
It's not even getting out, therefore it's black. Gotcha. And so the consequence of this, it's not just simply that the light can't get out. Space curves back upon itself. So that the light is trying to get out, but there is no pathway for it to occupy. And that is a severe curvature of space and time. And so of these 3 definitions here, as represented in science fiction, I'd have to go with the Doctor. And the series Doctor Who.
Doctor Sam.
Get it right? Wiggly, wobbly, wimey.
Yeah, wibbly, wobbly, timey, wimey stuff.
Yeah, it's now about whether time can split, we simply don't know. Is there some other universe where you are left-handed and not right-handed that's split at some point in your life? We just don't know.
Right.
We just we have a hard enough time trying to understand our one universe.
Yeah.
Much less rivers that might flow from it.
People have that, I think, they do have that fantasy of, oh, what if I had another life, I would do this, and if I had another life...
And they're hoping that life is actually going on right
somewhere,
now, in another universe. So I go with the Doctor Who on that one.
And when we're talking about black holes, so maybe this is a more elementary question, but where does all the stuff go that's getting sucked in?
Yeah, it's an elementary and extraordinarily good question. It can be both at the same time.
Dumb and smart. Parallel worlds. Dumb and smart.
So, every law of physics that we know says that once you fall into a black hole, you will collapse down to what we call a singularity. By the way, that was our word first. who's this guy who's been using it for
with cell phones with singularity
yeah. So Ray Kurzweil's been using that. He stole that from us.
Okay.
Just I'm telling you right now. He's saying that's the day in the future where computers get faster and computationally than the human brain, and then you can't distinguish the two, and you upload your mind into a computer and live forever. It's our word, singularity. So in the center of a black hole, all matter and energy collapse to that infinitesimal point, and we don't know what happens at that point. Our physics ends at that point, and so we need new laws of physics, like string theory and other things. But there
oh god damn it!
Top people working on that.
And is there a black hole that's anywhere near enough that even in centuries from now we'll send something into it to find out, or no?
Well.
Is that hard?
You want to go?
Well, so I thought we'd start like the traditional way: monkey, dog.
Send a hamster first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, we got to close out this segment. We'll see you after the break.
Shit.
Appetite doesn't get any easier just because you went on a diet. When 3 p.m. hunger pangs hit, you can tough it out and get cranky and lightheaded, or you can hit the vending machine and pack on the pounds. But now there's a third option. Snack smarter in 2014 with NatureBox. Sign up to NatureBox for great tasting, healthy snacks sent right to your door. And I'm not talking about rabbit food. Think French toast granola, salted caramel pretzel pops, dark cocoa almonds, and more, designed to leave you full and healthy. Check it out now at naturebox.com. You'll find 0 trans fats, 0 high fructose corn syrup, and nothing artificial. And that includes your genuinely pleased reaction.
That was creepy.
And NatureBox ships for free, just like nature does. Right now, try your first order of NatureBox at 50% off by going to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. Stop the vending machine madness. Snack smarter in 2014. Get a handle on your health and your hunger. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
This is Star Talk Radio, and we're in the Cosmic Queries part of the show. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm with Colin Jost. Colin, welcome to Star Talk. Did I pronounce your name right?
Colin, but
Colin.
yeah, Jost. Yeah, you're
Colin
right.
Jost.
Most people get Jost wrong, so you're already ahead of the game.
No, I'm only half. Okay, because I did better than others in that and worse than the other. All right. No, that makes me dead even, I think.
Yeah.
I got you on to just ask me these questions. You're going to be the everyman person out there.
That's
because
right.
we get questions, and for this particular show, we've culled together all the questions on time travel.
You hit the 5 instead of the S.
And I've not seen these questions in advance, but you've reviewed them from Facebook and Twitter and every other way people have access to it. So fire on.
But yeah, so this next one is from Google Plus, like even better.
I never met Google Plus.
Even better than Google, just a little bit better.
So Mr. Plus,
it's a little more charged. A little more charged. This question comes from Fraser Kane of the website Universe Today, and it's a question I've also wondered many times. Doesn't the fact that there are no time travelers now prove that time travel will never be invented in the future?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and I've always thought about that, because I said to myself, in fact, if you watch the CBS sitcom, The Big Bang Theory, in the roommate contract of I know you got to be totally in the show for this, but in the roommate contract, it's stipulated that if I'm getting the details of it wrong, the sense of it is right.
They'll still be very excited.
If any one of them invents a time machine in the future, they have to go back to that moment that they're reading that phrase in the roommate contract to show up in the room. And so they're going through the contract, and then they pause for a moment. No, okay, we have, you're not the one who invents the time machine in the future.
That's the ultimate, let's agree to meet back here 10 years from now, but it's at the same time. It's awesome.
Exactly. And so I think that's a pretty good argument. And I don't have a rebuttal to that.
But what if people are hiding it? What if people have come back but are not telling people for some reason because they don't want to give something away?
There's a quote, I think it was from Roald Dahl, but others perhaps have said it, that the only secret that can be kept between two people is when one of them is dead. So I'm pretty sure that if a time machine were out there, people would have figured that one out. It's been rumored that the reason why the Titanic sank is because in the future they invented a time machine and everyone wanted to go back to the Titanic to see the iceberg when it hits, and then it overloaded the Titanic and it sank. Right.
Oh, well, now I'm convinced.
So there's the evidence. You're looking for evidence?
There we go.
That's hardcore evidence. So that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And it might be that your time travel machine can only take you into the future, and then you don't have these paradoxes of killing your grandmother and then you're never born.
Yeah,
to go
back to the future stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's a movie too called Looper or Loopers that with Bruce Willis, and he goes back in time. He's like an assassin that goes back in time, and he goes back and he's scheduled to kill himself. So he has to figure out what to do about it.
You know what's interesting? All these TV shows, they have people going back and killing people. All you have to do is pick a time where two of your ancestors who mated produced one of your ancestors, and all you have to do is prevent them from mating. You don't have to kill anybody. Just your great-great-great-great-great-grandparents, prevent them from mating. You would have never been born.
Just enough of the killing.
Right. Forget the blood and guts. And so it doesn't take much to completely alter the path of who's alive and who was never born, or who was never conceived in this world.
Yeah. All right, next question here comes from Facebook, Dare Pringle, and the question is, if I had a time machine like H.G. Wells, if I traveled back in time 6 months, would I not find myself floating in space with the Earth on the other side of the sun? And if I was in L.A. and traveled back in time 3 hours, wouldn't I find myself roughly in New York and a few feet off the ground?
Okay.
Dive
what's
again.
going on there, of course, is it presumes that the time machine is only working in the time coordinate. But to quote, who was it? It was not Einstein. I think it was. It'll come to me in a moment. One of the great physicists of the early 20th century, upon realizing the implications of relativity, noted that no one has ever been at a place without there having been a time attached to it. And no one has existed in time without being at a place. And so forever, space and time, now in our new understanding of the fabric of the universe, space and time are part of the same coordinate system. So an intelligently rendered time machine, and this is a very clever and perceptive point of Mr. Pringle, a properly conceived time machine would recognize, maybe it's a setting, the settings function. It's like includes put me back in time and the same place that I am relative to everything else. But otherwise, if you're only moving back in time, you're correct. You go back in time 6 months, you are floating in space, and Earth is on the other side of the sun, and the side of you not facing the sun will freeze, and the side of you facing the sun will burn. Wow, that's what happens when you're in space. So actually, specify. Well, you can rotate rotisserie style to stay warm, but then you'll just suffocate. So you got to specify location as well as time. Otherwise, you're hosed.
Is that when you talk about, when, not you, but when one talks about time as a dimension, is that a way to think about it too? That it's almost like on an axis, and they're all one.
Totally an axis. It's totally an axis, and so you want to choose the axis.
These are the Dunwich borers.
So that the space carries you with the object that you care about, be it the planetary surface or whatever else you're doing. By the way, the sun is in orbit around the center of the galaxy. If you go back in time a million years, you want to make sure you're not on Earth, that Earth is still part of the sun, and the sun is in orbit around the center of the galaxy. Not only this, Earth
includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website so your content looks great on every device, every time. Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools. But if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours, 7 days a week. The new Squarespace Metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check site stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media follows. With Blog app, you can make text updates, tap and drag images to change layouts, and monitor comments on the go. What I like about Squarespace, it's great for everyone. Whether you need a simple website or you're a developer and you want to get into the code. There are so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month and includes a free domain name if you sign up for a year. Start a trial with no credit card required and start building your website. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code StarTalk3 to get a 10% discount and to show your support for StarTalk. We thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website.
This is Star Talk.
This is Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist. We're the Cosmic Queries part of the Time Travel Show. And I found him wandering the streets, Colin Jost. Colin, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you. Great to be here.
He's going to be reading questions submitted by all means of communication back to Star Talk. And by the way, Colin, if I want to find you, you're the Colin Jost.
That's right.
On Twitter.
Yeah.
So it's like...
And I've been enjoying all your tweets too.
Oh, thank you.
Curiosity. It's really cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of great Mars facts that I did not know.
So before the break, you left off with a question. Who's it from?
This is a question from Drew McDowell.
Drew McDowell. So he'd asked about the Star Trek The Voyage Home, Star Trek 4, which has been dubbed Save the Whales. That's the subtitle of that show.
That's right.
Where they go back in time to the present day of the time of the film. So it's 1984, I think it was, or 85. And so he wants to know, is there an actual speed with which you can swing by slingshot past the sun, such as what they did in that show,
right,
in that movie, in order to go back in time?
Right, and it says, can you use the sun's pull, but is there a safe enough distance that it wouldn't just pull you in?
Yeah, so first of all, you cannot do what they did in the show, in the movie.
Regardless,
right. So just would nip that one in the bud.
Yes.
Okay, so, and...
Yeah, gravity isn't strong enough. On a black hole, it probably is.
Vastly more powerful gravity than the sun. And you needed the fabric of space and time has to be so warped that, in fact, there's a colleague of mine who studies this. His name is Rich Gott. In fact, he's been on Star Talk before. He wrote a book called Time Travel in Einstein's Universe, and he found a solution to Einstein's equations that allows backwards time travel with a kind of a slingshot trajectory, but not around the sun. The sun does not disturb the fabric of space and time nearly enough.
What's the kind of thing that would?
Two black holes that are in orbit around each other. And so you'd have to do a kind of a wiggly path around these black holes, and you can end up in the past of your own world line before you had left to go on that trip.
Well,
yeah, it's a very whoa moment. And so Star Trek, it was more exciting to do it around the edge of the sun, because it's visually, rather than just two black things in space, which is already black. But in principle, but in fact, I don't know that this equation had been discovered at the time the movie was conceived. They surely would have tapped it. They've got very good writers for Star Trek. So yeah. And now, in terms of how close you can get to the sun, the ship, unless it had deflector shields working against thermal energy, the ship would have just vaporized. Yeah.
And when you with that process you were talking about with the black holes, they have way more gravity, obviously.
Yes, but the gravity is much more.
What determines the gravity of an object, or how do you get more gravity?
Yeah. Do you want more gravity? You don't weigh enough on Earth?
I know. Opposite diet. What do we do?
So yeah, two ways to gain weight. One of them is to eat more. The other one is to add more mass to the Earth, but keep it same size. So here's what happens. If Earth just got bigger, but here's the problem. What makes you weigh more is how close you are to the center of gravity, the center of mass of an object. Gotcha. The closer you are to it, the more you will weigh. The farther away you are from it, the less you will weigh. All right. Another thing that matters is what is the mass of the object you're attracted to. So you combine these together in an equation that Isaac Newton came up with, and you have two factors operating opposite each other. Okay, so watch what happens. If I take Earth and just make it bigger without increasing its mass,
your gravity's actually less.
Gravity's going to be less. Gravity's going to be less.
And so on the moon, there's less gravity. Is that because the mass is smaller?
Well, so the moon is 1/81st as massive as the Earth.
Gotcha.
1/81th as massive. So you'd think, well, you only weigh 1/81th of what you do now. If you were 160 pounds, you think you might weigh 2 pounds on the moon. No, you weigh 1/6 of what you do here. You weigh much more than you would otherwise weigh on the moon if you just because you're closer to the center of the moon. Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly. So the moon has 1/6 Earth's gravity, even though it is 1/81st of the mass of the Earth.
There you go.
That's how it is.
Problem solved.
And so, in fact, when people undergo weight loss programs, by the way, you could go to a mountaintop and you're farther away from Earth. That's one way to lose.
That's the easiest weight loss.
That's one way to lose weight. But you really
plus getting up there, you might lose some pounds.
Yeah. So what really people usually mean is that it's a mass loss problem. They want to lose mass.
Yes.
Not just weight. Plus, you can go to orbit and weigh nothing.
Right.
But you'll still be chubby if you want to start it that way.
It's more expensive.
That's way more expensive than Jenny Craig. Right?
Yeah, that's a Richard Branson diet. All right, and then so this next question here is from Peter Baxter. It's from Google+, and it says, if you took 1 year to get to the largest black hole in the universe, then you orbited it for 1 year, measured by a clock on board the spaceship, at the closest safe orbit you could, which is kind of what we're talking about almost. Then afterward, it took you 1 year to get back to Earth. How much time would have elapsed on Earth during the 3 years the astronaut experienced? Overall, is the astronaut traveling backward in time from the perspective of Earth?
Okay. Well,
it's like an intergalactic trains traveling at two speeds.
There you go. But yeah, the train goes from Chicago. The word problem from hell. 7th grade. I'll start the answer to that, but we'll have to get back to the final part of that answer after this break. But let me begin by saying that it depends on how fast you travel onto the black hole and how fast you travel en route back. And so we'll address that in just a moment when we come back to Star Talk Radio. By the way, you can find us online at StarTalkRadio.net. See you after the break.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
This is Star Talk Radio, where we bring the universe down to Earth. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson here with Colin Jost. Colin, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you.
We're in the Cosmic Queries time travel show, and you're bringing questions culled from the cosmos.
That's right.
Right here into the studio.
Mostly from Earth so far, but we'll see.
So far. And so we left off with someone who wanted some numerical...
Yeah,
tell me that again.
They wanted you to fully solve a math problem. It was basically a year to get to a giant black hole. You spend a year orbiting it, and then a year back to Earth. So 3 years total. Are you actually traveling backward in time? How much time has really elapsed for the traveler?
Okay, so...
Or, I'm sorry, how much time has elapsed on Earth?
Fortunately, we just came out of a break. So I was able to actually...
Or you fully solved this whole thing, and it was great to watch.
Dust off my my relativity equations, and here's the thing: a nearby black hole is in the constellation Cygnus, and it was the very first black hole ever discovered and confirmed. It's called Cygnus X1, and it's called X because it comes from an X-ray catalog of objects. And we came to learn that when a star is getting flayed by a black hole, a star that's in orbit around the black hole, that the descending material can, in its attempt to spiral down the toilet bowl, can be heated to extreme temperatures, so hot that it not only radiates red hot and white hot and blue hot. Blue hot is the hottest among the temperature, among the colors that you can radiate. It actually radiates in X-rays. You can do the calculation and show that that's how hot the material is. And so the first X-ray telescopes in the 1960s and early 70s were essentially discovering black holes in our midst.
They picked up something and they discovered it was that mass
Yeah,
accelerating so fast.
An ordinary star doesn't give us X-rays of that level. And then you look carefully and the star's orbiting something, you can't even see what's there. There's your black hole.
Wow. And is it speed that's making it build the heat?
Exactly. So as the material spirals down, it speeds faster and faster and faster. And there's a friction as it spirals down, friction with itself, as it tries to get into this tiny little hole. And that heats it up. It heats it up ferociously. And you get lots of ultraviolet light, lots of X-rays, and occasionally gamma rays. So,
if they could sell tickets to watch that,
I would
that would be like an even better Cirque du Soleil.
To watch a star get flayed by a black hole. That's so Cygnus X1 is 6,000 light years away. All right. So a beam of light, if you watched it, you have to wait 6,000 years for it to get there. So you want to get there in 1 year?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I would love to.
You want to get there in 1 year? Okay. So by your own time. So
she has no idea what happened down there.
If you must know, you're comparing 2 times the time you on Earth would measure versus the time the person traveling would experience. And in there's a factor of the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared. And v squared is your velocity, c squared is, of course, the speed of light. There it is. It's just, I have to say
what else? No. I wasn't thinking cookie. I was thinking speed of light. Yeah.
All right, so what happens is the faster you go, the slower time takes for you. And so we're going to slow down your time so much so that only 1 year passes by. Meanwhile, 6,000 years passes by for people on Earth. That speed is 99.
Hey, look, a mustache.
99986% of the speed of light.
I was going to guess that.
So that's damn near the speed of light. The point is, you're going essentially the speed of light, but not quite, but close enough, so that we watching you, it'll take you 6,000 years to get there. You, however, your clock, your watch, your metabolism, your brain thoughts, the timer on your microwave oven, everything in your ship has slowed down as far as we can tell looking at you. Okay? So there it is.
You're experiencing, you think it's a year, but we would say it's 6,000 years from here.
That's correct. I think you're taking 6,000 years and you're just moving really slow.
Wow.
That's right. So that's 6,000 years there.
So if I am someone who's perennially late and I'm trying to find new excuses for my employer, this might be one I might want to look into.
We'll find you a black hole to do this. So 6,000 years there. Then we just add the year that you're in orbit around the black hole. 6,000 years back, you would have gone into our future by 12,001 years, and you would have aged only 3 years. There it is, but everyone would have forgotten about you.
So people wouldn't even be able to say, oh, you look so good, because they'd be like...
Anyone who would have said that would have been long decomposed in the earth. When we come back, our final segment here in Cosmic Queries, we'll see you in a moment.
If I had a way to make time stand still, for a day, for an hour, for a year, for a while, for as long as we're here, stop the world.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. This is Star Talk.
One more time, feeling supreme. We're gonna celebrate, feeling supreme. One more time, feeling supreme.
We're back in the Cosmic Queries portion of Star Talk Radio. By the way, we're in the Twitterverse at Star Talk Radio. Like us on Facebook. Guess what we're called? We're called Star Talk Radio. And of course, you can get any archive of shows and read blogs and get engaged in our website, startalkradio.net. And as always, I've got a comedian with me here in the studio who's reading the questions. Colin Jost, who's a lifetime comedian ever since you were a kid in elementary school.
As long as I can remember, I think.
Where teachers complain complaining about you, or are they?
Yeah, they were surprisingly supportive, I would say.
Really?
When I look back, I'm like, why were they letting me do this?
Okay, so that meant you were not a disruptive comedian. You were just.
No, I somehow managed to, I guess, convince them that it was.
That it was a good thing. It's for your own good that I'm telling these jokes. Excellent, excellent. So we're doing Cosmic Queries. This is our time travel show, and people wrote in. So what do you have?
Here's one that I think is really interesting.
Oh wait, by the way, we left off with this guy asking. He wants to go to the nearest black hole, take a year, hang out for a year, and come back. And I said, you know, he ages 3 years, and we age 12,001. I was just trying to reverse that and say, suppose Cro-Magnon man 12,000 years ago figured this out, and they just showed up today.
That might explain Geico.
The Geico guys.
You created a scientific explanation for the Geico commercial.
I was wondering how we would finally resolve
how we would get to it.
They had already figured out time travel back then, and they just showed up. So what else you got?
This is a question from Facebook, from Daniel Owens, and he writes, what would be the most surprising thing to not find if you travel 100 years into the future? As in, they haven't figured out that yet, so this is more speculative, I think, question on your part, or for you to answer.
I'm surprised at stuff we haven't figured out today. I don't have to go. You don't need to send me 100 years into the future. You know, if an alien visited us today, I'd be embarrassed. You know, look, we're still pulling energy out of the ground. And we still fight each other. We fight wars over this, like, oil. We'd be the laughing stock of intelligent species in the galaxy. And they say, what do you do with volcanoes? We run. What do you do with hurricanes? We run. What do you do with tornadoes? We run. Haven't you solved it? No, I'm embarrassed. This is the 21st century. We should be in charge of the Earth, and not have the Earth be in charge of us.
Imagine if they came in, the aliens came back, and they just found like Spencer's gifts, and they thought that was like their leading thing instead of a museum. It would be even worse.
Yeah, you know, you don't know who they meet first, right? They land in some nudist colony or something, or whatever. You know, I always wonder if they've ever, maybe they've already landed like in Times Square, but nobody knows because they just fit right in.
There's so much going on there. Like, yeah, where do you want to go?
Yeah, exactly. They land in Hollywood, they just fit in, you know? But no, if they land at, I tweeted this, it was some very attractive alien in full garb.
Oh, yeah.
But I just tweeted, I said, I meant the only real alien, but no one noticed. They accidentally landed in Comic-Con.
I know, that would be the worst place for an alien to land. That's
total worst place. Total worst place.
That should be probably at least the beginning of a movie of that alien coming to Earth.
Exactly.
That's a really good opening scene.
So this question was what?
It was kind of, what do you think in 100 years from now you're going to be shocked?
Okay. If we still are not in control of Earth forces that would otherwise kill us, I'd be very disappointed.
Right.
One day I want to tap a volcano for its energy.
Of course.
And then
some places do, you know, I mean, I remember going to Iceland and seeing some of the technology they have there.
The geothermal energy, yeah. I mean, maybe we have to put beer in the volcano, then we'll learn how to tap it. We got to tap kegs just fine. So, to somehow tap the cyclonic energy of hurricanes, I'd be surprised if we haven't sort of figured that one out.
Have you seen how they have, you know, people have proposed things out in the ocean that are floating, that are circulating the water temperature so it never gets that hot and cold or...
So what they're trying to do is prevent the hurricane happening in the first place. Well, I don't mind a hurricane if it's a source of energy for us to tap. So the hurricane's ready to strike the coast, then you put some device in the middle, sucks all the energy out, and then you power the city that the hurricane would have otherwise leveled.
That's a pretty good comeuppance for the hurricane.
Exactly. But in fact, what's really going on there is that you're tapping solar power. The sun is what's driving the hurricane. So, in fact, there's a lot of wasted solar energy, first that's just rooftops that don't have solar panels, but also solar energy that is otherwise creating things that would destroy us. And also just earthquakes, the amount of energy in an earthquake. So, I want to be in command of Earth's forces 100 years from now, and I'd be disappointed if we weren't.
Really good,
We're running out of time. Oh my gosh.
My last thing, I was curious, because it's all over the place now, is with the Higgs boson particle, how does that affect time travel? Are there any thoughts about how that can either explain or help?
Yeah, it's not obvious that it could affect time travel, but if you get really if I can get really science fiction on you,
please.
Right? The Higgs boson controls the mass of particles. Imagine you go into a Higgs boson spa. It changes your mass just by walking in and walking back out. Well, that would be total command of particle physics. That would be an awesome weight loss program.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be the first thing someone uses it for, is to commercialize. Want to look 10 pounds thinner?
Not to advance our understanding of the universe, but to take fat off your belly and butt. Anyhow, we got to call it a day. Thanks, Colin, for being on Star Talk Radio.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, signing off, as always, bidding you to keep looking up. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use offer code StarTalk3. This podcast is brought to you by Audible.com, the internet's leading provider of audiobooks with more than 150,000 downloadable titles across all types of literature, including fiction, nonfiction, and periodicals. For a free audiobook of your choice, go to audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, things with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the fabric of space, science, and society converging. Here for the first time.
Oh, what are you saying?
He's a TV addict. Static. You cling onto your grandma's house. Grab your back street friend, they get loud.
What's the business shit? I'm a man that's on a mission. Like a scientist. When I'm applying this,
Check it out. What's it all about?
now get busy.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. Bill Nye, the science guy here, guest hosting for my beloved colleague, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm here with Eugene Merman and Mike Massimino, whom we call Mass, because it's a complicated name.
It's hard to pronounce Massimino.
Yes,
I'm glad I'm lucky I got it right.
You can't tell, but I literally just tried and failed, and I just gave up.
You give up. That aside, gentlemen, I want to point out, this is Cosmic Queries edition, Star Talk Radio, so we take your questions out there in the land of
Cosmic area.
the cosmos, which includes the Earth and social media.
So Earth and up and down.
Wait a minute. So try one.
Here we go. Here we go. Sebastian Mihalache from Romania asks,
he's got a nickname too.
I probably am saying it wrong, but you know what? With confidence. Anyway, from Romania, he asks, which was the most important breakthrough in the history of electronics?
I think the ability to generate electricity in the first place was a big breakthrough, instead of just getting it, if I may, just getting it from chemical processes. Is he looking for transistors?
I don't know.
We don't know.
Or is he looking for a starter in an automobile?
Or he's looking for fuel cells.
Fuel cells.
Or
basically electricity.
I think electricity is the big breakthrough, but then there's been some very interesting accomplishments.
I just wish you were like tape recorder.
Like the light bulb.
Well, for me, the story...
Radio, of course, because we're on radio.
Well, the story for me is Michael Faraday. So Michael Faraday is sticking the magnet in a coil of wire, and he induces a magnetic field to move a compass at the other end of the table during a lecture, the Christmas lectures in London. This woman comes up to him and says, "But Mr. Faraday, of what use is it?" And he says, "Madam, of what use is a newborn babe?" In other words, he knew this electricity had some fantastic properties, but he didn't know what it was.
He didn't mean that you could eat it.
But yeah, a newborn babe's not that useful. It's
a long time ago.
Yeah.
There's a different time.
Yeah.
All right.
Most of human history, wasn't there one?
So this is the sort of detail you had in mind when you signed up as gunners? Hauling luggage from Lynn Woods for some robot butler? What was his name? Wellington? Wallingham?
Not now, Private. Where's Connors? He's not at his post.
Oh, sorry, sir. The lieutenant said he found some tracks. Wanted to check them out. Private Martin.
Tracks. What track? What the hell is that?
Oh my... Connor! Where's the rest of him?
Found us. Sergeant Lee grabs the case. Do not let that thing out of your sight. Everyone inside the museum, now!
Major! Major, what found us?
It's so scary. Real.
Well, I don't think it's a mole rat. No accounting for taste.
Sweet.
Oh my god, this game has got me stuck in it.
No, just a little bit ago.
Need science.
Just before Hogan's Heroes, I believe.
Older reference lost on many of
Hogan's
the
Heroes, I'm
younger
pretty sure it was after World War II.
It probably was.
So this was before World War II.
It didn't foreshadow World War II.
Let's take another question on Cosmic Query Star Talk Radio.
Okay, Jess
I like
Nudalo
the Faraday
asks.
thing.
Yeah. Jess Nudalo asks, what's new on the subject of high temperature or even room temperature superconductors? Are we getting any closer to grasping how it works? And will this knowledge, in conjunction with 3D printing, create a new industrial age?
Sounds like he's making a prediction of his own, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
He's like, am I right? What do you think?
He's a sage.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Maybe she's a sage.
3D printing is fabulous, and
What's the state of superconductors?
well, I don't know that we have superconductors that work at sort of liquid helium temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants
It's kind of cold, though.
Yeah. 4 Kelvin.
Yeah, it's pretty cold.
4 Kelvin sounds cold.
It is cold.
It's even colder than like Canada.
Yeah, so it's like
Really
super
cold.
Canada. Yeah.
But wouldn't it be good if they worked with liquid nitrogen? Wouldn't they work good if they worked with frozen water?
Yeah.
But it's a long way off as far as I know. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. What I would do, were I king of the fridge, is invest again in these nanotubes, in the getting carbon atoms to arrange themselves in these extraordinary tubes with a very, very low electrical resistance.
All right. Let's do it.
The 3D printing thing is
Supposedly
pretty
3D
amazing.
printed carbon tubes.
Oh, could we ever do that? Is that a thing in the future?
Seems very reasonable to me, but I'm not a carbon tube printer.
But
have you guys ever 3D printed? I've never done that.
Yeah, they have them, and they're affordable now, sort of.
You can get them at Staples.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, how?
That I didn't know.
How much are meaning a few $1,000s?
Yeah,
or?
less than $2,000.
Oh wow!
And then you can make your own salt shakers.
I can't wait to go home and make salt shakers and plastic swords.
Too bad people can't see this because it's radio. Gene's eyes up just lit.
Yeah,
I was like, he's ready to get out of here and go buy a 3D printer.
Yeah,
but
God damn it, the startling music.
For example, and the students learn how to use them, and they
do
incredible things.
The next generation of kids will be like, why are you 3D printing that? Why are you going to a store to buy something like this?
Yes.
So it's additive machining. If you've not thought about it, generally when you shape something, you remove material. Generally.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a process by which you add material.
Oh, meaning you cut out.
That's right. It's quite a different idea, and you can make shapes that are were literally impossible to make heretofore. It's quite a time to be alive. It's exciting.
It's great. All right. And as Sapien asks, what is the most revolutionary engineering challenge that humanity must overcome in the next 20 to 30 years?
Well, I'd say it's climate change. So how are you going to do that? I would say it's going to be engineering the whole Earth. I mean, thinking of the whole Earth as a system and getting people to work together to manage that system, which would be engineering. Engineers use science to do what?
Solve problems.
And
make things where you can party with.
That's what
break things.
Create parties.
Make things and solve problems. That's it.
So basically, climate change.
That's what I would say.
Is the greatest.
We have a lot of people in the world, and a lot more coming in things like water and healthcare and transportation, all those things that are going to face us.
I don't like the fact that they just gave me a missile launcher.
All right. That's a very reasonable and correct answer.
Oh, it's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Deplorable perception. That is probably not someone's real name. I am guessing that is some form of pseudonym.
Unless their parents were diabolical.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here's his question. I like that I'm like, it's a guy. How will we solve the looming question of energy storage?
That's a great question. I am all for the liquid metal batteries. These are batteries that have magnesium floating on a layer of molten salt, essentially table salt, and at the bottom is a layer of antimony or antimony, which is the one that's atomic number 51, I believe, next to tin on the periodic table. And so you pump.
So far, this is all correct.
Where's our fact checker?
So you pump in energy, and it gets hot, and it's molten, and it works.
How long
does a battery?
And how long does the storage?
Well, as my understanding, as long as it's hot, it's storing electricity. So you put these things in the basement of every building, in the basement of every New York skyscraper, of every school and library. You produce electricity with sunlight and wind during the day. You store it underground. You're ready for it all night. And we revolutionize society. And whoever goes into this business, can't stare, I say it, rich! It's an opportunity for somebody. If we could find ways to efficiently store electricity, better batteries, we could change the world and make a much higher quality of life for everybody. So we have to move on, gentlemen. I include you, Eugene.
Thank you.
And we'll be back after this. Check us out at www.startalkradio.net. We will be right back.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional
That thing just
website,
ate that bottle
portfolio,
cap mine like
online
nothing.
store. Squarespace has been around for 10 years, and they're constantly improving their platform with new features, new designs, and even better support. They have beautiful designs for you to start with, and they have a ton of style options so you can create a unique website for you or your business. They released 20 new customizable templates this past year, and every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website so your content looks great on every device every time. Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools. But if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours, 7 days a week. The new Squarespace Metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check site stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media follows. With Blog app, you can make text updates, tap and drag images to change layouts, and monitor comments on the go. What I like about Squarespace, it's great for everyone. Whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and you want to get into the code, there are so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month and includes a free domain name if you sign up for a year. Start a trial with no credit card required and start building your website. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure you use offer code StarTalk3 to get a 10% discount and to show your support for StarTalk. We thank Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website.
This is Star Talk.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. Bill Nye, the Science Guy here, guest hosting, yet again, the time of my life, with Eugene Lerman, and astronaut Mike Massimino, Colin Mass. We're here. He's an engineer. Mike Mass is an engineer. Eugene, you are a
comedian. I'm an engineer. But well, when I was in 8th grade, I got a -8 on a math assignment, just to give you a sense of my knowledge of math and science.
So you do understand the number line, and you appreciate negative numbers.
And I appreciate that is an absurd thing to get.
Very unusual. What did your parents say when that happened?
I think they were disappointed in a teacher that would stick to logic.
They defended you.
Yeah, well, I think they wrote him a letter saying you breathe the disgust in that.
Did they go and say he deserves at least a -4?
It was like, you should give him a 0. He earned it. All right.
Gentlemen,
here we go.
This is the Cosmic Queries edition of Star Talk Radio, and so where we take your questions
and eat them
from your Facebooks, your Twitters, all the electric computer questions that the kids send in. What do you got there?
Here we go. Julian Razzo asks, what is magnetism? How do magnets work? I know there's those things that stick to your fridge, but the force is all around us and protects us from solar bursts. I like that's at the end. It's a question.
It's a question.
Yeah,
that's true.
He's in the band Insane Clown Posse. Never mind.
It was really
reference.
I gotta say,
no, but they have a song about magnetism.
It was really the early stuff. Now they're just completely overproduced. But that said, yeah, magnetism is generally thought of as a current, a flow of electrons which have an electric field, which induces a magnetic field, through a term coined by my personal hero, Michael Faraday, all one word, electromagnetism. Now, Mass, you're an engineer.
Yeah.
You took a lot of physics.
I did. But I'm just amazed to hear it. This is Bill Nye, the Science Guy, explaining magnetism.
Well, as best I can.
We're going with the physics.
When we have a permanent
Fire away.
magnet, we think of a virtual current. That is to say, it's as though there's a current flowing in the magnetic material. Iron, cobalt, nickel, or some of these fabulous rare earths. But in the Earth, which the questioner referred to which the questioner referred, in the Earth we have somehow a spinning giant mass of, by our standards, very large mass of molten iron, which carries a lot of electrons, which are in motion, which induce a current, which creates a magnetic field.
This is very important for our survival to keep our atmosphere in place.
It would be a whole other.
Our atmosphere is kept here by magnets.
Partially so, yes. If we did not have our magnetic field, we would. In fact, there's some theories. If you look at Mars, which does not have a magnetic field, that why did Earth survive? And as far as we know, at least on the surface, there's nothing obvious that's living on Mars.
Mars's core with a hot giant ball of iron that spun. Would it spin naturally if it was there?
Well, Mars is spinning at about the same revolution.
So if we could get it a magnetic field, it might have had a different destiny.
Could an atmosphere be created if a magnetic field was added to it? Or
it might be able to be captured, possibly.
Okay.
So it's generally believed that since Mars is smaller than the Earth, it radiated more heat into space, cooled off, solidified, and any molten motion of metal inside came to a standstill. And then the solar wind, little particles streaming off the sun, stripped the Martian atmosphere away. And while we all sit here, just a couple weeks ago, I went to Cape Canaveral for the launch of the MAVEN mission.
Cool.
Mars Atmospheric Volatile Evolution Spacecraft. It's a tortured acronym, but they're going to assess the...
Cool acronym.
It is a cool acronym.
MAVEN's pretty good.
It's pretty good. They're going to assess the atmosphere, learn more about the atmosphere of Mars, and what happened there, why Mars is different from the Earth, and that will, I guarantee you, questioner, that will tell us more about us and our, dare I say it, place in space.
So what I'm getting from this is theoretically we could create an atmosphere on another planet using a great deal of iron and a bunch of various...
And scuba tanks.
Scuba tanks.
Yes.
Basically scuba tanks, a handful of whales. All right.
But a magnetic field is very important.
It's the first step is a magnetic field. Then we do the thing from Search for Spock where we bioengineer a planet. But okay. Never mind.
You've got a crazy plan there.
That is crazy.
Eugene, but
I have the same
I don't
plan
know what
Kirk
you've been
had.
talking about, but it sounds good.
It's not that crazy of
I'm looking at Bill Nye the Science Guy just for confirmation on this, but it sounds good.
All right.
When you start getting into the Star Trek movies, there's going to be some inconsistencies. Terraforming a planet is just not that easy. But
it's not. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying here's a few ways we could do it.
Don't underestimate the magnetic field.
Exactly. Well said.
Awesome. All right. So Lorenzo Alfondo Castanon Gonzalez asks, I would like to know more about magnetars. Can humanity one day create such a strong magnet, and how much would such a magnet advance technology? I don't know what magnetars are.
Do you know what a magnetar is?
No, it sounds like...
If Bill doesn't know, forget it.
Well, it just sounds like...
a very powerful magnet?
A musical instrument that somehow uses magnetism.
Yeah.
And if one's big enough, you could influence a lot of people.
It's like talking about theremin.
He's talking about some huge, strong magnet.
Yeah.
Obviously.
He definitely is.
By the way, we in the skeptic community are troubled deeply by magnets believing that it's going to influence their health.
Really?
There's no
Not even on the wrist?
There's no
magnet, Eugene.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God, wouldn't I be embarrassed if I was wearing a bunch of magnets?
There's no evidence at all that we can see.
Yeah.
No evidence at all that magnetism affects your health. It's just so little. Just next time you get an MRI, magnetic resonance image, just notice how much magnetism it takes just to get a few positrons to move around, just a little bit.
Yeah.
It takes
wearing it as a magnet hat.
Yeah, it's just not going to do it.
All right. Well, so that's good to know. Okay. So Jason Hyatt has a question. The Earth has a magnetic field that protects it from space radiation. Is there any reason why a magnetic field could not be used on a spacecraft, either for the whole ship or as an emergency shelter? An MRI scanner produces a very strong magnetic field. Why not a magnetic field generator, a la an MRI, to protect astronauts?
That is, what a coincidentally happy question right there. If you had a strong enough magnet, you could pull it off. But our problem so far is generating enormous magnetic fields. It takes a lot of energy.
There's a lot of power you need.
Really? How much?
A lot.
Like as much as a coffee maker that's like supercharged?
It'd be a little more than that, yeah.
So like a boat, like a giant boat, a cruise ship?
Like a diesel engine on a pretty large, like a tugboat diesel engine.
Okay.
But
so that's more than you would have on your average
spaceship because of how heavy and giant and weird.
Yeah, you don't want any big stuff like that.
You don't want to fly with a truck into space.
But just imagine.
That defeats the purpose.
Just imagine if we had solar panels big enough and some superconducting situation in the icy blackness of space, and you could create a magnetic field strong enough. That's actually a science fictional kind of cool engineering question. But I think at least right now, early in the 21st century, we humans can't crank that out. We can't make such a thing. But who knows what the future
holds. But if we started doing more space exploration, we would potentially come up with that technology down the line.
It seems like something, if you had that much power, it seems to make sense.
Power.
But we do other things for space radiation.
Like suits?
Like space suits. Water's a pretty good insulator, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and shielding, and we try to understand how much you take. We always wear a dosimeter when you go into space.
Oh, really?
Measure how much radiation you're taking.
Are you exposed to? Like when you went?
It's a pretty good dose. It also depends. It also depends on where you are. Spacewalks, you get more than when you're inside the spaceship at a higher altitude by where we were at Hubble, as opposed to where the space station is.
Oh wow! Just a few tens of kilometers make a big difference.
That's right. And length of time you're going to be there, and if there's solar flares when you're up there, so it's a bunch of factors. But it's nothing. If you fly in space for real, like some people have a combined over a year stay, they have to track it and make sure you're okay. That's when you start getting curious. But we have astronauts who have flown. Scott Kelly's going to be up for a whole year as the plan. He's already been up for over 6 months of his life.
So he has to insulate himself in water.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to stay out of the sun.
But when you say water, you jacket the spacecraft.
Well, for example, water can, So if you have a water bag, like on the space station, you want to get some extra shielding. If you were to line the outside of your spaceship with water, for example.
Do you line the outside, or is there a layer of water in the inside?
No, there's no layer of water. I'm saying if you were worried about a solar flare, for example, in your spaceship, and you had water bags, that would help you.
That you would just add, so you just like.
So no,
you're taking water anyway.
So use it as a shielding.
Can you drink irradiated water? Or it's not that irradiated.
It's fine. You're not
fine.
No, it's fine. It's great.
Yeah, it's no
like
problem.
It's great. Yeah, it's nothing better than irradiated water from space.
Yeah.
In fact, there's probably a market for it. There's probably somebody who really wants this.
Pretty cool bar in Brooklyn that sells at Whole Foods.
Actually, that's a pretty good question, Eugene.
It's not bad.
Go ask when I get back home. Wait a minute.
Hold that thought, you guys. We will be back shortly at Star Talk Radio.
We can't see those distant suns. What are they to me? Their radiation falling over me.
This podcast is brought to you by Audible.com, the internet's leading provider of audiobooks with more than 150,000 downloadable titles. Didn't that number used to be 100,000 just recently? Going up. Across all types of literature and featuring audio versions of many New York Times bestsellers. For Star Talk listeners, Audible is offering a free audiobook to give you a chance to try out their service. One Audible book to consider is one of mine. How about The Pluto Files, The Rise and Fall of America's Favorite Planet by yours truly. For a free audiobook of your choice, go to audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk. That's audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Let's see what you got.
Check it out.
Light travels through the universe. It arrives. It remains.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. Bill Nye, the science guy here, hosting this week for Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's on radiostical sabbatical, I suppose. Now, unlike many of you, I'm here with Mike Massimino, who flew in space, and we call him Mass.
Yep, that's what they call me.
We haven't yet, but we do.
I'm an engineer.
But you're also an astronaut.
And I'm here in New York City on loan at Columbia.
I like that you're on loan.
School. I'm on loan.
I really like the idea of borrowing astronauts.
There's no late fees, as far as I can tell.
And the other voice you hear, of course, is Eugene Merman, our providing color commentary.
Yes.
Here on the most visual medium of Star Talk Radio. Now, this is, as you may know, if you're just joining us, this is another Cosmic Queries edition.
Oh, I'm a
of Star
gun
Talk
runner,
Radio,
apparently.
where we embrace
Guns and
your
drugs.
questions.
Yeah.
You, the listeners, viewers, you, the listeners, podcaster absorbers, who use your social media to provide us with your cosmic queries. Eugene.
Here we go.
Wow.
Wayne Shaw wants to know, if one were to warp space to travel a vast distance, would people existing in the space that is being warped between takeoff and destination notice anything unusual?
Well, they don't in the movies.
The people in between.
The in-betweeners.
It's like someone's hanging out, so some people on some planet.
So
we're assuming there's someone else out there that's going to...
I'm charmed by the idea that, of course, since you went to a space warp, and of course, you see whether... You understand that these things are big fun when you're trying
So
to
Valentine.
create a science fiction television show where you really don't have time. You have people not speaking English.
Excuse me.
And you got to get up and down from a planet and travel around various
see what you have.
quadrants
Just
in the
pull
galaxy
this
or
lot.
galaxies. But these things are more theoretical than they are. And so we will see how people do as they go between extraordinary destinations through unproven theoretical spaces in space.
Would they notice? I think this person suspects they might have seen something.
Yeah.
Would we notice anything unusual?
Right. This person
like,
is
what-
like, I saw something weird
I
in
saw
my house.
something unusual.
All right.
My
so,
hamburger special looked a little bit different today than it did the other day. Did someone warp speed through the diner?
Well,
something
it's
like
the
that.
government.
Something funny's going on here, I think.
Yeah. So Josh Corona asks, in the
That's
game...
not a very good science name.
No,
Corona.
but
no, Corona's a good science.
it's a solid name.
Yeah. Okay.
In the game Portal, they have a gun that can create what is essentially a wormhole in a wall, with the ability to shoot two holes, one an entrance and the other an exit, i.e. the floor, ceiling, or is this possible in the laws of physics?
Oh, sure. You'll be fine. Just go get the gun and shoot it this way, and then very quickly shoot it the other way before the other hole closes. So, there.
Two holes.
Good to know. Ooh, he has another question. How bold.
Wow. I need to stop playing more video games, apparently. I don't know what this kid is talking about. I got
okay, so he also asks, if you had to guess which wood could be achieved first, light speed travel or teleportation?
So teleportation is like they did on Star Trek. You get all like wobbly, and next thing you know, you're somewhere else.
But haven't scientists already teleported light? Isn't that a thing that somebody did in a lab?
Just everybody.
No.
First of all, as far as we know,
I'm missing out on
Light
something.
speed
First,
already
it's the
exists.
Portal game where guys shooting holes of worms or whatever it is. Where have I been?
Yeah.
You've been in space.
I don't know.
On the government
I
payroll.
think I've missed out on a lot of things, Bill. Like some guy teleported?
No person. No person did.
Let's start with the first one. Right now, we don't know of any way to send something that has mass beyond up to the speed of light. Right now, there may be a whole other physics yet to be discovered. Perhaps this questioner will be the person that makes the discovery.
Yeah, he's got to stop playing the game Portal.
And go back to physics class. And then the second thing, teleportation, where you turn mass into pure energy.
Not me.
No, I was going to say.
They talked about my
you
name.
could be an example.
You can
No,
turn
I'm not doing it.
Massimino. You can turn
I've had enough.
Massimino into pure energy, beam him down to what we generally refer to as the planet, and then he's reconstituted. That would be converting mass into energy back into mass. Could be done, but consider E equals mc squared. It's a tremendous amount of energy to convert even a small amount of mass into something.
Well, so
it may happen.
So maybe just a piece of corn. So let's start with something instead of a person.
Yeah.
Or should we start with just one element?
Well, I think if you could get anything, a carbon atom would be pretty extraordinary. Even hydrogen.
But in that sense, you're saying teleportation is potentially, theoretically possible before...
Just shooting from the hip, yeah. But
Just
going
based on
faster
our
than light
knowledge.
right now.
I think either one. How far are you going to teleport? You see, light speed travel, you can get you places quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the teleport. How far are we going? We going
It's
like
sort
an
of a
elevator?
tautology.
Or are we going to Mars with this? I got a feeling we need the light speed first.
It might just be Boston.
But if you teleport, so we're going to be. We have from Boston. We can get there anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm going to teleport you to Mars. You're going to get. There's no place to go.
Right.
No one else is
restaurants
there.
there.
Exactly. I think we need light speed travel first. Check the place out.
Well, he's not asking what
Let's
we
see
need
what you
first.
have.
He's asking what's more realistic. And the
I
answer
know, but I don't know. I'm not a Swami.
Sounds like teleportation
think so?
fairly.
That's what Bill says.
Yeah.
I'd take either one. I'd rather light speed travel. Let's go fast. Let's enjoy it.
All right.
Let's punch it.
Let's enjoy the ride.
This is Star Talk Cosmic Queries.
Yeah.
We encourage you all to check us out on www.startalkradio.net. If you've got SoundCloud, YouTube, iTunes, Pinterest, Instagram, Tumblr, I say party on. Start with Facebook and just go wild. And of course, when you're listening to Star Talk Radio, stay tuned.
Because it's just a ride, it's just a ride. No need to run, no need to hide. It'll take you round and round. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. It's just a ride, it's just a ride. Don't be scared, don't hide your eyes.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. Star Talk.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. Bill Nye, the science guy here, hosting this week your cosmic queries, your questions from the cosmos. And I am here with an astronaut, an engineer, and so far a gentleman, Mike Massimino.
Still early,
Bill. Mass, and of course everybody's favorite, Eugene Merman. Eugene, there you have questions on pieces of paper, queries from the cosmos. I say pick one.
Let's do it. David Terrazas asks, what does a rocket push against in space to gain momentum or navigate?
Oh, mass, that's your thing.
That's what we do in space, and it's a great question because if you don't have any gravity. So when you navigate your spaceship, you need to point it in different directions. There's a couple ways to do it. Hubble Space Telescope, for example, has no fuel on board, so there's no rocket.
How does it turn?
It turns.
Someone pushes it? Little kids?
No, there's no one there to push it. There's nobody.
You said no fuel. You didn't say no little kids.
He didn't say no a lot of
It's reaction wheels.
No lions.
It's reaction wheels.
What's reaction wheels?
Reaction wheels spin, and they have big control moment gyros, which is kind of the same thing on the space station. These things spin. They spin up, and it creates a reaction, and that reaction creates an opposite reaction.
Right.
You spin them in a certain direction, and you'll get a reaction in the other direction, and the thing will point where you want.
Are they sort of gyroscopes?
Exactly. It's spinning. That's one way. The other way we did on the space shuttle, and on other spaceships do this. In fact, the space station has this on the Russian end, or what we call thrusters. And what is it? It's gas. Yeah. Could be nitrogen, could be something else.
Yeah.
But just a gas. There it goes.
It could be just on the Russian.
Sounds like that. So you can't hear them in space. You can't hear it. It's
just sadness.
You hear it inside of the spaceship shaking. Yes. So anyway, these thrusters will release. Again, it'll cause an action, which is a release of a gas. And a little rocket, and you'll have a reaction the other way. So on the space shuttle, we had large and small thrusters, different varieties, all over the spaceship, mainly in the front at the nose and in the back that you would fire to get the correct orientation.
Just like you have the steering wheels on a car in the
Yes, exactly. You can steer all you want. You're not going to go anywhere. Your control surfaces do not work because there's no air. When you're coming down in the shuttle, even because it looked like an airplane, it will not be active until you pick up atmosphere. So the way you turned and pointed and steered that space shuttle was with these little thrusters that would fire jets.
That's the one accurate thing for gravity.
But let me back up on this question. Is there anything to push against? And the whole idea, when you watch the rocket leave the ground, it gives you the impression that the flames and gases are pushing against the Earth. But that's not really what's going on. You're throwing hot gas out the back of the rocket so fast that the reaction as the rocket goes off in the other direction. Stand on a skateboard and throw a bowling ball to your best friend, or maybe your enemy, and you will find that the skateboard goes off in the other direction. This works whether or not you're on the Earth or in space.
So basically, the rocket fuel is just the biggest bowling ball we can create.
And it goes fast.
More or less.
All right, here's another.
We don't throw it at our enemies.
Okay, Melissa K asks, if you had a large enough space sphere of water floating into the space station, could a fish swim in it?
Oh, how cool.
Yes, I would. Yeah, in fact, we've done this with Swedish fish, the candies.
But Swedish fish don't have to live.
No, but theoretically, I think that would work. Water is. You could have a tank of water and have a fish floating in there. I would. You don't see why we wouldn't be able to do that. And water itself works just on surface tension, so it doesn't splatter. So if you were very creative, you could get a glob of water and try to get
and have a fish in it. You wouldn't even need a tank.
No, but you have to be really careful because as soon as it hits something, it'll splatter.
You don't want the fish nuzzling his or her way out of the sphere of water.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure there have been experiments with fish in space, and so yes, this is definitely possible.
Because they'd have something.
It would be a nice Christmas gift. You imagine having a little pet fish floating around. We have to get pets flown, and this would be a good way. So right now we've had fish as experiments. This would be like a nice little.
What animals have been in space? I mean, with astronauts, not just like monkeys that can't make it back or something.
Right, or the dog Laika.
Yeah.
There's been spiders in space. There have been some rodents in space that were used for experiments.
Oh, okay.
No pets though. Again, it's all experiments.
Let me ask you this physics question, Mike Mass.
Yes.
The fish are going to breathe air dissolved in the water. When you have a glob of water in space, does the air bubble its way out, effervesce, or does it stay in?
It depends. It can stay in there. If nothing's acting on it, it will stay in there. In fact, this is a problem with our drink bags, Bill. When we spacewalk, because you don't want air in your drink bag.
No air in your drink bag.
So what we do is when you fill your drink bag, when you fill a bag of water, drink bag for your spacewalk, it's see-through. You can see that there might be air pockets. We rotate the bag. We spin it. I'm spinning right now to get the air.
The bucket over your head.
That's right. You spin it to try to get the air to one location, and you suck it out. So you can't get air pockets, and you want to get rid of
those air pockets. We'll be right back on Star Trek Radio.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
I'm drifting away somehow by the presence of the morning sun. And I'm falling into the night as I can see.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. Bill Nye, the science guy here, guest hosting as we take your cosmic queries on Star Trek this week. And we have come to the last segment of this show, which means the lightning round, my friends, where we take your questions from you, the cosmos, and put them on the air for your, let's say, electromagnetic enlightenment. I'm here with Mike Massimino, call him Mass, and Eugene Meyerman.
Yeah. You're lucky you got a name like Nye.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
If you had a name like, Nyowitz or
anytime you try to text it to it.
Love you guys. I appreciate your...
You've been spoiled. Bill Nye. That's a very simple name.
It's simple enough. But with that
Eugene
said,
and I will be suffering.
gentlemen, it's the lightning round. We just got to press.
Okay.
Eugene, read
You
one.
ready?
But these are supposed to be fast answers.
Fast.
Like lightning.
Marco Horvat from Bakersfield, he asks, people that see UFOs claim to see strange lights. Why on earth would a spaceship of an advanced civilization need lights on the outside of their ship?
To see where they're going, like headlights.
I don't know.
Yes.
I think we need more evidence that these are actually UFOs.
Yes,
I think they're seeing airplanes.
Yeah, they're seeing other stuff. So that's the answer. Mike Johnson from Barstow, California asks, how close would an alien civilization have to be to discover Earth using the same technology we have here?
Well, that is a fabulous question. Now, just to talk more about me, when I took astronomy from Carl Sagan, this is the first question. Yeah, did you put it back? No, I was just in the room. I was just one guy. So we had
Must have been a fun class.
It was cool. So we had this image of this organism eating little organisms, ingesting them and spitting them out.
This is astronomy?
Yeah, and it turned out to be an image of a swimming pool taken from a satellite. So you have to get extraordinarily close to really determine whether or not something's alive, or you'll get fooled.
Right.
I think they need to be pretty close to us. Like,
all right.
Couple meters. Yeah, we just left the solar system with Voyager, so they couldn't be much further than that, I guess. So hopefully they're just on the other end, but yeah.
All right, here's a question from Matthew Brown. Is there a theoretical limit to the size of a sun? I keep seeing graphics comparing our sun to larger and larger solar giants. Just how big can they get?
Well, but you get to be a few
What's your
hundred
life on
solar
this
sun
I
diameters.
risk
You become a
life
black
and
hole.
several limbs to deliver
You
this.
become a star that has so much gravity light doesn't escape. A black hole is, in a sense, a
So would
star.
you describe it as over 1 million whales?
Yeah.
Big whales.
That wouldn't be inaccurate, but it wouldn't be the
a whale?
accurate way to
A
describe
big whale. You're talking about a big whale.
Well, but over 1 million
Not a little
by
baby.
factor of
Come on, you can do
10
better
to the
than that.
19th or something. Yeah.
Like the whale that's hanging from Neil's museum.
Exactly.
For those of you who've been to New York City, the American Museum of Natural History.
So a sun that was too big would just become a black hole. It would be
Even more money!
It does. They do.
Oh, great. Now, well, that's all. Now I know how to make a black hole.
A lot of folks died when they were just delivering.
Jason
Their
Paisley
death
asks,
really mean that little to you.
when the sun gradually expands, will its expanding mass push Earth farther out of orbit before Earth becomes consumed?
No, it won't push it out. It will
Weird.
absorb it. Yes. The Earth would stay about in the same orbit, and then the sun will expand to cook.
It's not going to be a good day either way.
The sun is an Earth eater.
Yeah, we don't want to experiment with that either.
Okay, David Loza asks, what if neuron receptors in the human body were to react at the speed of light?
Well, they react at the speed of electromagnetism between atoms.
It's pretty quick, isn't it?
Wow, but if we change that...
No, but in other words, I get it. This would be, instead of having the neurons go at chemical speeds, they would go at light speed. Well, I guess it would be, what's that, a factor of about a million, maybe 10 to the 7th, might be 10 million.
Oh, lady.
What would be the advantage if we run faster?
Yeah, what can we get at?
You can do everything faster.
Really? Can we think
a million times faster?
It seems to be, yeah, but then it has to be hooked up, and there has to be able to address capacitance issues. And, we are made of a liquid chemical brain.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to enjoy things.
Speak for yourself, Phil.
We'll give a new me to take a moment and relax.
Hey,
Take a second and relax.
All right, here's a question.
Coffee breaks would be like instantaneous.
Okay, Jacob Seymour asks, is the shape of a black hole a sphere with high density in the middle pulling space in toward the center, or is it a flat disk with a point of high density pulling it down in the middle like a funnel?
I believe it depends.
I'm willing to make this right.
And this is where Neil deGrasse Tyson would be more into this. I'm not an astrophysicist, but...
I can answer it incorrectly. No.
It's an or. Take a shot.
Well, just whenever you have any asymmetry, this gravity's pulling all this stuff together.
Another one of the poor and stupid of Diamond City come begging for
they're not going to come in perfectly evenly. So in general, they will start spinning. Like the ice skater when she pulls her arms in.
I knew it.
And so you'll often get a disc that is measurable, perceivable, detectable.
Take it and make yourself.
So the answer, I believe, is it depends, and Neil can get on here and light me up. So that's a pun. I see, because it's a black hole. Get it? That's brilliant. Well, you guys, thank you all for listening to Cosmic Queries here on Star Talk Radio. I have been joined by Mike Massimino, astronaut,
Mrs. Cosmos,
and of course, Eugene Merman. Turn us up loud on Star Talk Radio. Podcast it. Blast it.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. For a free trial and 10% off, go to squarespace.com and use offer code StarTalk3.
This episode is brought to you by Hulu Plus. With Hulu Plus, you get total control across thousands of shows, wherever you want, whenever you want. Binge on full seasons and watch your favorite shows like Lost, Star Trek The Next Generation, The X-Files, and one of my favorites, The Twilight Zone. Right now, Star Talk listeners can get an extended free trial of Hulu Plus by going to huluplus.com/StarTalk. That's huluplus.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, leaving us with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
You're in the spotlight.
When you checkies the TV addict, there's no mean to bring static. When you cling to your grandma's house, grab your backstreet friend, they get loud. Say, Doc, what's the thing in this shit? I'm a man that's on the mission. Like your scientist. When I'm a scientist. Check it out. What's it all about? Now, get busy.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. In studio with me, Eugene Merman. Eugene, love having you, man.
I love being here.
Oh my gosh, comedian Eugene Merman.
Something for you?
Over there. In front of all my answers is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This
and
is
to learn, like you, the listener.
This is Cosmic Queries edition of Star Talk. This is where we collect all the questions that we accumulate from our website, StarTalkRadio.net, or on Facebook, Twitter. Star Talk Radio is our handle there, and we get enough on one theme or another, we put them together. So today is science in movies and other forms of entertainment.
Yes.
And some people have like genuine questions about it. Others want to know if anything I can pick apart. But I haven't seen the questions yet.
No. And I'm going to start in.
Let's just start right in.
It's about the movie Contact from Danny Davis.
Movie Contact, the story written by Carl Sagan.
Yes. My question comes from the movie Contact, one of my favorites. The problem I'm trying to figure out is the ending when Jodie Foster's character travels in the spaceship and has her experience, but for Earth viewers, the ship instantly falls through like nothing happened, and then it is later revealed that her camera recorded 18 hours of static. Now, from what I understand about relativity, it should have been opposite. On Earth, 18 hours would have passed, but her camera would have recorded seconds of static. Please help me put my mind at rest on this query once and for all. Did the movie get that part wrong, or am I missing something? Thank you, Dave.
This person knows just enough relativity to just get angry about it. So just to remind people, in the film, Jodie Foster's character visits aliens in another part of the galaxy, and does so in an odd, sort of rotating spaceship that never leaves Earth. And they see her take just seconds, and in that time, in those few seconds, she goes on this journey. And I think the point here is that the fabric of space and time is such that you can warp either space or time or both. And so you can basically travel through a wormhole, get to some destination instantly, all right? And if you travel fast, the question, who is it? Who is it?
Danny.
Danny. He's from where?
I don't know, but his name's definitely Danny. He didn't include it.
So normally, if you're the one that goes away, you live for a shorter amount of time than Earth that you've left behind. So Danny is perfectly correct about that. But these are aliens who gave us instructions how to build a spaceship to do exactly what just happened. So I'm not worried about that relative time dilation.
So Danny's right that it would logically work that way unless aliens gave him a plan that he stuck to that worked differently.
Exactly, which is what happened in the film. You could also imagine that she was not the one who left, that it was Earth that left that location and then returned. I mean, and then Earth is the one that lives for only a few moments, and he's the one that lives longer. You can imagine aliens controlling space and time in such a way that that's what happens.
So in the movie, they could have moved the whole planet with...
That would be hard. It would be
no
hard.
One's saying it's easy, Neil. I'm not saying that this is easy. I'm saying that it's within possibility of science.
What I mean is that it would be hard not only to physically move the planet, but Earth has to be the one that accelerates away and then slows down, stops, and comes back. We would all feel that.
You would feel that?
Yes.
If we went through a wormhole, we would feel it.
No, if we slow down, if we sped up and slow down and stop, we would just fall over and roll off the planet because we're not attached to the Earth. So
not even a little?
No, not at all.
Not even gravity? So we would all fly away. So if you could stop the Earth.
If you just stopped the Earth from its movement in space, or adjusted it in some way, Earth would stop, but we were moving with the Earth in orbit around the sun.
So we would just fly very quickly.
As you would fly through a dashboard in a car that hits a brick wall and you're not wearing a seatbelt.
I really can't believe that like people who do like jump from outer space or bungee jump or any of that haven't tried to stop Earth to just go flying.
That would be a fun experiment.
Let's try it.
So I'm not worried about that, but strictly speaking, if she was the one that went away, Danny's correct.
All right. All right, Danny, good job. Congrats.
What else
you just got your PhD. Okay, this is from Brendan. It's about time dilation effects. In the episode Riverworld of the comedy Red Dwarf.
I missed that episode.
Well, it's season 6, episode 5, he writes. Thanks, Brendan, you just wasted our lives. One of the characters goes through a wormhole in an escape pod that is accelerating away from the other character's ship into a wormhole to a planet that he would land on. They mentioned time dilation effects of wormholes, and the first one through the wormhole had to wait 557 years before the rest of them caught up to rescue him. Would that? How true would phenomena be? How true would phenomena be if the wormhole travel was real? Is that real?
Yeah. So wormhole allows you to go to another part of the galaxy quickly. Much faster than a beam of light would take you there. By the way, if you can travel through wormholes, it allows backwards through time travel.
That's how you would do it.
So just an FYI on that, if you can travel, you're effectively traveling faster than light, and that allows certain trajectories through the fabric of space and time.
Were you saying Sliders is pretty real?
if they can manage the wormhole part. So the point there is the wormholes, if you're accelerating through the wormhole and you're moving fast, you would not age very much at all, and you come out the other side, everyone else is aging a long time.
Right.
But if someone else comes to a wormhole right after you, no, you don't wait 500 years for them, no.
No, they'd just be right there. So
yeah, just come.
You're both using the same thing, so it'd be about a minute.
Yeah, whatever. And the wormhole could be arbitrarily short time for you,
right?
Depending on how warped the space is or how tight the hole is.
This thing that he's describing, he should have just said in the first reboot of Star Trek, there was a wormhole. Season 6, episode 5 of This is literally the plot of the first Star Trek.
To have a conversation about wormhole, you don't need to get specific in your science fiction.
And you would take a much broader, anyway, so this is the same thing about the Star Trek you would do.
Yeah, so the point is, if you're all going in together or immediately after one another, yeah, you're good to go.
15 minutes apart. Nice. Alright. On Facebook, Robert Millard, this is his thing. I promise I had this thought before I saw Men in Black. We believe you, Robert. Liar. No more. Yeah, okay. It seems that matter is basically mass and energy swirling around each other. The same can be said for solar systems. Is it possible our solar system is an atom, or the Milky Way is a molecule?
That was a deep thought 110 years ago. People, as we started probing the structure of the atom, we looked at it and said, "Oh, there's a nucleus, there's electrons, and they're orbiting around. Maybe that's just a mini."
But there are no cats, and there's no cows and farms and buildings.
When we come back, I will give the answer to why atoms are not solar systems. You're listening to Star Talk Radio, Cosmic Queries Edition.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. Squarespace has been around for 10 years, and they're constantly improving their platform with new features, new designs, and even better support. They have beautiful designs for you to start with, and they have a ton of style options so you can create a unique website for you or your business. They released 20 new customizable templates this past year, and every design automatically includes a mobile experience that matches the overall style of your website so your content looks great on every device, every time.
Yo. ¿Qué pasó? Ya, I've been home. Estoy con Luigi hace rato. ¿En dónde está? Ah, ok. ¿Qué? Ya, si lo compré yo lo pongo. ¿En dónde quieres que lo ponga? If you find a cheap one, I don't mind putting them up. Just let me know. Just. Actually. Nah, en mi cuarto tiene una luz bien, está bien. No necesita abanico. I'm fine in here. Yeah. If anything, I'll get myself one of those fake Dyson thingies. Yeah. I think that for the living room, don't you want to put down one of the floor ones? Yeah. So do I. That's because I have the AC on. That is pretty cranked up for for some people. Oh my god, Gracia. I've been running to the bathroom. Mom didn't have any Pepto. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I don't... Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Squarespace is easy to use with simple drag and drop tools. But if you need help, Squarespace has an amazing support team that works 24 hours, 7 days a week. The new Squarespace metric app for iPhone and iPad allows you to check site stats like page views, unique visitors, and social media follows. With Blog app, you can make text updates, tap and drag images to change layouts, and monitor comments. What I like about Squarespace, it's great for everyone. Whether you need a simple website solution or you're a developer and you want to get into the code, there are so many options, and it starts at just $8 a month and includes a domain name if you sign up for a year. Start a trial with no credit card required and start building your website. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure you use offer code StarTalk to get a 10% discount and to show your support for StarTalk. Thanks Squarespace for their support. Squarespace, everything you need to create an exceptional website.
This is Star Talk.
We're back on Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist, and my day job is as director of the Hayden Planetarium at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Check us out. Hey, Eugene, do you have a day job?
I think as much as you, I guess you have a thing that you would call your day job, but it probably blends into some of your nighttime work.
And the thing you call a day job, your voice on Bob's?
Bob's Burgers, I guess,
would be. Love to know that. Excellent. So we're in the Cosmic Queries edition.
Yeah, so someone had asked...
Science and movies, right.
Yeah.
So where do we leave off?
Basically, they were like, is our solar system an atom or is the Milky Way a molecule?
Yeah, and these are great questions, deep questions that were asked about 120 years ago. He's about 120 years late in asking this.
Right around when Sheesh first reached Boston.
That's interesting. You have the date for that. So here's the problem. The problem when we discovered atoms and there's a nucleus and electrons, it's like, hey, that looks like a solar system.
Yeah.
I wonder if inside an atom there's yet another atom and another atom.
It's an episode of Mork and Mindy, but yeah.
It turns out that the laws of physics that describe what goes on in a solar system are different from the laws of physics that describe what goes on in an atom. And so the conduct of matter and energy is completely different in these two regimes.
Really?
And because of it, as you mentioned before the break, within atoms you don't have cats. You don't have
bulletin boards.
This stuff that does not happen inside of atoms that happens macroscopically.
Right.
So the microscopic world and macroscopic. So the macroscopic world responds to what we call classical physics, right? And the microscopic world responds to quantum physics. Quantum physics actually applies to the whole universe, but on a large enough scale, it looks like classical physics, and equations are easier. So we just use it, use those modes to describe it. So no, it's not just the Russian egg, the Russian dolls,
the nesting dolls,
that's how you say that?
Matryoshki, yeah.
Matryoshki.
Very good.
Says
you and I should go to Moscow.
Matryoshki dolls. So no, it's just not that, but it would have been a really cool philosophical revelation.
So there's no life inside of an atom or molecule?
None that we know of or that we would have ever defined as such. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, next five.
What else you got?
Oh, I have a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian has a question.
And he's from where?
Brian Hodgson. No one here is telling us where they're from. Okay. They're afraid we're going to find them and help them learn. If you were an astronaut tumbling through space like in the movie Gravity, could you change your rotation or trajectory, say through twisting your body? Thank you. Love the show. Brian.
No.
No?
Unless you're in contact with some other thing, or unless you lose mass. If you do not lose mass or come in contact with anything else, you will tumble in that same way at that same speed forever.
But you actually will lose mass in the sense that you'll grow hungry and die.
It depends. Okay.
Thirsty? That'd be
That's
better.
a really slow, as people who have tried to lose weight will attest, it is a slow way to lose. There are much faster ways to lose mass.
Yeah, but if you're tumbling through space and you don't have access to any restaurants or anything.
No, what you can do is, if you open up certain patches of your spacesuit, you could, like, pee in one direction or another. This will send your mass out in another direction, opposite, presumably, the way you're tumbling and you don't want to go. That will slow you down.
Though I do like the idea of someone spinning and peeing and then they'd speed and spin in the other direction. They'd still spin.
So you have to know some angular momentum physics before you started peeing or spinning or pooping or
do you think that's the end of gravity? Is just someone peeing themselves back there?
I'm just saying. Oh, by the way, you can't be inside the suit. It has to actually leave your body into space, right?
Yeah.
If you do this, you can then control, to some level, your wayward trajectory. This is no different.
When you die, like say you open the suit, your skin wouldn't be able to contact, but you would.
Oh, it's just a vacuum. I mean, yeah, it won't be comfortable, but you can do it temporarily in order to adjust your. Oh, yeah.
For how long?
Few minutes.
Oh, really? Yeah. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Now I have a new goal. Tumble through space for a few minutes, no suit.
So the point is that when you lose, if you look at spacecraft when they make adjustments, if they're in free open space, they're little sort of what they call these nozzles, these rocket nozzles that are strategically positioned around the body of the ship to make it rotate one direction or another, to change the attitude, the angle, or to slow down or to speed up. It is losing mass by the act of burning fuel that sends gases out in one direction or another.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so anything that comes out, burp, any other flatulent activity. Okay.
Yes. That all the things that are funny to children become the way you survive tumbling through space. Is what you're saying. Every bodily function that you're not supposed to discuss during the day in school, you need to survive to fly back to the Earth.
Yes.
That sounds like a plan. All right, here we go. This is a question from Robbie. And he's at the University of Michigan. He didn't mind telling us where he was.
Excellent.
Here's his question.
So it could be a student or a professor, we'll find out.
It's true. Well, depending on how good his question is, we'll know.
Or an administrator.
He used a lot of exclamation points. He's probably a student.
The OMGs and exclamation point? Okay.
Yeah. While at home, I was watching Futurama, and during the episode, the characters land on an alien world that had 3 suns. It left me wondering what would happen if there was a second or third star in our solar system, either in orbit around our sun or fighting with it to become the center of the solar system. Thank you, and thanks for the show!
So, here's the problem.
Yeah.
If you start throwing extra suns in the middle of your solar system, depends on how far away your planetary orbit is. If you're not far enough away from all of them, let's say it's a triple star system. Do one up on what they showed in Star Wars. So they have a triple star system. If you're not really far away from all 3,
well, what's considered really far, like Jupiter?
Much farther than any one of them are from each other. Okay, so it's a relative statement. So you want to be far enough away so that all 3 stars feel like one source of gravity to you.
I see.
If you're too close and one is over to the left and one is over to the right, your gravitational allegiance becomes constantly compromised. Who am I orbiting today? Oh, it's a star, not that one. And you'll become really close to one star and far from another. Your climate would be all to hell because you wouldn't sustain a stable temperature environment. And you can do models on a computer to show what happens to these orbits, and most of them are unstable.
Right.
A star will either fall, a planet will either fall into the star or be ejected from the star system altogether. So.
But it would be fine if you simply were so far away that they felt like one.
They felt like one, and they did it right in Star Wars, where they had the double sunset, if you remember that scene. Those were far enough away from the planet.
Yeah.
The planet is really only seeing one sort of collective gravitational. And so that's the problem that you have here. But otherwise, it'd be really cool. It'd also be cool if it started changing colors. And
then you'd have a.
Yeah, as one star set, the color of your sky would change. You know.
What are some of the?
Well, you can have red stars, white stars. You don't have green stars though.
Why not?
You want me to get into that? I can't get into that now.
Wow. Okay. Finally stuff with green stars. It's exhausting. There's no green in space.
No, there's green in space, but there's just no green stars. There's plenty of green.
Why? No, now you have to tell me why there's no green stars. Finally, I went to a real piece of science, and you're like, no.
Okay, fine. There's actually green emissions from gas clouds in space, and we looked at it, and we looked at its spectra. We didn't know what it was, and we, as my historical brethren in the field that I study, and in fact, it was named of nebulae, and it was called nebulium. This green light in space, nebulium. There was a placeholder until we actually figured out what it was. We figured out it's actually oxygen behaving in ways that we've never been able to reproduce in the laboratory. Under the rarefied vacuum of space, oxygen behaves badly, depending on how you want to look at it.
It's a green cloud that's coming for us.
It emits a beautiful green light, and if you're angstrom fluent, it's 5,007 angstroms on the scale. So you can have green light coming from gas clouds, but stars, because they're giving off a whole spectrum of light. Green is this narrow part in the middle of the spectrum, and when you puddle together all the light, you can lean towards the red side of the.
It's not a primary color.
Because red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, that whole spectrum, it either leans to the blue side, it leans to the red, or it gives about the same of each, and that will give you a blue star, red star, or white star. You're not going to get a green star.
All right.
That's why.
All right. Here, I'll ask. Here, one more cool one.
You've got about a minute left. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
A minute left in this segment. But
This is from Harrison Fizzle. It is. Dear Neil deGrasse Tyson and funny person, how can one fly a kite? I watched Mary Poppins recently, and it got me thinking, if one had a long enough string, how high could a kite possibly go if the kite and string were made of a sturdy enough material? Could it go up to the atmosphere, up where the air is clear? Anyway, it goes on. So let's go fly a kite.
I love that question, especially since I also love that song. I love corny Broadway songs. So what you need is enough updraft to keep the kite afloat against the weight of the string that's pulling down the kite. All right, we got to don't forget that. And let me pick up on this answer when we come back to Star Talk Cosmic Queries Edition, Science in the Movies.
Up through the atmosphere, up where the air is clear. Oh, let's go fly a kite. When you send it flying up there.
Let the binge viewing party begin. Now it's time to start your free trial of exclusive content in your living room and on your mobile devices on Hulu Plus. With Hulu Plus, you get total control to watch thousands of shows wherever you want, whenever you want. Use Hulu Plus on connected TVs, game consoles, Blu-ray players, Roku, Apple TV, PCs, or watch from anywhere on your smartphone or tablet, on demand, any time of day or night. With Hulu Plus, you can binge on full seasons, watch your favorite current shows, and even full series runs of classic TV shows. What got lost? Star Trek The Next Generation, The X-Files, Twilight Zone, Night Gallery, and thousands more. Hulu Plus is only $7.99 per month, but right now they're offering an extended free trial of Hulu Plus that is available only to Star Talk listeners. Go to huluplus.com/StarTalk for your extended free trial and get an extra week free. Again, go to huluplus.com/StarTalk for your extended free trial.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Star Talk Radio. Neil Tyson here.
So kites,
again, thanks for doing this. Yeah, great question we left before the break about how high up can a kite go. A thought brought on by watching Mary Poppins. And by the way, at the end of Mary Poppins, with all flying kites, all kite string angles are the same. As they're all standing there. That would be true if all the kites are flying at about the same height. And then the wind is the same for everybody, and so they did that accurately. So I want to commend the Mary Poppins creators
for accurately presenting the kites. Oh, good. All right.
So how high up can it go? So you have to watch out, because the higher the kite goes, holding wind currents aside for the moment, the higher the kite goes, the more string is dangling beneath it. You reach a point where the weight of the string rivals the weight of the kite. Not only the weight of the kite, but even the updraft buoyancy of the kite. And when that happens, the string becomes a burden to the kite, and the kite will not continue to ascend. That's a problem.
So, but your kite could be 1 mile long.
Yeah, if you had a really huge kite.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A super kite.
Oh my gosh, you take it up to the stratosphere. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay. So say you have a 1 mile.
Yeah. The problem is in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Wind speeds are about several hundred miles an hour.
Sounds good. Sounds like a super fun kite ride. So basically, if you had a mile long kite, tied it to your foot, got it up there, you would just fly. So it'd be fun, but temporary.
Yeah, that's a little higher than a mile up, but yeah.
No, I mean the kite itself, the width, 1 square mile would be the size of a physical kite.
Yeah. So, and you can put that up really high.
Okay, good. I now have a new summer project.
And by the way, it's a good way to think about physics problems is compare one thing going on to the other. And you want to be numerical about it. How high can the kite go? As high as the weight of the kite versus the weight of the string.
Right.
Think about it.
Traditional kites wouldn't be enough, but a super kite that you and I made.
In fact, if you try it with your kite, you will see there's a point where the string starts getting saggy compared with the ability of the kite to keep it buoyant. And the kite just gets farther away from you rather than
I feel like Widow kite contest. Like if there was one and someone had to build one, I would definitely put you on my team. Alright, here's a question. I was going to skip it that's something I love. I'm just going to ask it. Watching an episode of Buck Rogers from... Oh, this is Ray, by the way. Ray Bamer. Alright, watching an episode of Buck Rogers from 1979, Tweaky is missing. The subplot was transferring tons of frozen oxygen from space to the North Pole, where it would melt and replenish the oxygen-depleted atmosphere of the planet. The, quote, Spaceberg has to hit a window in our atmosphere exactly, or be ignited by friction and scorch a third to a half of the planet. My question's one, would an injection of frozen oxygen or anything from space help Earth, and B, could a Spaceberg of oxygen scorch the Earth?
Okay, so a couple of things.
Yeah.
First, Berg, actually German for mountain, so it would just be an Oxygenberg.
Yeah.
The Spaceberg would be a mountain of space, if you want to really totally analyze that.
I will let whoever wrote Buck Rogers know that they have made some terrible word mistakes.
No, iceberg is a properly named object. It's a mountain. It's an ice mountain. So here's the thing. Earth, it has no shortage of oxygen at the moment. We just have too much carbon dioxide. We don't have a shortage of oxygen. If you wanted to just simply add oxygen to the atmosphere, what will happen is fires that are ignited will not burn out as easily as they might today. Because oxygen feeds fires. Right. So let's say we have twice as much oxygen as we do today, and lightning strikes a leaf. And ordinarily the leaf would just sort of ignite but then fizzle away. Not with more oxygen in the atmosphere. It would totally come to flames, it would catch to another leaf, and you would burn forest like it was nobody's business.
So Spaceberg made of oxygen is what you would describe as a very bad idea.
That would be a bad idea unless we're actually, for some reason, losing our oxygen and you have to replenish it.
Right, and what we're gaining is carbon dioxide. We're not losing oxygen.
Correct. Now we have plenty of water. We don't need to bring oxygen from space. Water is what? Chemically?
Hydrogen and oxygen.
H2O. So you just you break the hydrogen away from the oxygen, and you got free oxygen.
Right.
You don't have to go to space for it.
Easy.
Yeah. So maybe the Buck Rogers writers didn't know this.
Yeah.
Plus, oxygen itself is not flammable. It only allows other things to burn.
Right.
So when they say don't smoke near oxygen tanks, you're not going to burn the oxygen tank. The oxygen tank is going to burn you.
Right.
Okay. You light a cigarette, the cigarette burns instantly. And then the flame, the spark hits your finger, and then it burns your skin. Then it burns your clothes.
Okay, you would explode.
Yeah, this is how we lost three astronauts in Apollo 1.
Oh, really?
There was a pure oxygen atmosphere inside their capsule on the launch pad, on a practice launch pad, as they were testing communications and other things. And a spark inside the spacecraft triggered, and everything burned inside the spacecraft.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But they didn't, light a cigarette. They were
not smoking astronauts.
Yeah, well, you said that's what happened, and then but now I realize it's a spark. No, it's good.
All right, what else you got?
Here's a question from Alex Robinson about the Death Star. In the movie Star Wars, Thanks for clarifying. We see the Death Star blow up the planet Alderaan. Setting aside the question of how a thing would be possible, what would happen to our solar system if the Empire blew up, say, Mars?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's really simple. First, how would you want to go about blowing up a planet?
Yeah.
What you can do is look at what's holding the planet together. There's all the gravity.
Yeah.
And there's all the tensile strength of all the solid matter that is the planet. Yeah. And when we come back, I'll tell you how to blow up that planet.
Yeah.
Star Talk Radio, Cosmic Queries Edition. We'll be right back.
Since you are reluctant to provide us with the location of the rebel base, I have chosen to test this station's destructive power on your home planet of Alderaan.
No, Alderan's peace, but we have no weapons. You can't
You will hurt another target, a military target, then name the system.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk.
Star Talk Radio. Eugene Merman with me in studio live in New York. Eugene.
Hello.
Yeah, you're reading me questions. I've never seen any of these questions before, and we left off. Somebody wants to blow up Mars.
Yeah. Someone's basically like, if the Death Star blew up Mars, what's a good way to blow up Mars?
Yeah.
Do that. What would it do to our solar system?
Cody. Okay, so here's how to blow something up. You ask yourself how much energy is keeping it together.
Mm-hmm.
Then you put more than that amount of energy into the object.
Mm-hmm.
It will explode.
So more than whatever. So more than the gravitational.
Yeah. So you find out you can calculate that. That's physics 102.
Right.
Not physics 101. 102.
Yeah. Is how to blow up Mars. That's quite an accelerated science class.
So you calculate what's called the binding energy of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it's a gravitational binding. It's gravity keeps it together. You want to overcome the gravity that's holding it together. Calculate that. How much energy is it? Now you have a device that can pump that energy into your planet and have that planet absorb the energy rather than have the energy come out the other side. It will completely destroy the planet to smithereens entirely. So that's how one would go about it. If you did it to Mars, we'd lose our Curiosity rover that's discovering science there.
But it wouldn't affect us that much.
I would affect our rover.
No, of
tax
course.
money, excuse me.
I mean our physical well-being, not our mental, emotional, and knowledge well-being.
We will continue to orbit the sun, and Mars will have essentially no effect on us.
Will parts of it land here, and then people then gain powers?
There will be Mars debris scattered all over the solar system. Mars debris will land everywhere. Yes.
Okay.
Eventually, it'll land everywhere.
And would it radiate kids and make them powerful?
No, because Mars is not radioactive.
Oh.
All right.
Oh well, at least we get some of it. Okay, here's another question from Sar. Planetary death in the movie.
Oh, wait, can I back up for a minute?
Yeah.
When you make a snowball,
yes.
How much effort did it take to make a snowball? Well, not much, right?
Not much.
Not much at all. And then you throw it at the wall.
Yeah.
It explodes on the wall.
Yeah.
You don't think of it as an explosion.
I do.
But it doesn't bounce off the wall.
Right.
It completely shatters on the wall.
Yes.
That's an example of the energy of motion of the ball, of the snowball, being greater than the energy that's holding it together in the first place.
Yes.
And so you explode a snowball by throwing it into a wall.
I would love to throw Mars into a wall and watch it just go everywhere and not irradiate anyone.
There you go.
Okay, planetary death in movies. Which is the most scientifically accurate death destruction of a planet you've seen on the big screen? How many?
Okay, so two things. The Death Star planet, if it can pump the right amount of energy into a planet, it will blow up a planet just the way it's shown.
Yeah.
Okay? With all the debris scattered.
That was pretty accurate.
That was accurate.
Probably the most scientifically accurate part of Star Wars.
That was accurate. Now,
that and Yoda.
Now in the red matter droplet, Star Trek, the J.J. Abrams Star Trek, that one, holding aside
the unlikeliness of red
holding that aside, if you turn a planet into a black hole, it would become a black hole just the way they essentially the way they show.
That's sort of accurate. Assuming that red matter creates tiny black holes, that is a great plan.
Exactly.
But would you need to drill it into the center?
No, that's not even one vote. Don't get me started.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
oh boy. Okay.
Once the red matter is into the surface at all, it won't know that it's at the center. How was it going to know? It's at the center of planet. I have no idea.
Well, yeah, no, they don't make it seem like this is a Red Matters plan. They definitely make it seem like a Romulan idea. But Romulans, what do they know, right?
Exactly.
Right, what else and then the other deaths of planets, Superman. I guess the new Superman it implodes, and in the old one it exploded.
Yeah. Well, it's destroyed from within. They overmined the planet. So here are people who have superpowers and super everything, and they don't know that they're overmining their own planet.
I don't know. Can you think of any analogies?
And they can send the baby Superman Moses style on a basket.
Yeah.
A spaceship. So anyhow, yeah, that could happen if you.
Are you telling me that Superman is unrealistic?
You can destabilize a planet if you make Swiss cheese out of its innards.
Okay,
that's clear. But I like the Star Wars destruction, just good old-fashioned planetary explosion.
Put some energy into it, blow it up. All right, here's a question: crowdsourcing science from Brian Labie. With the popularity of crowdsourcing Kickstarter, Indiegogo, why haven't scientists taken to the internet in the same way? Why can't we get a mission, say to Mars, by crowdsourcing true science geeks who would love to support in a big way? Veronica Mars can do it, so can the real Mars.
Yeah, I think the problem is, well, there are two things. There's using the internet and having people participate in data reduction. That's just sort of another efficient way. And then getting people to sort of contribute to make a mission happen. Space is expensive. Far more expensive than your laboratory science experiment. That's all. It's a matter of scale. It's billions of dollars. Billions and billions of dollars. So
not 3 million.
Right. So if you want to create the budget to do real space things, it's not millions, it's billions, and it's a whole other scale. That's why. Got to take a break. When we come back, more of Star Talk's Cosmic Queries edition. We're back on Star Talk Radio, Cosmic Queries edition. The last segment, we traditionally have our lightning round, because it takes so much damn time answering all the other questions.
The other questions are so involved and tell you the episode and what we have to think of it.
So, lightning round, I'm going to pretend I'm in soundbite mode, and we'll test our bell. There we go.
Okay.
Eugene, you're here for me.
Yes, I am. Let's do it. Eric, he's got a question. Could an alien species consist of only thought or energy, nothing we would recognize as body or mass?
I don't see why not, except, by the way, mass is energy, energy is mass. So I can imagine an alien species that is energy. I can imagine it.
Like a pound of energy.
I can allow my brain to accept the possibility of it. I don't know how to portray it. I don't know.
Right.
But since matter and energy are equivalent, I think we're good here. Okay. The problem is energy. It's hard to create form out of energy. When energy becomes matter, you can make molecules and things and objects and brains and this sort of thing. Without it, it's amorphous. And it might be harder to make amorphous life than material life. Next.
Could you eat it though? Could you eat a being made of energy? Okay, acceleration.
Actually, since the only point of humans eating is to give ourselves energy and nourishment, if there is an alien that is made of energy, you wouldn't have to eat it, you just have to absorb it.
Okay, great. I'm on it. Acceleration of expansion of space 2C. That's the Justin is his question. Is the expansion of space accelerating? If so, will that acceleration reach the speed of light? If so, what happens when it reaches the speed of light?
It's accelerating, and over time, it will one day exceed the speed of light, which it can do because it's expanding space, not objects moving through space. This is allowed by Einstein's general theory of relativity, published in 1916 by Albert Einstein. And in so doing, as the universe expands faster than the speed of light, the objects that it puts beyond that horizon will forever then be visible from your view. So the very distant future, all galaxies will accelerate beyond your visible horizon, and the nighttime sky beyond our galaxy will go dark. And our entire universe will be the stars in our nighttime sky.
Sounds fine. It's still pretty far.
And all that we know of and what we call cosmology will no longer exist, because there'll be no information about the rest of the universe other than the stars that are sitting in front of our nose.
Oh.
Next.
Okay, Justin wants to know, lunar terraforming. If we terraform the moon, would nights be darker due to the lost surface reflectivity?
Oh, yeah. Almost anything you do to the moon will make it reflect more.
Oh, really?
The moon is one of the worst reflecting. The moon reflects.
Even adding skyscrapers.
The moon reflects like a sidewall tire. The moon is like, I forgot that it's like 5% reflects, low single digit reflective.
What if we covered it in mirrors? Would that be helpful? What would happen to the Earth?
So, for example, Earth, which has oceans and land and clouds, Earth is like 10 times more reflective than the moon is.
Oh, wow.
And so the moon is a bad, it's like dark.
Yeah.
It's just so much light.
It's like as reflective as a pancake.
Yeah. Well, no, it's as reflective as the surface of an iron skillet.
Oh.
Okay, so anything you put there is going to make it more reflective.
Wow, I can't even believe we can see it because of how non-reflective iron skillets
are.
Well,
it's because how bright the sun is.
The sun is very, very bright.
Exactly. So when you do this, if you want to terraform it, you will make the full moon brighter than that.
Oh, really?
Next.
Great. All right. If the universe is expanding, can we use the direction of expansion to determine the center of the universe, aka where the Big Bang occurred?
It is expanding in every direction, therefore there is no center.
Oh.
And the best analogy I can think of is if you inflate a balloon, everybody on the surface of that balloon is expanding.
Yeah.
But you can say, where's the center of the surface of that balloon? Where's the center of Earth's surface?
It's a balloon shaped like a rabbit.
Yeah, so there's certain geometries where there is no center, even though it can be expanding, and the universe is one such shape.
Next. What is the minimum size for something to be labeled a planet, and why is it that Kepler 37b, which is only a fraction larger than Pluto, has been labeled as an exoplanet while Pluto was demoted to a dwarf planet?
Yeah, so a couple of things. In the 2006 definition of a planet, it has to be large enough for its gravity to make it a sphere. Pluto checks out on that. Kepler checks out on that. Fine. Yeah. But it also has to be significant enough with its gravitational attraction to have cleaned out its environment in which it orbits. And Pluto has done no such thing. It orbits in the Kuiper belt of other icy bodies in the outer solar system. Pluto, dwarf planet, Kepler planet, real planet. There you go. So you just get over that.
So Kepler is not covered in ice.
You can be covered in ice, but we don't.
Surrounding you.
Yes, exactly. Next.
Quick. If a quasar of
lightning round, go.
Stars and its distance. If a quasar or a star is billions of light years away, how do we calculate that distance if light takes billions of years to reach us?
Ooh, because the universe is older than that, and we've waited around for it to get here, and it finally got here, and the light that reaches us is light that left that quasar back at the beginning of the universe. So, the stuff that sent us light that hasn't gotten here yet, we don't see those objects.
But we will.
We will eventually, as the universe gets older, those objects, we will see them being born.
Yes!
They will rise up out of the firmament of the cosmos, and their light will show up to us, and we'll say, there's an object being born now that the universe and our cosmic horizon has enveloped their existence, and the universe is old enough for its light to reach us. We gotta go. Thanks, Eugene, for being part of Cosmic Queries. You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks always to Eugene Merman, who does such a great job with me. As always, I bid you to keep looking up. Hi, welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this is a Star Talk Cosmic Minute.
But it's imaginative. It takes you into another world, and it's still about a sense of morality, of who we are, who we choose to be, and who we choose not to be.
I would say Star Trek episodes at their best hit every one of those pistons.
Absolutely.
When they were firing all
and
together.
I think that's what touched amazingly so many people. And for the first time, you saw science fiction or anything else with males and females as equals of all colors. And that was amazing.
In positions of power and
influence.
Positions
of power, coming from every attitude, from a high level of understanding or compassion to the lowest. Didn't matter who you were, what color you were.
This episode of Star Talk is brought to you by LegalZoom.com. Visit LegalZoom.com to save on your legal needs, like wills for $69, LLCs for $99 plus filing fees, and also get access to a network of legal plan attorneys for guidance. LegalZoom.com is not a law firm, but provides self-help services at your specific direction. Enter discount code StarTalk for more savings at LegalZoom.com. That's discount code StarTalk at LegalZoom.com. This show is sponsored by NatureBox, where you can order great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Snack smarter in the new year with healthy and delicious treats like sourdough cheddar pretzels and baked sweet potato fries. Support this podcast and get 50% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk.
This is filled with secrets and mysteries, things with many questions to be answered.
Remember, I don't search sense.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
A bit of everything.
Science and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
What are you saying?
When you Chucky's a TV addict, mean to this, don't mean to bring static. When you cling onto your grandma's house, grab the backstreet friend and get loud.
Unique protection. Everything. Sure. Everything.
Check it out. What's it all about? Now, get busy.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist and director of New York City's Hayden Planetarium. In this Star Talk, we're featuring my interview with the award-winning actor Lawrence Fishburne. You've probably seen him in a bunch of movies, and he was shooting a new sci-fi indie film in Albuquerque, New Mexico, when I ran into him when I was filming Cosmos on a soundstage in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Maybe you want to consider something more, I've got a few minutes to browse. Don't forget to...
major sound studios, one in Los Angeles, one in Santa Fe. And in Santa Fe is where we filmed all the scenes on the spaceship of the imagination. If you haven't seen Cosmos, check it out. It's actually online if you don't catch it in real time on television. Online, it's www.cosmosontv.com. In this first clip with Lawrence Fishburne, I run down a list of some of his most popular movies. We also discuss his interest in science and the influences that led him to a career in film and television. Lawrence, you have the most diverse acting career of anyone I have seen. I mean, thank you. From Pee Wee Herman to Apocalypse Now.
Pee Wee's Playhouse, Apocalypse Now. Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Damn.
School Days.
School Days, of course. And one of my favorites, which was not a box office success, but so well made and so beautifully done, and you were the character of the movie, was Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Yes, Bobby Fischer was one.
Man, what a proud product that is.
That's a really great movie.
My son, in fact, got into chess by seeing that, and now he's moving up. He's 12.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, I'm not just blowing smoke. There's a lot here. My regret is that I missed you on Broadway in
Thurgood.
Thurgood.
Well, we'll
read all about it.
We'll send you one.
Oh, good.
We actually shot it in D.C., where he did most of his great work.
But he was with Howard, right?
Yeah,
Howard.
Yeah,
and then, of course,
Report and all that.
Right.
It was like doing the home team thing. It was great.
And I listed all your sci-fi movies here.
Right.
So we've got Event Horizon, certainly, the Matrix trilogy, Contagion, Man of Steel, and when you're in progress, The Signal.
The Signal.
We'll talk about it if you can a little
My
later.
very first one was one that not a lot of people know about, which is called Cherry 2000.
Cherry 2000?
Cherry 2000.
I have to look that one up.
And if you blink, you'll miss me.
So you were a background actor in that one.
Not exactly background, but not much more than a glorified extra.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, mother junior high school math and science teacher.
Yes.
Any effect on you at all?
Yes, I would have to say definitely. I am a natural reader. My father was also a natural reader. I did fairly well in math, and I guess I did okay in science. I think both of those two subjects just helped round me out in terms of making me a curious person. So I'm naturally curious about the world.
Many people who take math and science who don't become mathematicians or scientists think that anytime they never use this again, but it's just hit the nail on the head, that it changes your
curious about the world, and it gave me a way into the world, a way of investigating the world and exploring the world that wasn't just about what things looked like or how people talked. I mean, I had that kind of curiosity naturally, but for example, I would say the big piece that allowed me to think about another part of the world and another culture, for example, is like the Hindu-Arabic system. The way they introduce that to you in school is like, what? You're like, yeah, we didn't invent numbers. Somebody else invented the number system that we used. Why they call Arabic numbers? Yeah. And so when you think about that, then it gives you a window into that part of the world. It allows you to start thinking outside of the box. Outside of the box and outside of your world and where you come from and all that stuff. So that kind of stuff was great. And then, of course, with the science thing, growing up in New York and having access in Brooklyn, having access to the
Let's see what you got.
having access to the one in Manhattan, and having the Hayden Planetarium, exactly. That's my place now. Just you know. Oh, I got the keys. Oh, you got the keys? Just back up. Oh. You gotta know somebody. Wow. Cool. I'm right there in 86 too, so I'm Damn. Where you at? I'm gonna get my stargaze on, Papa. You know what I mean? When the movie's in the 7th house. So you have a secret knock, and I'll know it's you. Back door. I'll let you in the back door of the universe. Exactly. But we had access to Hayden. We had access to one in Brooklyn. And I think all of my friends, we were all curious about the world. And, you know, we had Cosmos. We grew up with Cosmos. Cosmos was on TV. It was Carl Sagan. Yeah. With Sagan. I mean, so it was kind of a baptism. We had that. We had Star Trek. Yeah. The original. We had Space 1999, which was all about exploring. You know, it was all about what's out there. Well, how early did you think or know you were going to be an actor? I became an actor at the age of 10. I became a professional actor at the age of 10. Did you have any sense that your knowledge of science would matter or play into this? I did, because the first thing I wanted to be was I wanted to be a doctor. Oh, okay, put a check in that box because you got that. CSI, you're a doctor. See, so as a doctor, you know, you got to have some science. You can't be doctoring on people and not have some science. It just don't work. I wanted to be a basketball player. I wanted to be Walt Clyde Frazier specifically. A friend of mine in high school was the ball boy for the Knicks. And while Clyde was playing, and I had the same size feet as Frazier. He had his Puma contract, and in the game he threw his shoes away. And my boy would go, oh, I hate you right now. Oh! I'm still wearing Puma. I'm still trying to find Clyde Pumas. You got some old ones in the house in there. Me and Clyde had the same feet. And I had 3 Pumas for like a year and a half. That is crazy. Yeah. So this is the era. So that was the era. So I wanted to be a doctor, then I wanted to be a basketball player, then I became an actor at 10. And I realized immediately that as an actor, I could be anything. Anything. So science would fall under the heading of anything. Most things, really, when you think about it. So I was never one of these people who's like, oh, I'm never going to use that. It was, when I get an opportunity to use that, then I'll explore it some more. I'll learn something. So when you were in school, were you like the class clown? Definitely class clown. Not anyone a teacher would have said he'll go far. No, probably not. But you said you did well in math. I did well in all subjects, yeah. Okay, so you're a good student. I was a good student. All right. Generally, that's when people say you'll do well, but I was a little too social sometimes. Funny thing, in life, that's great, but in school, they don't like it. No, and I challenged one of my teachers, who was the one who said I would go far. I challenged him a bit, but, you know, he got over it. It was all right. You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. When we come back, I'll talk with Lawrence Fishburne about one of my all-time favorite movies, The Matrix. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Some things like starting a business or protecting your family with a will aren't like your other New Year's resolutions. You can't afford to blow them off. Instead of less snacking and more exercise, put them at the top of your list. LegalZoom helps you incorporate or form an LLC with their simple questionnaire starting at just $99.
Over 1 million entrepreneurs have done it, and 90% of customers recommend LegalZoom to friends and family. You can also create a will starting at just $69, or even a living trust quickly and easily, and get peace of mind and protection. No surprise fees, no hassles, and no headaches. LegalZoom's step-by-step process was created by a team of experts in law and technology. LegalZoom is not a law firm, but can connect you to a third-party attorney and provides you with self-help services. From wills to business formations, trademarks, powers of attorney, and more, go to LegalZoom.com. For even more savings, type StarTalk into the referral box at checkout. Don't put off the things you need to do. Go to LegalZoom.com and use discount code StarTalk. That's LegalZoom.com. Discount code StarTalk.
This is StarTalk.
Good. Improvisation. Weakness. Not your technique.
Fishburne. In this next clip, we talk about his role as Morpheus. And it's from one of my favorite movies of all time, The Matrix. We also touch on his portrayal as Quest in the Superman movie Man of Steel. Of course, Fishburne science fiction films, as we'll hear, there's one particular role he wishes he could have played. So we gotta do some time on Matrix here.
Sure.
It's one of my top 3 favorite films in my life. Is Matrix 1, of course.
Right, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Matrix 1.
I'm with you.
I just thought it was stunning and jaw-dropping and everything about it. At the time, did you have any concept that this was going to become what it was?
What I knew was that it was simply the most original material that I had ever encountered, and that I was going to play that part.
Okay. That shows the sign of somebody who's driven by art.
Yes.
Others aren't.
Well, I'm lucky and blessed.
If you're looking for people
And just how it was filmed. And
let's see what you have. Self-defense
science flaw.
Tell me.
They had to leave it in, so I'm not going to get on their case.
Okay.
But in your speech about how they needed to get their energy. Okay.
The copper top thing?
The copper top thing. And it's all to turn humans into batteries.
Right.
So it turns out that whatever energy it takes to get the energy out of the person.
Right.
You could just use that energy. Every time you use energy to get energy from something else, you lose energy.
Okay.
So you're feeding this entity, organism,
right?
Food, which is energy.
Right.
To then use the human as energy, you're not getting as much energy as you put in ever.
Ever.
Now, the way out of that was using this plus some solar and nuclear power. We run the city.
These are the batteries.
Right, these are the multiple kinds of batteries, and we got humans in there too.
Right.
The fact is, they didn't need the humans at all.
But it's really cool, though.
I have to admit, it's a case where coolness overrides everything.
And sometimes in science fiction, that's the criteria. Sometimes it's style over substance.
And style works in science fiction.
It does.
Because you could take a style where you're not passing judgment. Well, that didn't fit that era. That's not what they would have done in 2350.
Right.
It's one thing for a movie to be successful, but it's also another thing to build a whole fan base around it. Clearly, The Matrix has this. Because I imitated you.
Yeah.
Ready? Go ahead, no watch. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm Morpheus. I do that all the time. Go ahead, get sunglasses.
Yeah, you gotta get your sunglasses.
I'm Morpheus. I do that shit.
As you no doubt have guessed. I am Morpheus. Life's fun. It's fun. What was great about him for me is he turns out to actually be, one of my favorite characters, and everyone's favorite characters in science fiction is Darth Vader. Vader is a great character. Morpheus is kind of like Vader and Obi-Wan rolled up into one guy.
This is the power and the philosophy.
Yeah, he's a light mentor and dark mentor.
Yeah.
So that's a fully realized human being in a way that we don't get to see that often.
Yeah, I know it was working for me because you were Morpheus in that role, and I'm not thinking Lawrence Fishburne.
Right.
I'm just thinking Morpheus.
Yeah.
When I see you on Searching for Bobby Fischer, you're the homeless guy in the park. I guess I'm complimenting you, but the character lives in that time and place with you. So, what's your favorite special effect in The Matrix?
Oh, wow. My favorite one is when the whole team goes to see the Oracle, and there's that shot in that room on
I know every frame, so you don't have to try to remind me.
So the shot in the room on the phone, and the camera goes around the phone, and
yes, and everyone is coming in.
Suddenly, when the camera makes the revolution, everybody's there.
Yeah.
That's my favorite special effect.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not a special effect. It's, you know,
it's simple actually.
It's very simple. The camera's in the room. It's on a track or a steady cam. I can't remember which.
Phone rings.
We were in the room, and the camera made one revolution, and before it made the other revolution, we all rushed and got into position.
Okay, so you're easy to please. So forget the bullet time.
Yeah, it's an old-time movie trick. It's like the camera never lies, but we lie. It's my favorite special effect.
It's an interesting. It has a good sort of musical beat to it.
It's got great music, you know, and it's got the great movement of the camera, and then suddenly you get this beautiful tableau of this whole team of people just suddenly around the phone, pick up the phone and go, "We're in."
Right. In The Matrix, you're really an action hero on some level.
Yes.
Here it is.
Good job. Hope it didn't get you in trouble. Here's a little something for the trouble. I'm always looking for that. Report back to me when you're ready to get out again.
Convince me you do a little bit of kung fu, but...
Affirmative.
Good. I'm at the location on your map. Stay alert.
Oh man, I'm late for muster one more time. Captain Kells is gonna have me do a
Scribe Herder.
We still have so much to learn about the mistakes we made in the past, and how to prevent us from repeating them.
Superman wanted to find his home planet, find Krypton, because the light signal of Krypton being destroyed would be coming to us about now. Okay.
That location better be cleared out.
Oh, wow.
Affirmative. That's what I like to hear. Here's what you wrote. As long as the Brotherhood's around, those abominations don't stand a chance. If you're interested in heading out on a run, I'm ready. Alright. Here's details on that. Complete the mission.
We're talking through the plot about how I'm going to deal with it, what questions he might ask. And I said, oh, by the way, if it makes no difference to you, could you take a few pounds off of it? And the guy said, Dr. Tyson, this is the world of the comics. Everyone looks good.
If you run into any synth, shoot to quit.
You gotta love Superman.
You can't not love Superman, and you can't not love the Bat. You just can't.
You know, my favorite comment about Superman is that he actually has no costume. There's nothing covering his face when he's Superman.
No.
His costume is to blend in with it.
Yes.
In real life.
Yes. Yeah, that's his costume.
His costume is his glasses and his suit.
And his,
you know.
Yeah, his mild-mannered reporter.
That's right.
Yeah.
He is himself when he's the superhero.
Yeah, that's true.
Is any role in a sci-fi movie you ever wanted?
Yes, Dr. Manhattan in The Watchmen.
What a striking character that is.
Dr. Manhattan. I would have loved to have done Dr. Manhattan. However, I just worked with Billy, who played Dr. Manhattan, and he was magnificent. And he was telling me how they did it. It's really amazing how they did it.
But, you know, it's quantum non-location. I mean, once you turn someone into particles, a particle has different laws that apply to it compared with macroscopic entities. Right. So a particle could be in more than one place at a time. So he is decomposed into particles. He could appear like on Mars, wherever. My favorite scene is that movie where he brings the woman with her and she oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Love that! That was just so cool.
One of my favorite lines from the comic book is, yes, Superman is real and he is an American.
No, it wasn't Superman. It was God exists. Oh, and he's American.
Oh, we got a message.
It's in Superman in the movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love that.
So, I personally think that's best of genre.
Watchmen?
Watchmen.
Absolutely.
Best of genre among...
Yeah. Nobody delivers a comic book.
The character or me? I'm not sure which one you mean.
You don't see a lot of vertebrates in this kind of shape.
That minigun in front of you, loaded and ready to fire. If you spot anything hostile during the flight, I suggest you put it to good use. Make sure you properly identify your target before you start shooting. We don't want to have any mishaps with fire on the local.
Hey,
the Commonwealth was different about the Earth. It never ceases to amaze me how drastically your perception of battle changes with the air. We're going to need that to take on the enemy. They've already proven that they're technologically superior, which means there's no telling what types of weapons they'll have in arsenal. Hopefully, our air superiority and tactical know-how.
That's an interesting way to think about it, because in a dramatic role, you're contained
Another message.
as they are as humans on Earth in a time and in a place.
And the realities of what our situation is. If people can't fly, people can't fly.
You must be very bored to be commenting on this. Especially like that.
Unless it's a science fiction fantasy thing and some dude shows up and he can fly. That's it.
What the hell? What the hell?
She was like the only one. First one in. Yeah, she was it. I had her on Star Talk. Cool. Oh man, it was great. Good. Still hot. If you haven't heard my two-part interview with Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uhura in the original Star Trek TV series, as well as in the movies, then check it out on iTunes or through our web portal, startalkradio.net. That interview is from Season 2, Episodes 24 and 25. You'll have to scroll down a bit to find them, but I guarantee you they're well worth the effort. She's a gracious, spirited lady who led an extraordinary life. When Star Talk returns,
Welcome to the live air. Listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson interviewed Lawrence Fishburne.
Curbing your appetite doesn't get any easier just because you went on a diet. When 3 p.m. hunger pangs hit, you can tough it out and get cranky and lightheaded, or you can hit the vending machine and pack on the pounds. But now there's a third option. Snack smarter in 2014 with NatureBox. Sign up to NatureBox for great tasting, healthy snacks sent right to your door. And I'm not talking about salted caramel pretzel pops, dark cocoa almonds, and more, designed to leave you full and healthy. Check it out now at naturebox.com. You'll find zero trans fats, zero high fructose corn syrup, and nothing artificial. And that includes your genuinely pleased reaction. And NatureBox ships for free, just like nature does. Right now, try your first order of NatureBox at 50% off by going to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk. Stop the vending machine madness. Snack smarter in 2014. Get a handle on your health and your hunger. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
You gotta win. He taught you how not to lose. That's something to be proud of. You're playing not to lose, Josh. You got to risk losing. You got to risk everything. You got to go to the edge of defeat. That's where you want to be. On the edge of defeat. What? Every play.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. This show featuring my interview with Lawrence Fishburne. In this segment, I discuss his role as a chess hustler in the film Searching for Bobby Fischer. That 1993 movie is based on the life of a young chess prodigy in New York City. The title of the movie is said to be a metaphor about the character's quest to win the game at any price. Just like his idol, Bobby Fischer, who some consider to be the greatest chess player.
That's good to hear, because I'm not.
Illinois first picks up the game from speed chess players that hang out in Washington Square Park. As portrayed by Lawrence Fishburne, their teaching style greatly differs from that of the chess coach played by Ben Kingsley. Now, scientists have speculated that computers should be able to solve the game of chess. In other words, to come up with perfect strategies to always win. But it hasn't happened yet. There are 10 to the 120th possible game variations, with 10 to the 43rd possible board position for each move. Some think limitations in computing, including quantum and thermodynamic barriers, might prevent computers from ever being able to examine the entire tree of possible move
test of time. You go back and look at that moment when and that movie resonates. That movie plays beautifully. Parenting, ambition. Yeah, it's got real life stuff in it, and it's a classic in that sense. It reminds me of the New York that I grew up in. New York was like that at the time when I grew up there, and certainly up until at least the late 90s it was.
So did you play chess before this?
I learned to play the game when I was 9, and I love the game. I wish I played seriously, but I don't. I can move the pieces. I can teach you the fundamental rules of chess and get them in a way to play the game. So doing that movie was great because for a while people thought I was playing seriously, and that always is kind of fun. But I thought in that period of time, people realized I could not have played the game. Is there any question?
Mission Grant, welcome back. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you on successful mission. And is this our new recruit?
Yes, sir. I field promoted him to initiate, and I'd like to sponsor his entry into our rankings personally.
Yes, we've read your report. You'll be pleased to know that Elder Maxon's approved your request and placed the recruit in your charge.
Thank you, sir. And my current orders?
You are to remain on the prison and await further instructions.
Very good, sir. Ad Victoriam, Captain.
Ad Victoriam, Commandant. So, you're the one Paladin Danse has taken under his wing. You don't look much like a soldier to me.
Looks can be deceiving.
Which is precisely why I personally insist on scrutinizing every recruit who boards this vessel. I've read Paladin Dance's reports. He seems to think you'll make a fine addition to the Brotherhood. You might expect an endorsement like that to grant you a great deal of latitude with us. But let me make one thing clear. The Brotherhood of Steel has traveled to the Commonwealth with a specific goal in mind. As the captain of this vessel, I won't allow anyone to jeopardize our mission, no matter how valuable they think they are. Understood?
Absolutely.
Good. That's all for now, soldier. Your orders are to proceed to the command deck for the address. After which, Elder Maxon wishes... If you have any questions, ask me.
Can you tell me anything about Elder Maxon?
Elder Maxon is the supreme commander of... Without his tenacity and his vision, we'd still be a small group of complacent stragglers, occupying the Citadel in a mere decade. He's grown the Brotherhood of Steel into a major military force. He's an inspiration to us all. Is there anything else?
Where can I get power armor?
Only knights are allowed to wear Brotherhood power armor. Until Elder Maxon grants you that title, you'll have to make do with what you've got. Anything else?
What are my orders?
Your orders are to proceed to Elder Maxon's address, after which he wishes to speak with you. Anything else?
I don't have any questions.
Then I suggest you head over. Dismissed, mission.
Maxon is preparing to address the crew.
Welcome aboard. Elder Maxon is holding his...
Scientific community and the religious community came together to discuss and debate the existence of God and his place or her place in the universe.
There are panels on this all the time.
Yeah.
But they never converge. Or when they do, they tend to converge on the, well, we don't know what was around before the beginning of the universe, could have been God kind of convergence. But what's happening there is they're assigning the scientific ignorance to the religious knowledge. But what happens when the scientific ignorance goes away because you made a discovery?
Right.
And the history of exploration shows that there are plenty of things that religion pretty much had control over, like epilepsy.
Right.
What was that? That you were possessed.
Yes.
The devil was in you.
Right. Okay, wait a minute.
There was no other accounting.
No one, right.
You're frothing at the mouth, and it happens in an instant.
Right.
You know you did something bad. So,
right.
the devil took ownership of your body,
right.
and now we study the brain, it's epilepsy, you can medicine. So, things like that started shedding from, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, because I'm of the mind that so much has been shed, so much has been understood,
Brothers
so
and
much has been
sisters,
scientifically understood.
the road behind has been long and fraught with
there must be
difficulty.
some space for this community to go.
Has surpassed my expectations by rapidly facilitating our arrival in the Commonwealth. You have accomplished this amazing feat without a hint of purpose or direction. And most impressive, without question. Now that the ship is in position, it is time to reveal our purpose. And beneath the Commonwealth, there is a place known as the Institute, a malignant growth that needs to be cut before it infects the surface. They are experimenting with dangerous technologies that could prove to be the world's undoing for the second time in recent history. The Institute scientists have created a weapon that transcends the destructive nature of the atom bomb. They call it the Sith. A robotic abomination of technology that is freakish and masquerades as a human being. This that a machine could be granted free will is not only offensive, but horribly dangerous. And like the atom, if it isn't harnessed properly, it has the potential of rendering us extinct as a species. I am not prepared to allow the Institute to continue this line of experimentation. Therefore, the Institute and their systems are considered enemies of the Brotherhood of Steel, and should be dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. This campaign will be costly, and many lives will be lost. But in the end, we will be saving humankind from its worst enemy. Except ad victoriam. Ad victoriam. Ad victoriam.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet.
Commonwealth of England.
Stellar Talk.
Elder Maxim?
I care about the people of the Commonwealth.
I can see that. They're playing with fire and you need to save them.
Exactly. I just hope we're here in time. I refuse to allow the mistakes of the past to be repeated.
Now with my Lawrence Fishburne interview. In this part
Don't
of the
worry.
show, we talk
I'm
about
convinced.
Paladin Dance's reports were quite clear regarding your feelings toward the Brotherhood, and he concludes
CSI stands for
that you'd be an asset to us. Seeing as he's one of my most respected field officers, you couldn't get a better reference. Therefore, from this moment forward, I'm granting you the rank of knight, and
just like that,
we're granting you a suit of cavalry to protect you on the field of battle.
I'll do my best to live up to it.
I'm certain you will. In any event, once you're finished becoming familiar with the Hoodwin and my staff, report to the flight deck for your new orders. Welcome aboard the Privilege.
I do a lot of voice work. I voiced the Silver Surfer for the Fantastic Four, and I also did a voice for Ninja Turtles, the last...
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
Yeah.
That one got by me. I'm sorry.
Cool.
Which Ninja Turtle were you?
Oh, no, I was the narrator. I narrated the opening.
Oh, okay.
I kind of set it all up.
Can you name your Ninja Turtles?
Leonardo, Donatello, and I forget the other two.
Do you realize that the Italian segments of the space station are named after...
No, really?
Those in the know are named say it's the Ninja Turtles, but if you don't know the Ninja Turtles, it's Renaissance artists.
Wow, that's great. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And of your role in science-themed shows, does anyone rise above the rest?
I think probably the most purely scientific was the role that I played on CSI with Dr. Langston. Being a pathologist and having to really use scientific dialogue, be in a lab. As
I gotta say, those bodies look really dead.
Really good job.
So I'm assuming they're not really dead.
They're not really dead bodies, but also the science was maybe 85% correct on the show. sometimes they would do it in a fake kind of way because it was something that, you know,
gotta still tell the story.
No way to take this.
Not just because they had to tell the story, but like they didn't want people, for example, there was something called the CSI effect that happened after CSI first aired, where criminals were actually watching the show to see how to be investigators. So after,
how to cover their track.
Yeah, so after about 2 seasons, they started altering the science just a little bit so that it wasn't exact.
Wow.
Yeah.
What it says about other shows like Breaking Bad. Teach you how to make sense. Man, what a great show there. Are you tapping any of your science literacy when you're thinking about these roles and doing these roles, or is it mostly your acting talent?
It's mostly my acting skills that I've developed over the years. Now, like I say, CSI, which for me was the closest that I've gotten to being a scientific person, I had the benefit of a technical advisor who was always there, who would explain if there was ever a question about how something gets done, why something gets done, is this correct? We had several coroners that would come in, and they offered us...
How many people get to say that? We always had a coroner.
Right. And we had the opportunity to go and see the coroners actually at work. I opted not to do that. I felt it would be just a little insensitive to family members of the deceased.
But the producers are thinking about trying to get the most out of you for this.
Yeah, I mean, it was the closest that I've come to. Well, mostly it was the acting skill, but there were people that were there you could rely on and you could talk to about the science of it. So
that gave you confidence to just run in and...
Oh, absolutely, because I knew that they really worked hard at making it as close to truth.
Real instead of fake real.
Right. I think that's one of the things that set that show apart from everything else that was on television.
And of course, it's actually had an influence on how many people are choosing to major in chemistry and in biology, especially women, because these are fully developed characters.
I'll administer your exam after you've checked in with them.
They got problems.
Captain Cage, I'll administer your exam
They
after
weren't
you've
always like
checked in
that.
with them.
Supermutants were regular people like you and me, until Institute scientists turned them into something else.
CDC? Yeah, an advisor to the CDC. He's a specialist in communicable diseases.
I wonder if Rosalia was with us every day. Every day, if you like. I'm going to show you this little shit we're tracking down.
That science advisor.
Medical report, night Captain Cage report.
And he was on our first
I've been working closely with Scribe Mariah, examining some of the synth boxes that our recon team have recovered. Even though we have yet to recover the synths that appear completely human, these lesser models are still astoundingly advanced. What's becoming apparent is that the Institute is the most technologically gifted enemy ever encountered, and therefore exceedingly dangerous. I've turned over all of my data to Lancer Captain Kells, along with my recommendations for developing effective countermeasures for these synths. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how much it will help, given the fact that the real enemy are the synths could be hiding among us.
I'll administer your exam after you've checked in with them. Elder Max.
And everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk. Star Talk. You never told me that. That's just it, DJ. I never told anybody. But this ship knew about it. It knows my fears. It knows my secrets. Gets inside your head and shows you.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio.
I believe we increased a bit of a chat.
Star Talk Radio. And we also tweet, of course, at Star Talk Radio. If interested, I also tweet at Neil Tyson. We're wrapping up my interview now with Lawrence Fishburne. He's a talented actor with such a broad range, not only appearing in the sci-fi films featured in this show, but also, for instance, in Event Horizon and Predators. He played roles in many different kinds of movies, including Apocalypse Now, Boys in the Hood. He even played the title character in Shakespeare's Othello. In this final clip, we start off talking about the movie he was filming, The Day in the Desert in New Mexico. And then we get into a deeper discussion about his plans for the future.
Yeah, I got this thing, the signal that I'm doing with this young director called Will Eubanks here in New Mexico, which is a very interesting little piece about a young man who's confined to a wheelchair. He and his hacker buddies get contacted by a signal somewhere out here in the desert. They're at MIT. Somebody in the desert is reading messing with them, really hacking them, and so they get in the car and they come to find the signal.
I would think that would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it is, and then they disappear. And when they reappear, well, they're somewhere in the desert with strange scientific folk.
We are strange folk, indeed.
And I play this strange scientific man who's trying to help him piece together what has happened.
So are you alien or Earth?
I am definitely Earth, and I am definitely
How did it look
It's
out
just
there?
a little...
We've got a lot of work
Space-time continuum.
It's
Hey, Dr. Keegan was the first to secure supplies from open flights. You talk to him.
really...
I'll pay the next recovery team to bring back some decent supplies. And having a get rich for you.
And so, where are you going to be in 5 years?
I'll be acting, I'll be producing a lot more.
Yeah, I saw that. Lucy writing, directing.
I'll be directing a lot of network.
As lead or as a character?
As a producer, as a creator, and possibly as lead. I might be the lead in one of them, but
Almost because
I'll probably have 2 to 3 shows on television somewhere.
to you showing up in a pre-existing movie, you know? That's obviously a different role than being a leading man, but you have such a strong presence that it makes certain scenes in a movie, right? Sure. So I'm just wondering if someone said, hey, you can be leading man and you get $1 million,
Right.
but it's schlock.
No thanks.
Because it's a craft.
After the CSI experience, it was brought to my attention that there may be space for me in the television landscape as creator. We seem to be in a golden age of cable television right now, beginning with Sex and the City and Sopranos in terms of
The list goes on.
and then it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So really material book or something and then expand it for television in that way. There's a possibility of an animated series that we're working on.
All right.
For some material to create and to take where the existing
Don't tell English, okay?
I was so, and my folks are still the
Not allowed in radio
era, and my father was active in the civil rights movement, so I was so trying to do that.
The beauty of being an actor is as you age.
You know, before getting shipped to the Commonwealth, I thought Elder Lyons still had some good points. The Brotherhood in the Capital Wasteland, they were about helping. But this assignment, it's opened my eyes. On the flight here, we've had city after city, buildings taller than I've ever seen, some that nearly clipped the Pridwin. And who uses them now? Mutants. Freaks. Seeing all that destruction, tens of millions dead, brought on by technology run amok, it made it so clear. Elder Maxis is right. The wasteland needs to be cleansed, and we're the ones to do it.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. That's it.
Nice.
Hesitating to pull the trigger on any of the Commonwealth scum can be fatal.
Action or something?
Personal log entry 142. I can sum up living on the Pridwin in 4 words. I miss field assignments. Don't get me wrong, the research we're doing is exciting stuff. But life on this ship is a nightmare. I'm trapped in this metal tube 18 hours a day. I still can't decide who smells worse, the soldiers or the mole rats. And what passes for conversation among the grunts makes mutants seem scholarly. I'm gonna speak to Dr. Quinlan. Field scribes cannot have it this bad.
Come find me when you're done checking in with Max and Dance.
The last person that disobeyed got his scalp. You're the one who decided to kick your way through a mire work.
Got it. Liberating the Commonwealth is a huge...
Excuse me, Paladin Dance?
There you are. How did it go with Elder Max?
I was very impressed with him. He seems to know what's best for everyone.
Exactly. Without his I just hope you appreciate how much of a chance I'm taking, bringing you into the fold. Not to put too fine a point on it, but if you screw up, we go down together.
I won't let you down, Dance. I promise.
Good. Now, I know you're eager to hop into a suit of power armor and take the fight to the Institute. But first things first. In order to be an effective part of the team, you need to learn your way around this ship and get to know its crew. Since I've been officially assigned to you as your sponsor, I'd recommend taking me along with you.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Outstanding.
Stick with it really bad. Hey.
Where do you want me?
Paladin Dance.
What's up?
How do you think things are between us?
I'm not sure right now. Perhaps you should ask me that later.
Your thoughts?
Doesn't it feel good to be a part of...
Your thoughts?
Call me old-fashioned.
That's all for now.
Not a problem. I've served on this vessel for years. The only home I know.
I heard that Elder Max got that scar on his face.
Feeling a bit nostalgic?
Joining our cause was the wisest decision of your life, brother.
Can't talk right now. Clean the Mirelurk scat.
Excuse me, Proctor Ingram.
So, you're the new recruit I heard about. Huh, not what I was expecting.
Sounds like you're disappointed.
I'm not disappointed, just surprised. You don't look like one of the usual wastelanders we pick up. Anyway, since you came down here to meet me, we may as well get it over with. My name's Ingram, and this lovely little grease pit is where you'll usually find me. If your power armor's too tight in the crotch, the Pridwin's about to crash into the ground, or a robot's gone haywire, you come see me.
Sounds like you have a pretty full plate.
Plate? Hell, I have a whole table's worth of duties around here. There isn't a day that goes by on this tub without 5 or 6 things breaking down. And since I'm stuck in this rig, I'm not quite as spry as I used to be.
Uh-huh. Actually, you seem to be getting around really well.
I suppose it's better than the alternative. Anyway, I'm sure you're here to get your hands on some power armor. There's a pretty decent T-60 suit sitting in Bay 3 that's all yours. The left leg actuator's a bit sticky. Oh, and if you need any work done on it, feel free to... You'll excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Proctor.
Treat your power armor well, and it can get you through anything.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Paladin.
What do you want?
How do you feel about our...
I haven't been able to make that evaluation yet. When I do, I'll let you know.
Your thoughts?
I never liked having...
Didn't have anything else?
Affirmative.
Hey.
Ready.
Heads up.
All right.
Wait there.
Roger.
Come on. Dance?
Yes?
We should go our separate...
I'm not going to lie to you. Come back alive.
Uh-huh.
Ready to continue our mission, soldier?
That depends.
My power armor systems are within. You just give the word.
Ready.
Roger that.
Okay, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do talking to him. Ah, I get the shitty armor.
My duty shift was long, but I'm glad we're making a difference out here.
Heads up.
You run into
Need something?
synths? Shoot to kill. We don't take prisoners.
I can't believe super mutants were human once. But science had gone so wrong.
Glad you finally stopped by, soldier. Are you ready for your medical exam?
Sure. Go right ahead.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of medical-related questions. First question. As a child, were you ever exposed?
There wasn't that much radiation around before the bombs fell.
Before the bombs? What? Let me check the notes. You were a fault dweller? You're probably healthier than anyone else aboard. Anyway, sorry I missed that in your records. Just going down the list of questions. I'm sure you understand. Okay, second question. Have you ever had or come in contact with a person confirmed to be carrying a communicable disease?
So not everyone?
Never been seriously sick in my life.
Good, good. Third question. And please, answer honestly. Have you ever had sexual relations with any species considered non-human?
Do the rag types count? Shit.
No. Never have.
Very well. Last question. Would you have any problems pulling the trigger on an enemy of the Brotherhood? Whether they're human, formerly human, or machine?
If my life's in danger, I'll do whatever it takes to defend myself.
That's an acceptable answer. And the most common. Excellent. I think I've got all the information I need. I see no reason to prevent you from beginning your... If you ever need medical assistance.
Excuse me, Captain Cade.
How can I help you today?
Could use some supplies, actually.
Scribes have been...
Good job. I had a feeling.
Ah, good. You're finally here. Just set the books down anywhere. I'll get to them as soon as I can.
I think you're confusing me with someone else.
Perhaps I need to rummage through the supply bins for a new pair of glasses. Since it's obvious that you aren't who I was expecting.
Sure. Maxon wanted me to meet the crew, so you were next on my list.
Ah, yes. You must be the new recruit. Under normal circumstances, I'd provide you with a proper orientation of my department. However, I'm woefully behind setting up research patrols and getting bombarded with requests for technical documentation. Unfortunately, I'm lacking the personnel needed to get the job done.
Maybe I can lend you a hand.
That would be splendid. As you patrol the Commonwealth, keep your eyes open for blueprints, memos, manuals, books, charts. Anything containing useful technical data. I'm authorized to pay you for each bundle of documents, and if you wish to be in any event.
Step forward, Knight. Even though they've locked me in this blasted cage, I promise that I won't mind.
Looks uncomfortable in there.
It's not that bad. Now, this is the stowage depot, and I, as you probably already guessed, the powers that be have me locked in here. If you need to stock up on some...
That's good to know.
I'm glad you're the... Right. And I tell most of the new recruits that they have to buy their own equipment. The good news is by having a constant flow of caps. Yeah, I'm mostly interested in weapons, but I'll take anything useful. Of course, if you're just looking to make a few caps on the side.
I could use some extra caps.
You need them, and I want you to spend them here. It just involves a little bit of heavy lifting and interacting with the local farms. And since I'm stuck up here manning this one-man zoo, after you're done with the meet and greet. In the meantime, if you ever need anything else, you got it.
Proctor.
Step forward, Knight. Even though they were locked.
Why are you?
I'm glad. Right. Now this is the powers that be. If you...
That's good to know.
I'm glad you're the...
Sure.
The good news is by having it... Yeah, I'm mostly... Of course.
I could use some extra caps.
You...
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And after it...
Proctor Tegan.
What brings you to me today?
Let's hear a bit more about that extra work.
Art to resist, as they say. Can't... The food stores don't replenish themselves. It'll be requisite. Your mission.
I'm in.
Good. You'll find...
Right. Excuse me, Proctor Tegan.
That farm's nothing you can't handle.
I'm looking for some fire.
Somebody's got to play them.
There's always grandpas and uncles, and you know, it's cool. I'm good. I'm a playwright. I've written a play. I'd like to do some of that.
So if you start writing, then you could write a sci-fi story.
I could write a sci-fi story.
You know, I mean, the sci-fi fan base is so loyal. It's
about time you resupplied the prison city.
And you've been to Comic-Con.
I have not.
Whatever you heard, it's more than that.
More than that. Yeah, I heard it's wonderful. My wife just did a con in Philadelphia because she's a sci-fi icon.
Okay.
I realize it's not the most glamorous of missions.
Was she in the movie as well as the
Yeah.
We have sort of on top.
She's Captain
Not
Mouse.
few of them on
I gotta go back now that I know this. Yeah.
She was also on the show called Cleopatra 2525. And she did many episodes of Xena, Warrior Princess, and many episodes of The Journey of Hercules.
So you're both in the biz.
So we're both sort of sci-fi people.
Cool. So this could be something waiting to be written.
Maybe.
You know.
Actually, my wife is Wonder Woman. My wife is Wonder Woman.
Does she have the forget thing to put around you?
She has the lasso. She has the magic lasso. She has the Amazonian physique, the great intelligence, and matchless beauty.
There's one thing I'm jealous of that you have.
No.
Okay. I always wanted the key to a city. I always wanted to do something that where the city expressed its love.
Yeah.
As a key. And I heard you had a key to Cambridge.
I have a key to Cambridge.
Because I went to college in Cambridge.
Yes.
Right there. No, what do you mean, no, that?
The mecca of American education. Naturally, Dr. Dyson, you would have gone to school in Boston.
What did you do to get the key to Cambridge?
Here's what I'm going to do for you, Neil. You got the keys to the Hayden? I got the key to Cambridge. Anytime you want to go to Cambridge, my key. Use the key. You guys. You get the secret knock going. I go up in the planetarium. Get my stargaze on.
Let's exchange the keys. All right, that's the deal.
It was a cultural rhythms festival that they have up there at Harvard every year. Dr. Alan Coulter.
It's Alan Coulter.
Alan Coulter, right. Invited me up there to receive the Cultural Rhythms Award for Artist of the Year. So it was a lifetime of work.
Okay, so you gotta wait.
30 years of acting.
Work harder.
Work harder. Struggle.
For laser
survival.
You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. And as always, I bid you to keep looking up.
Please don't touch anything. I refuse.
This episode is brought to you by Hulu Plus. With Hulu Plus, you get total control to watch thousands of shows wherever you want, whenever you want. Binge on full seasons and watch your favorite shows like Lost, Star Trek The Next Generation, X-Files, and one of my favorites, The Twilight Zone. Right now, Star Talk listeners can get an extended free trial of Hulu Plus by going to huluplus.com/StarTalk. That's huluplus.com/StarTalk. This episode of Star Talk is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create professional websites, blogs, portfolios, and now your own online store. Check out their new commerce solution so that you can start selling stuff immediately. For a free trial and 10% off your first purchase on new accounts, go to squarespace.com/StarTalk and use offer code StarTalk8.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries, leaving us with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here for the first time.
I'm sold. If you're looking for someone to help.
I appreciate the offer, but the specimens I've already captured can only produce so much blood engine. What I need are more samples of blood. I appreciate your thoughts. I've modified your pit boy to scan the corpse of any freshly killed creature there. All you have to do is pick up any. Hey, I really appreciate you doing this for me.
Star Talk. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist with the American Museum of Natural History. That's my day job, but by night, I'm your host. I've got with me in studio Chuck Nice. Chuck.
Hey, Neil, how are you?
You know, we did a show on zombies. That was one of our most popular shows.
You're an inspiration to
Max
yourself.
Roxon, who wrote the story for the movie, right? The feature movie. World War Z. And it's so popular, we thought we should do like a follow-on Q&A to it.
Okay.
And so we brought in studio back to Star Talk, Lori Garrett. Lori, welcome back to Star Talk.
Hey, there's Lori.
There she goes. She's with the Council on Foreign Relations, and perhaps best known for Pulitzer Prize-winning journalism, and author of the book The Coming Plague. You're an expert on infectious, contagious diseases. What do you like at parties?
My boss does call me Debbie Downer.
Debbie Downer, exactly.
Your book sounds very hopeful.
The Coming Plague. So we are in the Cosmic Query edition of Star Talk, and Chuck, you're going to be reading questions. By the way, normally you read the questions to me.
Yes, I do.
Because they're on the universe.
That's right.
But now we solicit questions on viruses.
Yes, we have.
So I'm pretty, there's not much I can say about that. We had to bring in Lori for this.
Got a little subject expert here.
There we have it. So let's not waste any time.
All right.
Straight to it. Questions drawn from our listener audience.
That's correct.
Fan base and the listeners on Facebook and everywhere else.
Facebook, Twitter, email,
and our footprint. Yeah, so go for it.
All right, let's jump right into this. And this one comes from Facebook, and it's Heidi Myers. Heidi would like to know, why aren't there any more outbreaks? Billions still live in poor sanitation and cramped quarters cheek to cheek. With newcomers from lightly traveled areas, bush meat is still eaten by many, and transportation is even faster than it ever was. It is due to vigilance. Is it due to vigilance, or are the diseases evolving into endemic conditions faster than they used to?
Her first sentence was,
why aren't there any more outbreaks?
And that is incorrect.
Well, I think she means pandemics.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
We just have been battling in the last
like, okay, I'll shut up.
months, too.
Wait, who's we?
We, the global community,
The disease fighters.
Disease fighters.
You guys are like the Justice League of viruses.
Well, that's what Dan Brown says. So we've been fighting two. One is called, sadly, H7N9. It's a form of influenza that emerged in China seemingly out of nowhere.
Wait. Why do we always blame other countries for the start of influenza? Where's the one that like has America written all over it? Do we call it something else?
That would have been the H1N1 swine flu of 2009.
Why do we call it the United States virus?
Well, it was American swine.
Oh, really? Was that the technical name?
Well,
American swine. Sounds like a cool.
Just don't call it American woman. Okay.
All right, I interrupt. Go on.
So the H7N9 is an influenza that emerged first seen in Shanghai, and it was coincident with, in January, 20,000 pig carcasses floating through the Huangpu River, the central river of downtown Shanghai. That'd be like having 20,000 dead pigs come down the East River.
So these in Shanghai is
Shanghai would be an environmental improvement upon the East River. I'm just saying. Just saying.
So these are in the question by the questioner referring to squalid areas where there wired.
That would not be Shanghai.
Shanghai is pretty decked out.
It's a truly advanced, super hyper modern city, 23 million people, and all of a sudden along comes this virus. The connection to the dead pigs never established. Very controversial inside China because pork is the #1 protein source for most Chinese. So we're not going to talk about what might be in your pork. But that virus spread all the way up to Beijing and all the way down close to Hong Kong and caused havoc, and seems to have stopped because they shut down the live animal markets. However, it also stopped coincident with what is weather-wise usually the end of flu season. So we're all very anxiously waiting for next fall. Is this going to come back with ferocity? That one had a very high kill rate. It was around 25-26%
of the people who got it died.
But that's not as bad as the one we're now very worriedly watching, which has another unfortunate dubbing. It's MERS-CoV, which stands for Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus. Okay, right. But let's just call it MERS for the sake of argument. This is a virus that is genetically very close cousin to SARS. Remember that from 2003? It spread to 31 countries.
Still have my mask from the SARS. Still sporting it.
He never gives up the old antiquated devices.
I realize you're eager to take the fight to the next.
So this MERS virus emerged. It seems to be from Saudi Arabia. It seems to have originated possibly in the Al Hassa region, which is an oasis in the desert near Bahrain, in the eastern part of Saudi Arabia.
So once again, not squalid areas.
No. And a lot of the cases were in downtown Riyadh. Urban, big city, a major port of entry for people flying in and out of Saudi Arabia. What has people very concerned, and there's an emergency summit underway right now in Cairo, called by WHO. What has the
World Health Organization.
Has the whole Middle East freaked out is that Umrah, which kicks off Ramadan, is just a couple weeks away. And then in early October, you have the Hajj. On both occasions, you have mass Islamic pilgrimages to Saudi Arabia. So you've got a respiratory virus that is transmissible. Wow.
By air.
And by close contact.
Like kissing.
Like being in the Hajj, elbow to elbow, going around the tomb of Muhammad repeatedly with millions of people. Then you have potential for serious spread.
Man, that's a party I don't want to go to.
Yeah, well, and the problem is the Hajj has a long history of being a time for disease to spread, and it is the responsibility of the Saudi state to ensure that this religious pilgrimage is safe for all.
Otherwise, it becomes a communal bath that everyone takes in disease.
So basically, for Heidi's question, squalid conditions, not all that bad.
No, I don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Not the problem. Plus, I don't think that's Muhammad's tomb. I think there's a stone inside of it, sacred stone.
You're right.
Yeah. When we come back, more on infectious diseases. When Star Talk Radio comes back with Lori Garrett as our special guest. I'm sure you've tried Media.com, but here's why you need Google Plus. Google Plus lets you watch thousands of hit shows wherever you go on your smartphone or tablet. Let's do this. Why stand in a line or ride the train? Look at your feet. You could be watching your favorite shows on Hulu Plus. Binge watching is here. Spend a Saturday watching full series runs of comedies like Saturday Night Live, Modern Family, South Park, The Man Show. Any episode of that makes me laugh. Jimmy Kimmel, Family Guy, or any of other thousands of shows. Hulu Plus is only $7.99 a month. $7.99 for a lifetime supply of great television and movies, exclusively available on Hulu Plus. Right now, you can try it out for a couple of weeks for free on me when you go to huluplus.com/StarTalk. Make sure you use the huluplus.com/StarTalk so you get an extended free trial so they know that we sent you. It helps us to keep the lights on. It gives you a better offer. huluplus.com/StarTalk.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is StarTalk.
We're back. StarTalk Radio, Cosmic Queries Edition, with a special guest, Lord Garrett, an expert on infectious diseases. That was on your business card, Lord? No. I don't want to down or turn on that. Pulitzer Prize winning. Congratulations on that. And Chuck, nice, in the studio with me. Hey there. You're reading questions that we solicited after we saw the success of our zombie show. Yes. Because zombies are a model for the spread of disease. And that whole show is about the spread of disease. Zombies are very popular. Well, they make good movies, but there's analogies to it that have very real application. When we ended the last segment, we mentioned that during the annual pilgrimage to Mecca, there's a disease outbreak in that area, and they have all these Muslims coming from around the world. And then in turn, if they catch the disease, that is like the ideal way to spread it. That's like the textbook way to spread the disease. I just want to say that's not alone among the rituals of our cultures. In the Catholic Church, particularly in the South American traditions, you would kiss the foot of the baby Jesus, and then the priest would like wipe it with a cloth, but use the same cloth to wipe it every time, and then gather whatever out of church you might have had. So there are traditions that are cultural, religious, that are not necessarily the best interest of survival. In fact, when there's an outbreak already in that.
I was recently in Burma, and I hiked, did a lot of walking through Buddhist temples. So I didn't realize that one of them was a temple that required you to climb a mountain, but you had to take your shoes off at the bottom of the mountain. And as you climbed up, you passed a lot of very angry monkeys that had left their leaders along the trail. So by the time you got to the top, a lot of monkey on your feet. Yeah. I would have been. That's your ultimate funky monkey.
That's worse than monkey on your back. Yes, it is. Monkey on your back.
How do I call that mountain? Mountain, never mind.
Yeah. That's how I felt by the end.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Chuck, you got another question. We're Cosmic Queries Edition here.
Okay. We have a call? Yeah, we're going to go to the call. Okay. We have Valley. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Valley. I like to call that sometimes just because I'm like that.
Those are lame comebacks. I'm watching you here. But go on.
So Valley is on the line.
Hello, Dr. Questin. I actually had a question about some recent advances in what seems to be virus, let's say, technology.
Invisible gun. Invisible gun. I have an invisible gun.
Is this level of species crossing common to viruses, or is there anything that we're doing as humans to encourage the formation of these multi-species viruses?
Awesome question. Thanks, Natalie. So obviously that's going to have to go to Lori Garrett, our infectious disease expert at the table. Lori, what do you have to say about that?
Well, very smart question, and both of her posit answers are correct. So we have this process called zoonosis, and that's the transmission of viruses, or bacteria for that matter, that are typically in one set of species of animals, and then boom, they jump to another.
Zoonosis has two O's.
Right, like the octopus. Right.
And Zodiac comes from that as well. 12 animals, yeah. Go on.
Oh, but they still are wrong. Those should be old. Well, at any rate, zoonosis actually is a very dangerous process because typically when a microbe jumps for the first time to a species that has not seen it before,
Mysterious stranger.
that species has no particular immunity to it, and the virus is very virulent typically in that first leap. And so, for example, I was in the Ebola epidemic in 1995 in
You scare the hell out of me. Yes.
And that was a virus that had just jumped from bats through chimpanzees to humans. And so it came in its initial wave, it was more than 90% lethal. And after it passed through humans for a while, it dumbed down, if you will. It became less and less.
Now, is that
lethal.
dumbing down a result of our defenses or the virus itself and its replication?
Well, why would a virus ever dumb down?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say this in a way that sounds like I'm anthropomorphizing and putting a brain into a virus.
We love it.
We love that. We love that stuff here.
I anthropomorphize the whole freaking universe. So do it for a virus. Go.
The virus it's in the virus's interest to remain in your species so that you walk around and spread it. Whereas if it gets you so sick that you're immediately flattened out and therefore not particularly likely to infect others, go back to your zombie model. You want the zombies walking around trying to touch other humans and turning them into zombies.
Right.
You don't want a zombie to immediately drop on the floor and not move.
Okay, so it can't be perfectly lethal. It has to only be mildly lethal so you have a chance to spread it. So why doesn't it maximize that sort of let me not kill you immediately factor?
For like, I would say, maybe 60 years.
Exactly.
So that would be HIV.
Ah!
It is a brilliantly adapted virus to the Homo sapiens species.
Because it doesn't kill you immediately.
It takes 10 years or more if you're untreated.
There he is.
And during that time, for most of that time, you're contagious to your sexual partners, to your...
Who don't know.
Or who don't know. Right. And much of that time, you have no symptoms. So you're unaware that you have a dangerous disease that you can give to others.
Perfect viral carrier.
It's a perfect viral situation. But to go back to Natalie's question, there are two key points here. One is we are stressing our planet in so many ways that millions of species of creatures that carry viruses and bacteria inside of them are being forced close to human habitation.
They're displaced.
They're displaced. Bats are at the top of the list, and bats turn out to be the natural carriers of the MERS virus, the SARS virus, Ebola, Marburg, Lissa, Nipah. We can go down a huge list.
Why don't they all die from these diseases?
Because apparently they're immune to them.
Oh, they're immune?
They seem not to die. They seem to be carriers. They may get sick, but they don't get lethally sick.
Okay.
And they pass it in when they chew on fruit, and they spit out the pits and so on. The viruses are encased in that spittle, if you will. And then our domestic animals, pigs or horses or what have you, say, whoa, there's some nice cheap food.
Right.
And they go chomping up and they get
Were you just imitating the sound?
By the way, it was pretty good.
It was actually good. It was a sloppy thing. But go on.
So she's right that human activities are putting us in greater risk. The other is, of course, we have a huge trade in exotic animals. There's all kinds of people who, for all sorts of, I think, dumb reasons, like to collect exotic species. And it's usually illegal to both collect and smuggle. So all of it is sub rosa, and therefore not easily controlled by health officials. And this is the way that, for example, we had prairie dogs dying across the Midwest at one point from a virus that had never before been seen in North America, and it was all because of smuggled animals.
Oh, I thought it was because they were so adorable. They were dying of cuteness.
I don't know if anybody in Texas would tell you that a prairie dog was cute.
That's true.
So Nadia, I think we hit that one.
Natalie.
Natalie, what I call it? Natalie, I think we got that. Did we get that one for you?
I think so. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, the answer is, it's our fault. There you go.
Thanks for calling in. All right. So Chuck, we got 2 minutes. What do you got?
Let me find one that's very quick. Okay?
Fit in.
Ants in the rainforest have been known, this is from Madeline Reed Lewick. Ants in the rainforest have been known to be attacked by a fungus which zombifies the ant and forces it to do unnatural fungus aid behavior. Is it possible for a fungus like this to attack?
Well, I don't know that we've actually that turn people into zombies, but we certainly see fungi that execute all kinds of clever activities to force the behavior of whatever they infect to facilitate spread of their spores.
Absolutely.
And
so there'd be macroscopic viral behavior.
Yeah, I mean, you might argue that's what athlete's foot in a gym is.
Absolutely. Or the particular fungus that causes you to scratch your genitals.
Oh, now you're sounding like Book of Mormon. There's a particular passage repeatedly in that. I can't say on the radio.
That's if you don't bathe, Chuck. Okay, just FYI. But okay, so since they taste good, they have a way to get into all of our bodies.
No, but taste good. But there are those that do, and certainly
shiitake.
Yeah, but yeah, we are surrounded by spores that are bacterial spores, fungal spores. They drift in the air, and in some cases, they luck out and land in a proper location in your personal ecology to cause disease.
Nice.
So that's where it is.
So there we have it. So basically, the answer is yes. One day you will be a zombie made from a fungus. There's your answer, Madeline.
Now that you put it that way. All right, when we come back, more infectious disease Q&A inspired by all the zombie mania. We've got Lori Garrett in studio, Pulitzer Prize-winning expert on infectious disease. We'll be right back. This episode of Star Talk is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create a professional website, blog, portfolio, or online store. Since its platform upgrade last fall, Squarespace just keeps rolling out new product features, integrations, and templates. To make sure you get the most from their recent innovations, Squarespace has a 24/7 support team providing live chat during the week and extremely fast email support throughout the day and night. Plus, with plans starting as low as $8 a month for software and hosting, Squarespace is just simply a real value. For a free trial, go to squarespace.com, sign up for a free account, and no credit card is needed. Just try it out and start building your website. Then, if you decide to purchase it, use offer code StarTalk8 and get 10% off your first purchase on new accounts. It includes monthly and annual plans. And don't forget about free domain registrations for annual plan customer subscriptions. That's squarespace.com. And use offer code StarTalk8. Everything you need to create an exceptional website.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You are listening to Star Talk.
We're back on Star Talk Radio. I'm Grant Simpson. In my day job, I'm the director of the AED at the American Museum of Natural History. But by night, I'm your host. Why are you laughing, Chuck? Get the move.
I don't know, but I am like very glad I could say I have a slight erection.
TMI on that one. So, our zombie show was so popular with Max Brooks, and talking about just zombies as a model for the spread of infectious diseases. So we had the entire Q&A on it, and we got Lori Garrett in studio.
Absolutely.
Who's a journalist who somehow finds herself in every place where major outbreaks have occurred in the world. About them and how that happened.
I think we found our primary suspect.
So, Chuck, with this is Q&A, so these questions from our readers, from our listeners. So what do you have?
Okay, so this one comes from John Vera via Facebook. If we were to make contact with alien life, would it be possible for us to contract diseases from them? If so, would our immune systems be able to adapt to alien disease?
That is such a good question.
Can I take a first pass at that?
Okay, go for it.
Where'd he go?
By aliens. No, here's an interesting point, I think. Okay. In principle, we could catch a disease from aliens, but I think it's highly unlikely. Really? Yes, because they'd be completely different from us. typically this jumping of species from one, it's like there's something similar, sort of, from one species to another. It might have a vertebrate, you know, legs, arms, a head. We will never catch Dutch elm disease, okay? And trees don't catch the flu, all right, that I know of, right? Whooping cough. So the more remote, correct me if I'm wrong, Laurie, the more remote a species is genetically from you, the less likely they're going to have a disease that can jump to you.
Okay, now.
So therefore, aliens would be the maximally remote kind of life to you, because they would have evolved on some other planet with some other DNA, if they had DNA at all.
Okay, Laurie, that was awesome. Let's get the either confirmation or rebuttal from Laurie. Laurie.
Well, Neil, you are partly correct and partly very wrong.
Oh, and let me start with the wrong part. Where was I wrong most?
Well, in 1963, when JFK gave the "Let's go to the moon" speech,
well, you had two. One was in 1961, and another was 1962.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Okay.
A then record young Nobel laureate, Joshua Lederberg, said, Mr. President, I think we need to have a meeting here, because if we go to the moon and we take our human microbes,
alright, they were just talking about how they were trying to fight the behemoth and failed.
And there is any life form at all that we don't know about on the moon, our microbes might kill that life form. And conversely, if there's any life form on the moon, we might bring it back with us. His question spawned a very large effort by NASA to deal with the possibility of one direction or another spreading disease, which, by the way, was picked up by Michael Crichton and became his famous book, Andromeda Strain.
One of my favorite books of the era, actually.
And there is a lot of theoretical talk that life was seeded by asteroids carrying
some fat man.
life
There
forms
you go.
of some type, or essential nucleotide elements. So there's that side. The other side, however, the flip side that is sort of right about your answer, is the experience of Australia. So as far as we know, the Australian continent had no placental mammals except Homo sapiens until the Europeans came. And so it was, lots and lots of creatures that carried their babies in pouches. And
a lot of marsupials.
A lot of marsupials, and the infectious disease rate from all verbal records, because there are no written ones, of the Aboriginal peoples was very, very low. And indeed, they were said to live extremely long lives into their 90s until the Westerners came, and then they were obliterated by one disease after another.
The Westerners are similar, or the same species, and so now they can catch the same disease.
Right. And they brought with them all sorts of mammals. Dogs and cats and pigs and horses and so on, and all of a sudden...
Stuff that the continent of Australia never saw before.
Never saw before.
Gotcha. Excellent example out there.
So basically, here's the answer. If these aliens are not traveling...
This is a Chuck Nice summary.
Chuck Nice summary. If these aliens are not traveling with horses and cows,
then we're cool.
We're fine.
Or what was it? Tribbles? The trouble with tribbles.
Yeah.
If they bring tribbles, we're in deep.
We're in deep doo-doo if they bring tribbles. So there's your answer, John. Well, that was fascinating, I gotta tell you. And seeing you two actually go back and forth with made it even better. I'm all the tiller.
Yeah, so this concern with the NASA astronauts led to the quarantine of the Apollo moonwalkers when they came back. You might remember the scene where they're in like a Winnebago or something.
Exactly, yes.
And there they are sort of waving through the window.
Right.
They were analyzed for possible infectious agents, and the duration of time in there got less and less for each subsequent. And we find out, no, the moon is completely hostile to all life. So basically just come back and say hi. When we come back, more on our special edition Cosmic Horrors on the viruses and infectious diseases.
You must be some mutants of your desire. I recall of mankind, these monstrosities, are just another example of our inventory. I've been fighting for years, trying to stop the distance. And just when I felt like I'd seen what these people were doing, the Can you imagine if it was Armageddon?
We're back on Star Talk Radio with the Cosmic Queries edition.
I just want you to
Nice, thanks for doing this again.
Always a pleasure.
You're a reliable guy reading these questions out.
I love it.
Thank you.
And these are all about sort of viruses and infectious diseases spawned by the success of our zombie show.
What's important here is
Think
that
of
you got the
zombies as
job
an
done,
infectious
and you
agent.
should head back up to the privilege and talk to
Yeah, they're a great model for the
this
spread of disease.
Great model, and we couldn't have done this with me alone.
Ready to continue our mission,
I can
soldier?
bring the cosmos to the table, but not infectious diseases. So I got a surprise for you, Lori Garrett. Lori, thanks for being. This is your second time on Star Trek.
Yeah, I hope
If you
it's
have
the
a
beginning
moment,
of something
there's
big.
something I'd like to discuss.
Cool. As long as you don't carry any infectious agents on your mind. So Chuck, you got another question?
Yes, I do, and it's actually coming from Chris.
I think you may have gotten
Oh, excellent, excellent. Let's go straight to
I
it.
feel like
Chris,
I
thanks for
expecting
calling
you
into
to
Star
embrace
Talk.
the standards of the
Cool, thanks
Brotherhood.
for taking my call.
Yeah, what do you got?
And given that you've adjusted so well to our beliefs,
Didn't know if they could be considered a virus or not because they're not alive, or could they
when I was in
be
initial, my
controlled
sponsor
to
was
where
Paladin Free.
you guys have just mentioned the
He
zombies.
was a model,
Maybe they can be
embodying
self-aware
the
and turn you into a zombie. Or
From the moment
So just to clarify,
I fought
there's
by
been a lot of loose talk with the prefix nano.
Right.
Nano literally means 1 billionth.
was.
Right.
So a nanosecond is a billionth of a second, a
After I was
nanometer is a
promoted
billionth of a meter.
and
And
I
so
the
nanobiology
news
and
was like being
nanotech
kicked in the
technically means
I mean,
things that are
I've
the
lost
size of a billionth of a
taken me
meter,
a long
very
time.
tiny tools, life form, whatever it is you're doing. Lately, I've seen people talk about nanobots,
You've earned
which are
this.
just little robots that crawl around on your
I've
desk.
said what I had to
Right?
say.
I mean, they're small,
I
so call them a small
trust you'll
bot,
keep this in
but
confidence.
save nano for when you really mean it.
Or an iPod.
Right. And so Chris's point, of course, is if we can make viruses that we control that are sort of machines, but are small like viruses, we can infect you with something that we
I think you have
manufactured
the
in the
potential
lab.
to be quite an
So there is nanotech
If
that
you
is
were to
targeting
cooperate.
disease, and there is a lot of talk about,
That would be nanobots for good.
yes, the positive force of Marvel Comics or what have you. These nano agents, which are still very much in the, I would say, the front end of the research process, it is imagined would target, for example, killing cancer cells. So they would recognize something on the surface of the cell that said, I'm a cancer cell, and then go in and kill it with a poison or what have you.
But in the hands of the diabolical evil genius.
Well, the question really is to ask, is there a way to make a nanobot self-reproducing? If a
The way
nanobot,
life would, the way it's a virus.
if a nanobot could be self-reproducing, then indeed you could have an out-of-control infectious problem.
Because it would have to replicate itself
Yes.
in order for that to happen.
Yes.
Like a virus would do.
Like a virus. So then you're really walking the line between what's man-made and what's...
Right, at some point we're not controlling machines, we're controlling biological molecules.
Well, and then the other thing that is
I mean,
going on...
what's the difference at that level? There's no
Well,
difference.
the other thing that's going on now is that we have this dichotomy of purpose where people in public health want to know what's going on with viruses in the natural world, so we're ready and we make our countermeasures, our vaccines and what have you. But on the other hand, there's a lot of folks that say, well, the best way to answer that question is to do man-made evolution. Let's direct the evolution of viruses in the lab, manipulate them, turn them into monster viruses, and see, what does it take to be a monster virus. So last year, two different...
scaring the crap out of me.
I know. Well, last year, two different teams, one in Wisconsin and one in Rotterdam, indeed made a super killer form of flu in the lab. And a whole lot of people said, why in the world would you do such a thing?
Yes,
and those are now sitting in freezers, right?
We kept them.
Last month, not to be outdone by Americans, because, they don't want to be outdone by Americans with anything. The Chinese, a lab in Harbin, made 127 man-made flu viruses, of which 5 readily spread in the air between guinea pigs and killed them.
Oh my God.
So this is the new cusp that we're on, we're trying to do it for good. We're trying to see in
Alright, so where's
advance
the minigun?
what nature might do. But in the process, you're putting in a freezer Armageddon.
People were afraid of physicists. The biologists are plumb crazy.
You are not lying, man.
They had miniguns somewhere
I'll take
here.
an atom bomb any day over this.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, in the fraternity of science, you guys are Animal House.
Well, if you don't like that, check this out.
Hey, stop it! No, you got something worse than that?
Wait, there's more!
You got 20 seconds, go.
Post synthetic biology, there's a competition called iGEM. In order to compete, high school students and college students have to make a novel, not pre-existing microorganism. In 2012, there were 248 competing teams, meaning 248 previously non-existent microbes were made by high school and college students.
That's the end of
the world right here, is what you just told us.
When we come back, more of our special edition infectious disease cosmic queries. We'll see you in a moment.
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. This is Star Talk.
You know that I can't sleep 'cause I'm terrified. It feels like I'm falling down. Rivers inside. You know that
We're back in the final segment of Star Talk Cosmic Queries Edition. As you know, the final segment is the lightning round.
Yes.
Lori Garrett, we didn't warn you in advance of this, but your questions cannot last more than 5 seconds, at most 10. Otherwise, you'll hear a bell and we go on to the next question. Are you ready?
Okay.
This is just so we have a lot of backlog questions and we want to get people on the air here. Are you ready? Chuck,
here we go.
Question asker, ready, go.
From Twitter, this is Noah Stevens, at Noah Stevens. If we measure deadliness as the percentage of global population killed, what is the most deadly plague in history?
The 1918 influenza.
Whoa.
Great year.
Whoa, is that worse than the plague in the 14th century?
In terms of total numbers, yes. In terms of percentage of population, plague was the worst.
That's the biggest percentage. How many people died in 1918?
It depends on somewhere between 75 and 100 million.
Whoa! Okay, it's twice the number of deaths in the Second World War. Go.
Don't get the sniffles in 1918.
Yeah.
This is from Mahasan Abdullah. In the case of viruses and vaccines, if a disease gets eradicated, okay, will future generations still have to get vaccinated for those diseases?
No.
None.
Nice, good.
Okay.
Oh, she's getting the hang of this.
She's good.
She's good. All right.
So once it's gone, it's all gone.
AKA smallpox. We don't vaccinate anymore.
All right, here you go. From Amanda Da'u. This is, okay, what do you think is the most interesting historical plague or epidemic, viral or otherwise, and why is it so fascinating?
Plague. It completely reshaped Europe forever.
The politics, the
culture, the status of the church,
Okay, which plague had many outbreaks? Which one is special?
14th century.
What's the big one? Gotcha.
The Black Death.
Black Plague. Black Death. Black Death.
Okay.
Now, why's got to be a Black Death?
Okay. Save that for another show, Chuck.
People's skin turned black.
Yeah, all of a sudden that's a bad thing. There we go. This is from Zach Sells. If a global epidemic broke out in the third world, how long would we expect it to take to reach across the planet? Also, are we more susceptible to a pandemic now because of air and sea travel, or less vulnerable due to illnesses in the medical community?
No way to answer the first one because it depends on the dynamics of the spread of the particular microbe. And the second one, of course, we're more vulnerable because we're moving around more.
Gotcha.
Okay, so mobility matters greatly.
And have we actually counteracted that vulnerability through medical technology?
Well, that's currently surveillance.
Gotcha.
So we need an NSA for viruses.
Good.
Gotcha.
Next.
This is from Courtney Lake. What is the simplest way you have found to explain herd immunity? Have you ever encountered an anti-vaccination believer to the science of vaccines in your community? Not just people who don't believe in vaccines. Is there any science for that?
There's plenty of science for why herd immunity helps and works and what happens when it's not working. And we have a measles outbreak out of control in Wales right now because the anti-vaccine people won over so much of public opinion that people stopped getting vaccinated.
Whoa, Wales.
Wow. So just look to Wales, Courtney. There's your answer.
All right, next.
From Jared Connor, could pathogens be spread in the atmosphere? A recent study done by Georgia Tech researchers found that E. coli amongst a great deal of bacteria that formed a sort of bacterial sphere in the upper atmosphere.
Yes, we now have proof that pathogens, particularly sporulating ones, can spread in clouds and rain down in locations far away.
Oh man, that is one time you do not want to make it rain.
Do you stay inside when that happens?
Well,
you don't drink rain?
You don't know it's coming and you don't know it's there.
You don't know for nothing. Next.
Okay, here's a good one from Al Giraldi.
We're still in light right.
We're still in light right. Man, she's killing it.
Better than I ever was.
Killing this.
Come on, baby, you're slowing it down.
Okay, what is the minimum size, sorry, from Al Girardi, what is the minimum size of a population that can support a viral infection?
What support?
So in other words, for the virus itself to continue on its life, what's the minimum number of people you need in a community so it can spread and continue to be
our mission here is only just begun.
In theory, it's one if it's a slow-growing microbe and a slow-replicating one. The duration of your life, you can be the host for it.
Gotcha. So in theory, it could just be a virus. I could be a virus of one.
Now,
like the army.
I'm sure you're aware that Fort Strong is simply the first step towards the liberation of
Okay, next. This is from Richard Fox. Has the link between a chicken virus and obesity been proven?
First time I ever heard there was a link between a chicken virus and obesity.
I think by chicken virus he means like a whole chicken and eating one
everyone responsible to accomplish this goal have had our scribes.
And here we go. Quick. Do the viruses used to transfer gene traits into GMO cores survive?
You seem to have a vested interest in locating the Institute before we leave. So if you discover a way, any questions next?
You crushed that lightning round.
That's all you got? That's all you got?
I do have some questions. You out. I got. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if we can get this one. If the human body's temperature rises when it gets a virus, couldn't that be an explanation for what the planet is going through right now? The planet is pretty much created so we couldn't have similarities.
Your temperature rises because of your immune response. A fever is part of your immune response against a microbe. Not a good analogy to the planet.
Assistance mitigating the radiation in that godforsaken location.
You are virus on the earth. Laurie, Garrett, thank you for being on Star Talk Radio and illuminating our inquisitive listeners on infectious disease and viruses. You've been listening to Star Talk Radio. Chuck, thanks for being here. Laurie, thanks again. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Star Talk Radio has been supported in part by a grant from the National Science Foundation. As always, I bid you to keep looking up. Now that the show is over, don't forget to sign up for your free trial of Hulu Plus and start watching your favorite hit shows right now. Go to huluplus.com/StarTalk for your extended free trial. That's huluplus.com/StarTalk.
If you're starting a business, forming an LLC, or getting a will, LegalZoom will provide the personal attention you need and help take care of the details. LegalZoom is not a law firm, but provides self-help services at your specific direction. Account code StarTalk for more savings at LegalZoom.com.
Excuse me, Dr. Questin.
Podcast is brought to you by Brotherhood.com.
How to describe
provider of audiobooks with more than 150,000 downloadable titles across all types of literature, including fiction, nonfiction, and periodicals. For a free audiobook of your
While
choice,
the loss is in the meantime, another scribe will begin preparations to accomplish. Only please.
Questions to be answered.
Good.
Are so searching for those
The
answers.
scribe will meet your mission.
Science
Dr. Questin,
Stay alert to the scribe.
here for the first
I
time.
found some technical documents for you.
Please, I don't have time.
Oh, what are you saying?
Welcome back. I heard about the operation before. All right, soldier.
Did you complete the
Ad Victoriam, brother.
Have you ever fired a minigun?
First I thought
damn barrels.
Tegan.
How'd it go? You were successful.
Yes, sir. Crops will be available when harvested.
I knew you'd be the right one for the job.
Welcome to Star Talk Radio. I'm David Grinspoon. I'm an astrobiologist, and I am sitting in as host for Neil Tyson, who is not here. He's off in the cosmos, filming his show Cosmos, and I'm joined by my co-host, Leanne Ward.
Yes. You know, I'm so glad you introduced yourself, because I'm sitting here going, Neil, you have really changed.
Yeah.
You are not how I remember you at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not fooling anybody. I'm not even going to try to. Nobody could actually fill Neil's shoes. So unfortunately, nobody has to, because we've still got Neil. He's only gone for a while.
But it's nice to have a guest sort of sit in the big chair.
Yeah, well, it's fun to be here, and it's great to meet you, Leanne. And,
nice to meet you as well.
Have the opportunity to talk this afternoon. We're actually doing a segment of Cosmic Queries.
My favorite segment.
And the topic is actually my second favorite planet, which is the planet Venus.
I hear you're an expert on that. Is that true?
Well, it's something I've been interested for a long time. I've written a couple of books about Venus. I've never actually been to Venus, but you could call me an expert if you wanted, I suppose.
You know what? If you've written a couple of books, I think you've earned the title.
Well, thank you. I'll take it.
Very good. So, Cosmic Queries, I love that, because it always gives our fans and folks an opportunity to write in and ask those burning questions and actually get them answered.
Yeah, it's always fun to know what people wonder and what they think about these subjects that I've been thinking about for so long. And, you know, every once in a while somebody stumps you or makes you go, never thought about it that way, and that's really fun, too.
But then that's an opportunity for another study. It's like, hey, we didn't think about that. Somebody write the grant papers.
We need more grant money. Call NASA.
Call NASA. Oh, man, that's great. Well, if you're ready, we can jump right in with questions.
Excuse me, Dr. Tegan.
Many Star Talk fans are awesome. And we'll jump in with the first one from Garrick Stemo. And Garrick, man, I apologize if I mispronounced your name and even reassigned your gender. And Garrick would like to know the history of what we know about Venus and how we came to know it. Dude, that's right up your alley.
Yeah, well, gosh, you know, but okay, let me launch into an hour-long lecture now. But, I mean, in short, we knew about Venus long before we had anything like space science, because Venus is the brightest object in the sky after the sun and moon. And so humans have seen it and noted its motions and been fascinated by it for, you know, as long as we've been humans, including some quite sophisticated knowledge by people like the Mayans and other, you know, indigenous people that really observed Venus very carefully and knew a lot about its motions. Some things we've forgotten that scientists today don't even know. People knew a long time ago. And then, of course, in the age of telescopes, we did all kinds of observing and learned that it was bright and had clouds and was the same size as the Earth, and you know, started sort of there's this whole phase of using telescopes and learning that at least in some ways Venus is very much like the Earth. And then there's, of course, been the whole phase of spacecraft where we visited with landers and orbiters and entry probes and started to really learn about Venus as a place and learned that in some ways it's not like the Earth at all. It's the same size and nearby, but its environment has veered off and evolved in a totally different direction.
As I can see from some of these very, very poignant questions here that people are asking. And I'll go on to the next one from Nelson Say. And he wants to know, and this comes up what exactly you just said, what has caused the runaway greenhouse effect on Venus?
Yeah, so the runaway greenhouse effect, one of the striking things about Venus is that in some ways it's so Earth-like. It's nearby, it's the same size, it's the same mass, formed at the same time, it's Earth's twin, and yet its climate, its environment has gone completely off the charts. It's so hot there, it's 900 degrees almost Fahrenheit on the surface.
Yikes.
It would melt just about anything. This microphone would just go into a puddle of metal.
And this right here, we didn't have anything to do with that, because humans mess up everything, but we didn't do that.
We cannot be blamed for Venus's climate yet.
I'm taking credit for not getting blamed for that.
Exactly. But the runaway greenhouse that is referred to in the question, that's the idea that Venus started off Earth-like. As near as we can tell, it did have oceans and water and was cooler when it was young. And then as the sun heated up, which the sun has been doing over its history, it passed a point where things got hot enough so the oceans started to evaporate. As the oceans evaporated, there was more water vapor in the air. Water vapor is a strong greenhouse gas. So water vapor in the air makes it hotter at the surface, which leads to more evaporation of the oceans, more greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. It's a positive feedback. It runs away. It gets even hotter. The oceans evaporate more. It gets more greenhouse. And when there's nothing to stop that, it's a runaway. And probably it got to the point where the oceans literally boiled off. And all that water vapor in the atmosphere broke up by ultraviolet light. The oxygen streamed off. The hydrogen streamed off into space. And Venus was left ultimately in its current state, which is really hot and completely dry.
So, to say this as delicately as possible, Venus is sort of going through menopause. Can we say it that way?
You can say it that way, and there's something to that, but it's a menopause that, you know, has a lesson for, I mean, Earth, because it's sort of the ultimate global warming. Venus certainly has a fever, a really, really high permanent fever, and it's sort of, you know, do not let this happen to your planet. It's the extreme example.
That's a great title. Don't let this happen to your planet. It seems like Douglas Adams would write.
Yeah, it's the extreme example in our whole solar system of what can happen with a really extreme case of global warming.
Wow. And now, did I hear correctly that it wasn't anything that Venus necessarily did? This is the sun naturally getting hotter.
Yeah, I mean, Venus, take Earth and move it 30% closer to the sun, which gives you twice as much sunlight, because the sun, you know, the radiation goes as the square of the distance, as I know you know.
Oh, yeah.
So move something 30% closer and it gets about twice as much sunlight. If you take Earth and move it to that distance, this will happen to it. It will go through a runaway greenhouse. So it's basically what happens to an Earth-like planet where there's just a little bit more sunlight than we have.
Wow. Ouch. Not enough sunscreen for that, eh?
No. It would not have been fun to go through if you were one of those creatures living in the young ocean of Venus.
Which, you know what, I know for a fact, and you don't, because you haven't seen these questions ahead of time, that we actually have some questions about that, the possible life forms in a young Venus.
Yeah, well, that's a good one, and I'm looking forward to that. So when we come back, with more Star Talk Radio, we will get into questions about life on Venus. In the meantime, you can go to the website, which is startalkradio.net, and learn more about the radio show and learn more about what we're talking about, as if we knew. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Are you looking for trouble?
Modern technology is great. Smartphones, iPads, and other gadgets make it easy to do so many things. But why is it that our lives seem busier at the same time? Well, when it comes to getting the legal help you need, LegalZoom provides a great solution that works with your busy schedule. Let's face it, the legal system is complicated. There are
The Brotherhood
things you
needs
can do with your time.
I suppose
Thankfully, LegalZoom is there for you. So if you're thinking about starting a business, forming an LLC, or getting a trademark, will, or living trust, LegalZoom gets the job done right. You'll get the personal attention you need, and they'll help you take care of all the details. LegalZoom's been helping families and small businesses for 14 years, and they received an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Call or visit LegalZoom today. For an extra discount, enter StarTalk in the referral box at checkout. That's LegalZoom.com. Discount code StarTalk. LegalZoom provides legal help through independent attorneys and self-help services, but it's not a law firm. Go to LegalZoom.com, enter discount code StarTalk.
Bringing space and science down to Earth. You're listening to Star Talk.
Come on, little Venus. Can't you feel it's all over? Like the light.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. I'm David Grinspoon. I'm an astrobiologist sitting in here for Neil Tyson. And by the way, you can follow me on Twitter at Dr. Funky Spoon, or my website, funkyscience.net. And I'm joined here by my able comedian co-host, Leanne Lord.
Hey, and I wish my Twitter handle were as cool as yours. Dr. Funky
Tell
Spoon.
us what it is, so we know.
Well, my Twitter handle is my name, Leanne Lord, and since no one but my parents can spell that, I always send people to my website, which is sort of the portal to me, which is veryfunnylady.com.
SoFunnyLady.com. What's our next question? We're talking Venus here.
We are talking Venus, and to pick up from the last segment, we were talking sort of, was there life on Mars? And Matt Ely has a question. What organisms could survive on or underground in Venus?
Well, okay. The basic problem with organisms on Venus, the way it is today, is that the heat, the extreme heat
that
of
900
Venus,
degrees.
that is almost 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's, organic matter, the stuff that we are made out of, does not survive at those temperatures at all. So life, as we know it, made out of organic molecules, absolutely does not exist on the surface or underground on Venus. Because underground it's worse, by the way, it just gets hotter. Planets are hot on the inside. We don't actually know the details of Venus's inside because we haven't had the kind of missions that can measure directly the geophysical measurements to know the details. But we know that it's got to get hotter as you go underground because that's just basic physics. That's what planets do. So you might have some more exotic kind of life. People have talked about, science fiction writers have considered, silicon-based life.
Right. I believe that's a question somewhere in here. Someone wondering, because of Venus's temperature and elements and whatnot, or liquid or solid depending on the temperature, is that an argument for silicon-based life as a possibility on Venus?
Well, certainly I would say that we don't know enough about the possibilities for life in the universe to rule out other chemical systems. It's easy enough to say, well, life has got to be carbon-based because that's the only thing we can think of that would work. But is that because we can't think of another system, like we're not smart enough, or really because the universe doesn't dream up? Generally, the universe surprises us with what it dreams up, and then we, with our intellect, figure out after the fact, oh, of course it had to be that way. So I wouldn't rule out other kinds of life. And silicon, there's some problems. Silicon bonds tend to be really stiff, the way silicon bonds, the other,
So silicon
whereas
bonds
carbon,
are voguing. I love
yeah,
that.
they're voguing. They're roboto, Mr. Roboto. Whereas carbon molecules, carbon bonds are kind of like, and they flop around, and that's the molecules in us take advantage of that flexible structure to do the work, the molecular work of our cells. So I'm not sure about silicon-based life, but I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say absolutely we can rule out any kind of life. But it would have to be a kind that we don't know about. There's other parts of Venus, not on the surface, where I suspect there might be possible life.
Even though it's hotter.
Up in the atmosphere, up in the clouds, where it's cool and breezy and moist, and the kinds of environments that life likes.
Now, in the very beginning, when you were answering this question, you made it clear that today, no way. It's just too hot. But now, what about a younger, more robust, premenopausal Venus?
Yeah, exactly. Before Venus had this horrible mid-planet crisis, when it was a young, strapping, healthy planet, that's an interesting question. It turns out that Venus, Earth, Mars, all three of these sort of sister-brother planets had very similar beginnings. We're learning that they all had oceans when they were young. So it could be that Mars, Earth, and Venus all had the conditions for origin of life around the time the origin of life happened on Earth. So did it also happen on Venus? We don't know, but everything we know about the early environment of Venus suggests that it could have had oceans, could have had the conditions for life. And so it may be that Venus started out with a biosphere, and then things, it broke bad. And as the climate went awry for reasons we've already discussed, that it got to a point where life could no longer exist and went extinct. Or it migrated up into the clouds.
Or into the clouds is your fantasy. Yeah. Right, I like that. So it's possible, not now, but maybe in the clouds.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems, we need to explore Venus a lot further and learn what that early environment was like. But we have ideas and constraints and some data about that early environment. It seems as though it was much more Earth-like, and Venus lost its oceans and heated up. And when it was young, there's every reason to believe that it could have had a biosphere.
Oh, very, very cool. I'm loving this. I'm learning so much talking to you. I have another question. Of course, there are many.
Oh, yeah.
And I do believe that this is from Susan Minobi. And Susan, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you are a Star Trek fan based on this question.
Oh, good. I like the sound of this.
Yeah. Star Trek. Yeah, Trekkies unite. But her question is, would it be possible to terraform Venus? Is there a way to seed the clouds and atmosphere and or reduce the solar radiation to try and reduce the greenhouse effect? And I'm assuming find a spot.
Yeah. No, it's a great question. I mean, terraforming, the idea of engineering other planets to make them more Earth-like in a place where life could thrive if it's not currently thriving is a very fruitful idea in science fiction and in science. I mean, we have workshops and talk about this and how would you do it. And I think it's a very useful thing to think about, even for taking care of the planet. You know, how would we engineer a planet or consciously control its climate as opposed to unconsciously wrecking its climate? You know, it's a useful thing to think about. With Venus, of course, the problem, as the question alluded to, is how do you cool it off?
Right.
And interestingly, this is one thing I've done with some of my colleagues. We do models of the climate of Venus, and there is a stable state that's much cooler than the current climate. If you get rid of some of the CO2, the climate can sort of collapse into a state with much less CO2 and where it's much cooler. So the question is, can you push Venus in a direction and make that climate collapse? People come up with interesting schemes, you know, and this is, you know, getting Star Trek-y, but if you throw enough asteroids and comets at Venus and kick up enough dust, then you obscure the sunlight from the surface and cool it off and sort of collapse that environment to make it less intensely hot. And another way people have talked about doing, in fact, Carl Sagan wrote a paper about this, believe it or not, back in the day.
I believe Carl Sagan did anything.
Yeah. So Carl proposed that Venus could be terraformed with microorganisms. If you see the clouds of Venus with the right bacteria that would sort of eat carbon dioxide and breathe out other things to make the planet more bio-friendly. So in the long run, as our technology and our command of all these ways of manipulating the world gets more sophisticated, so we don't do ourselves in with those same capabilities.
Always assuming that we have,
And there possibilities might open up to us in the long run. We may be able to manipulate the climate and find a way to cool off Venus. Of course, the problem with Venus, in that case, you cool it off, but there's no water there. It's I'm holding this up as a
right.
Yeah.
For our television audience.
There's you need to find a source of water, and that's another reason why you might want to think about crashing comets into Venus. There's a lot of water in icy storage in the outer solar system, and if you're really at a point where your civilization can move stuff around in the solar system, you could take a bunch of those comets and icy bodies from the outer solar system, crash them into Venus, and presto, you've got water, and
presto.
you can go live there.
That's a very scientific term, presto.
Yeah, voila.
And that would somehow be easier than sort of importing it from Earth.
Well,
you know, I'm just imagining bottles of water being shipped.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you want to import it from Earth, you can launch it off Earth, and that's expensive, and there's some stuff already out in space.
So why not use those resources?
Yeah.
And you know what? I would think people would like to crash stuff. That'd be a lot more fun than just looking at shipping invoices.
And we might want to
but that's still drinkable.
We're rather fond of it.
We have another question here.
Another picnic
for the Brotherhood. If Venus is about our size, why is the atmosphere so dense?
Great question, because, Venus is Earth's twin, same size. Why don't they have the same atmosphere? Well, Venus has this thick CO2 atmosphere that we already mentioned, and on both Venus and Earth, there are a lot of volcanoes that are constantly belching out CO2 into the atmosphere. And yeah. It's one of the main sources of CO2, other than us, on Earth. And on Venus, it is the main source. And on Earth, over the long run, CO2 is removed from the atmosphere by chemical reactions that depend on water. If you remove the water, the CO2 gets stuck in the atmosphere. And that's what happened on Venus. We talked about the runaway greenhouse effect. Once the oceans boiled off, the volcanoes kept going and kept pumping CO2 into the atmosphere, but there was no way for the CO2 to get removed from the atmosphere by those chemical reactions that happen on Earth that depend on water. So all the CO2 at that point got stuck in the atmosphere, and if anything, that just makes Venus hotter, and it gets sort of pegged in the red zone and stuck. It can't escape from that condition, and that is ultimately billions millions of years from now what will happen to Earth as the sun continues to warm up. Nothing to lose sleep over. It's going to be a while, but that's the ultimate fate of our planet is what happened to Venus a long time ago.
Wow.
So, yeah, exactly. So we'll be back in a few minutes with more Star Talk Radio.
This podcast is brought to you by Audible.com, the internet's leading provider of audiobooks with more than 150,000 downloadable titles. Didn't that number used to be 100,000 just recently? It's going up. Across all types of literature and featuring audio versions of many New York Times bestsellers. For Star Talk listeners, Audible is offering a free audiobook to give you a chance to try out their service. One Audible book to consider is The Magic of Reality, How We Know What's Really True, by none other than Richard Dawkins. For a free audiobook of your choice, go to audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk. That's audiblepodcast.com/StarTalk.
This is Star Talk.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. I'm David Grinspoon, astrobiologist, sitting in for Neil Tyson. I'm here with Leanne Lord, and we're talking about Venus, answering your questions.
And the questions, I love this. I love that the Twitter family is such an active Star Talk fan base. And we have a question from Richie Ryan, at Richie_Ryan at Twitter. And he wants to know, does Earth pollution have the ability to cause a greenhouse effect with atmospheric pressure on the scale of Venus? Like, even if we burn everything, would that come close to the amount of CO2 in Venus?
Yeah, it's a great question. And actually, it's a subject of some current debate among the community of those of us who model climate on other planets with Earth models. If we did the worst case scenario, burned all of our coal, all of the tar sands, fracked, the Earth to pieces, got every last bit of fossil fuels out, frack it all, and burned everything, could we push Earth to a Venus-like state? And we actually don't know. There are different opinions about this. And in some sense, it's academic because even if we didn't push Earth literally into a runaway greenhouse where the oceans went away, if we did that, we would push Earth easily beyond the point where we could live. In other words, it's a much narrower range of conditions where human civilization and even where life can exist on Earth than the range where you have to go to that extreme of pushing Earth into a Venus-like condition. But I was at a meeting last summer where there was some debate about this, and some of the scientists who, there's a guy, James Hansen, very famous NASA climate modeler, who's really been sounding the alarm about global warming, and his calculations suggest that if you put all the carbon from all the fossil fuels into Earth's atmosphere, that we could trigger a Venus-style runaway. And other scientists have said, well, wait a minute, no, if you consider the clouds and this feedback, because clouds actually form more when there's more water in the atmosphere, but then that helps cool off the Earth, and if you put everything correctly into the model, no, it doesn't quite go to a Venus-like state. Right. So the honest answer is, we don't know. But it's a really interesting question, and I think by addressing and trying to answer questions like that, we sort of get smarter about how to predict climate and how to, we flex our climate modeling muscles, and it makes us better at thinking about both other planets and the future of our own planet.
Right, but I'm still sort of stunned by what you said. We wouldn't even get that far. We'd be dead.
Oh, yeah.
Long before we could even really see if we could really push it to that extent.
Because you're talking hundreds of degrees of global warming. And the amounts of global warming that we're concerned about with these studies that people are doing and worrying about what's going to happen to our civilization, we're talking about 2 degrees, 4 degrees. If you get up to 6 and 7, then it's like, whoa, we're really hosed because we're starting to melt the ice caps and do all these really dangerous changes. So it's a much larger magnitude that we're talking about before we push it to a Venus-like state. So we don't have to go there to get ourselves into trouble. But nonetheless, it's an interesting question, because if we do that, by the way, we are dooming all life on Earth, and we are, it's easy to say, we're not going to harm the Earth, we're just harming ourselves, and but if you go to that extreme, then actually we're screwing the whole biosphere, not just human life.
Wow, it sounds like the plot of a future X-Men movie.
Exactly.
I've got a great question here from Tommy Mates from St. Charles, Minnesota. And Tommy wants to know, what did the Russians do on their trip to Venus during the space race days?
Well, so the Russians actually had a lot of trips to Venus during the space race days. Okay. They were very, very successful at Venus. It was actually...
Are there bars with them? I'm picturing like vodka.
Yeah.
Around liberally.
Exactly. No, it's kind of strange if you look at the history of the space race. We Americans were really successful at Mars and had a lot of trouble getting things. Ultimately, we were successful at Venus, but we were more successful at Mars. The Russians couldn't land a spacecraft on Mars to save their life. They couldn't explore Mars their way out of a paper bag. I mean, they threw all these spacecraft at Mars and they all failed. It's actually very sad the amount of resources the Russians put into Mars. But for Venus, they were really successful. They had orbiters, they had incredible landers. The first landers on Venus were done by the Russians, and all those pictures you've seen about the pictures of these strange landscapes with rocks, going off to the horizon of this eerie world. The first pictures we got anywhere from the surface of another planet were done by the Russians with these really successful and incredibly well-engineered landers at Venus. So the Russians have an amazing history of success on Venus, much more so than we did in the early days of the space race.
Wow, I know this isn't the question, but you've really now put it on my mind. Like, why? Why were they so good at Venus and not Mars? What's that decide? Is it any one thing, or is there?
Well, it's a great question, and I think some historians have wondered about this. Those Venera spacecraft that were so successful at Venus, in a way, it's similar to the Russian Soyuz capsules.
Yes.
That have been so successful with human exploration. Just a tough design that they perfected and basically just repeated over and over again. And so the Russians, their approach to engineering, they did a great job solving certain kinds of space engineering problems. And Venus was certainly a place where they were really, really successful. Brute force, not elegant designs, but lots of money, big spacecraft. Let's just keep throwing these massive, they were basically these big diving bells, not sophisticated spacecraft, but tough and dogged. Let's just keep doing the same thing over and over again until we succeed. And that approach, that Soviet approach, if you will, worked well at Venus, and ultimately they were very successful.
Wow, awesome. It sounds great for Venus, not necessarily for dating.
Anyways, I think we need to take a break now.
I think we do.
But we will be back in a few minutes with more Star Talk Radio.
Rocket number 9, take off to the planet, Venus, Aphrodite, Lady Sage,
The future of space and the secrets of our planet revealed. This is Star Talk.
To Star Talk Radio. I'm David Grinspoon, sitting in for Neil Tyson. I'm joined here by Leanne Lord, and we're talking all things Venus.
Yes, we are. This is like one of the most fun cosmic queries that I've done. This is cool. I got a question from Mike Quijano, which is sort of what we've talked about a little, but goes a little bit further because I wanted to ask this myself, so Mike and I are on the same page. If we could introduce something into the atmosphere of Venus, dissipate that dense atmosphere that you were talking about and reverse the greenhouse gas effect, could it be sustained unaided?
No.
Or would it go back to the naturally high heat and dense doomed wasteland we've all come to know and love?
Good question. It's tricky to sort of terraform Venus in a way that it could take care of itself, because the problem is there's still that intense solar input, twice the solar input from the Earth, basically.
Okay.
And so you would have to have something that's cutting that down, either some layer of dust in the atmosphere or some engineering solution, you know, something in orbit blocking part of the sunlight. I think it's tricky unless, you know, if you go for the genetic engineering biological solution, one could imagine you have some organisms who are making use of all that solar energy, powering themselves that way, and part of what they do, part of how they live, involves removing CO2 very aggressively from the atmosphere and keeping things cool.
Attention! This is a notice to all prisoners. Please think of your brothers and sisters down below.
And it doesn't seem obvious.
Thoroughly secure all gear while on the flight deck. Thank you.
For the future, it's not something we're even trying to do or should try to do now.
I got a question here from Marco Horvat, and it's a simple question, may not be a simple answer, who knows? Why does Venus rotate so slowly? Why is she taking her time?
Yeah, Venus has an odd rotation rate.
I don't have...
Excuse me, Dr. Rotates, not only does it rotate really slowly, but it rotates backwards from the direction of all the other planets. So, on Venus, if you were on Venus and could see the sun, it would rise in the west and set in the east, opposite from Earth.
Wow.
Because it spins around the other way, and it spins around really slowly. Now, the question is, why does it do that? In fact, it spins so slowly that the day on Venus is longer than the year, which is kind of weird, too. It's a Venus year goes by quicker than a Venus day.
So it circles the sun faster than it spins on its own axis?
Plenty of farms out there.
Exactly.
Those farmers don't know.
You said that right.
I love
it spins backwards. So the answer is most simply expressed in 3 words. We don't know. But of course, being scientists, we're not satisfied with that. We have theories. And it probably has something to do with the formation of Venus. You know, the spins of all the planets are set largely when they're formed by accretion, by the collision of smaller planetesimals, pieces of planets that come together and smash together. That's how the Earth formed, and that's how Earth and the Moon formed and got their rotation. That's how Mars got its rotation. And Venus probably got its weird rotation by just the randomness of what collided with what and what orientation they were at to leave it spinning in the way that it is. But the plot thickens somewhat with the thickened atmosphere of Venus, that over time, that atmosphere can absorb momentum from the planet and exchange momentum, and you can even have things like solar tides where the sun pulling around that atmosphere over time is pulling on the solid planet, and you may have tides that over billions of years change the rotation rate of Venus. So there's some people that think that maybe that slow rotation of Venus was not primordial, that is, wasn't left over from the origin of things, but evolved over billions of years due to the effect of that thick atmosphere sort of pulling tidally on the planet. So, you know, again, I'm going to go back to that initial 3-word answer, we don't really know.
I love that. I really do love that. Or you could just say Venus is dyslexic.
Venus is weird. And
Venus is weird,
and
but we love her anyway.
There's a lot of mystery about her, but yeah, we love her anyway. She is the goddess of love, after all, and beauty. Okay, we have time for one more quick question before the break. So, Leanne, what do you got for me?
I have a question from United States Air Force veteran Mark Esperanza, and wants to know, since Venus's day is longer than the year, how does it affect any storms and erosion in the planet compared to our planet, which spins so much more rapidly?
Good question. The fact that Venus is a slow rotator compared to Earth, a very slow rotator, does affect the weather patterns. On Earth, you look at a satellite image from space, or you look at a weather map, and you see all these spinning storm systems, cyclones, and just every kind of storm. All the weather is these spinning systems. And that actually has to do with the rotation of the Earth and the kind of forces that it introduces. Venus, without those spinning forces, has very quiet weather at the surface and very slow wind speeds and almost no erosion that causes storms. So, excellent question. It is related to the fact that it rotates so slowly. And now I think we're going to take another break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with more Star Talk Radio.
Unlocking the secrets of your world and everything orbiting around it. This is Star Talk.
Damn Star. Aviation has a twisted sense of humor.
Venus.
Welcome back to Star Talk Radio. Now it's time for the lightning round, where we answer the questions that we didn't have time to get to in the non-lightning round, and we do them with lightning speed and quickness and hopefully cleverness too. Well, let's not ask for too much, but let's go. Let's hear some lightning questions about Venus.
All right. Brian Murad wants to know, if we directed a large enough asteroid towards Venus, would it speed up the rotation?
If we directed a large enough asteroid, yeah. I mean, any asteroid's going to affect the rotation, and most of them will be trivial. But imagine something like the moon-forming impact that set Earth on an entirely new course and formed the moon. If you had a large enough impact, sure, it would drastically alter the rotation of Venus. But it would have to be pretty large to have that kind of effect.
Alrighty, next question from Stephen D. at Stephen Eman from Dublin, Ireland wants to know, necessary for any exploration of Venus, in layman's terms, how do heat shields work?
Heat shields work partly through the obvious of just, being something big that blocks out the air and keeps whatever behind it is cold. But there's also a more subtle factor called ablation, where you actually have materials that are designed to burn off. Purposefully they burn off, and as they burn off, those reactions absorb a lot of heat. So the actual chemistry of the material is such that as it burns off, it helps keep what's behind it cool.
Nicely done, sir. Next question from Brad Mund wants to know, what would the average astronaut's spacesuit need to survive a nice stroll on the surface of Venus?
Man, surviving on Venus is not an easy engineering problem for a spacesuit engineer. Because of that heat, it would need a lot of air conditioning, but it's also, we haven't mentioned this before, it's not only hot, but the pressure's really high. It's 90 times the surface pressure of Earth. It's crushing pressure and searing heat. So it would have to be a tough spacesuit that could not be crushed in that pressure, and it would have to have a really, really good cooling system. Not an easy thing to design, but human beings are clever and crazy, so I think at some point we will go to Venus and we'll need to design some pretty good suits.
Fantastic. The next question is from Lacob Jarson. Love the letter switch, dude. I've been told Venus doesn't have...
Why doesn't the moon look right?
If so,
the
what
hell?
does it have and how does it work?
That's a really good question, because as
that's not our moon.
It's the same size as Earth, so you would think that it would have.
There's a block right, but it's in south.
Ultimately, plate tectonics, which is being divided into all the surface plates that are sliding around, causing earthquakes, volcanoes, etc. Is the way the Earth.
Yeah, that's not our moon. There's supposed to be blotches right here, and they're missing.
Removing internal heat, Venus, you would expect, has as much internal heat, so why doesn't it have plate tectonics? And we're not completely sure, but it probably has to do with Venus being so dry, and you need a certain amount of water in the rocks to have things sort of squish around the way that plate tectonics do. So Venus may be sort of seized up. In that case, it probably loses its heat through volcanoes. What's so funny?
I'm just having this image of Venus being constipated.
Well, it is. Venus, I think constipation is not a bad metaphor. It used to probably have something like plate tectonics, we think, maybe in the deep past, but it got all dried out. It couldn't move anymore, and so now it probably loses heat through a lot of volcanoes, basically.
Moving on. Next question from Gabriel Pinelli in Sao Paulo, Brazil. What would be necessary if we wanted to send a rover like Curiosity to search for habitable environments that might have existed on Venus?
People have talked about designing rovers for Venus, and at some point we probably will want to do that, because the Russians had a couple of landers. We're trying to design more landers. It's not an easy thing to land, even just to land on Venus, because of that great heat and pressure. But eventually you want to not do more than just land. You want to have mobility. That's what's been so great on Mars. Mars is easier, as tricky as it is to explore Mars, because the surface conditions aren't as intense. It's actually a lot easier of an engineering problem. So a lot of the problems on Venus would be the same as the ones on Mars as far as mobility and communications and so forth, but you've also got to deal with designing machines that can work in those temperatures, and so probably the electronics and all the critical components would have to be encased in some sort of structure that would be kept cool, maybe through a nuclear reactor, maybe through some other clever means. But that's the basic thing, is you either have to keep it cool enough so the electronics don't just fry, or you have to build a whole new kind of electronics that can operate in those temperatures. It's a tough engineering problem, but we do have people at NASA and other agencies that are working on solving that, and sooner or later we will send a rover to Venus.
Nice. Next question is from Sean Lee. Will we ever be able to get high-res images of the surface of Venus?
That's tricky as far as, it depends what you mean by images. If we're talking about radar images, which is, we had a spacecraft called Magellan that orbited Venus in the 90s and took images using, you can't see the surface with visible light, but you can with radar. So we can get higher res with radar. If you're talking actual visible images, then we would have to do it with some kind of roving aircraft that was close to the surface and flying and not getting fried. And the answer is yes. Will we ever be able to do it? Surely. But it's tricky because of the conditions there. You either do it from orbit with radar, or if you want to use visible light, you have to do it from close to the surface below the clouds and sort of travel over the whole surface and do aerial photography. So it'll take a while, but we'll do it.
Do you have time for another question?
All right. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to wrap this up. So I want to thank you all so much for listening. I'm David Grinspoon.
I did not come ready for this.
Tyson. You can follow me on Twitter at Dr. Funky Spoon. And
I guess I came really ready for this. Oh my god.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you. And you can follow Leanne on Twitter at
I have 8 of them.
And you've been listening to Star Talk Radio. Follow us on Twitter at Star Talk Radio or online startalkradio.net. Thank you all so much for listening.
Crap, look at that face down there.
If you're starting a business, forming an LLC, or getting a will, LegalZoom will provide the personal attention you need and help take care of the details. LegalZoom is not a law firm, but provides self-help services at your specific direction. Enter discount code STARTALK for more savings at LegalZoom.com. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, or online store. Trial at 10% off. Go to squarespace.com and use offer code STARTALK to show your support for StarTalk. This show is sponsored by NatureBox. Order great, tasty, healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending machine and get cheap from someone with healthy, delicious treats like everything bagel sticks. Support this podcast and get 30% off your first order. Go to naturebox.com/StarTalk. That's naturebox.com/StarTalk.
Our universe is filled with secrets and mysteries. Things with many questions to be answered. We find ourselves searching for those answers as the very fabric of space, science, and society are converging. Here, for the first time, these worlds collide.
What do you think?
All you Trekkies and TV addicts, this don't mean to bring static. All you Klingons in your grandma's house, grab your backstreet friend and get loud.
Hey cat, what's the condition? The man that's on the mission.
Check it out. What's it all about? Now!
This is Star Talk. I'm your host, your personal astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm here in studio with Eugene Merman. Eugene, welcome back.
Great to be here, Neil.
That sounded way too rehearsed.
But it's true, it is great to be here.
Okay.
But you're right, it sounded terrible.
We are...
It sounded like a fake announcer.
We are in the Cosmic Queries.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite
kinds
of Star Talk. And this one, people writing questions, and it's the grab bag.
Grab bag of all sorts of questions.
All sorts of... We collect them in the bottom of the bin,
Yeah.
and we still think about you. These are questions from all of our fans. And
Yeah. I mean, this is literally from Denmark. Why would you even bother? Merlin. Yeah, this is what Merlin asked me.
Merlin from Denmark.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Let's do it.
I recently found an article describing a relatively recently found quasar cluster, which apparently is too big to exist in the universe, according to our current state of understanding. I am wondering now, of course, how an object could even be too large for the entire universe, and also what that exactly means for our understanding of the cosmos.
No, that's a great question. So I think there's a mix-up of information there. So if there's an object, you have like galaxies out there, right?
Sure.
And then you have like pairs of galaxies, and they know about each other because they orbit one another.
Yeah.
You can have clusters of galaxies, and they orbit like bees in a hive would. And so So you can see that galaxies can know about the existence of other galaxies that are nearby, and they create what we call a cluster. Now, if you have a cluster of quasars, and they know about each other, but they're too far away from one another for the age of the universe to have allowed them to know about one another at the time they were created, that's a problem.
Yeah, so it's definitely a problem.
So, in other words, it's a coherent structure that is larger than the universe at the time would have allowed to have existed.
Right, but now it's fine.
No, well, now it would have been fine, but back we're talking about quasars in the early universe. The early universe, back then, the universe was smaller.
It was the size of like a pan, the size of a Marshall.
Pick a time pick a time, and we can find a time in the universe where, pick a size, there's a time in the universe when it was that size.
Marshalls.
Marshalls, yes. A marble, yes. An atom, yes. A football stadium, yes.
I see.
So it's a challenge.
Oh, the Red Rocket.
It's the universe brims with mysteries. We don't have answers to
the name of your band. All right, here's a question from Nick. Christoph Wetterick, theoretical physicist at the University of Heidelberg in Germany.
If he's a theoretical physicist, he should have no questions for me whatsoever.
Well, it's too late. This guy is quoting him. It's too late for me.
Oh, he's quoting the other guy.
Oh, sorry. Nick. Oh, yeah. No, Nick is like expanding universe, and then this is the message. Christoph, theoretical physicist at the University of Heidelberg in Germany, has recently.
That would be Heidelberg.
Yeah, I'm just testing you. Has recently proposed an idea that the universe isn't expanding, but instead gaining mass. If the entire universe is gaining mass at the same proportions, it makes his theory impossible to test, though it remains mathematically possible. Nature News ran the article with a couple of opinions. Cosmologist Hong Sheng Zhao, who thought it should be entertained, and Daich Ashford, an astrophysicist in Canada who preferred the standard Occam razor approach. Have you read this paper? Whether you have or have not, what are your thoughts on or initial reaction to it?
Okay.
Thank you for having me read all these names that I have tried to do justice to.
But you didn't even get the city right, so...
Yeah, but that's because I was terrified that I was going to say Hong Zhang Zhao incorrectly.
So what we have going on here is a new idea that someone puts forth that could explain what we already know to be true, but in a new and novel way, right? There's a time-honored history of this going on in the sciences. In fact, Copernicus, who put the sun back in the middle of the known universe, turning our geocentric world into a heliocentric
It's ridiculous.
world. His book, called The Revolutionists, that book, which is one of the most coveted books in the history of publishing.
There we go.
At auction, if you want to pick up one from the original first.
I would love to. Maybe I'll start a Kickstarter to buy it.
The original first edition, that idea was so heretical. To put the sun in the middle and not the earth, it is clear and obvious from any read of the Bible that earth is in the middle of all motion and everything goes around the earth. That's how any movement is described. The earth is stationary. So to say something that's not that is heretical and at the time punishable by the trial and the Inquisition. So, at the beginning of it, there's a disclaimer. And the disclaimer, not written by Copernicus, it says, this is probably not true, but it makes the math a little easier. So, for that reason alone, it's worth publishing.
Wanna go outside?
So that the mathematicians can calculate where the planets
Doggy
are.
wants to go pee. Bye-bye.